Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Perchuk. I'm the Deputy Director of the Getty Research Institute, and I want to welcome everyone to the 7th Annual Getty Graduate Student Symposium. This has been a rough start to the year for many reasons, and particularly here in Southern California, so we're very appreciative for those of you who are able to join us this morning. The Getty Graduate Symposium is one of my favorite events because it, for one, brings together the 9 PhD granting institutions in California in art history, architectural history, visual studies. We don't, because of the size of the state, often get together, and so it's a nice opportunity. Yesterday we had a faculty meeting sort of at the state of art history across the region, and that was very productive, and we hope to continue that. It's also, I think we would probably all acknowledge, a time when those of us in the humanities need to come together. Another reason it's such a significant event has been because of the quality of the talks over the last 7 years, which is thanks to the speakers and to the moderators and to the faculty sponsors at the different institutions. Historiography, or the study of where scholarship has been, can be very valuable, but is relatively straightforward. Predicting where scholarship is going is a much more difficult task, but today we will get a wonderful inkling into that through our 9 presenters and the conversation. So we're in for a lovely day, and now I'm going to turn things over to Rebecca Peabody, who's head of our research projects and academic outreach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Peabody, Head of Research Projects and Academic Outreach at the Getty Research Institute, and one of the organizers of today's event. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Annual Getty Graduate Symposium. It is so great to see so many of you here, and just to echo Andrew's words, I know it's been challenging for different reasons, and I am especially grateful for our community, the community that we choose to form and to maintain, and how we've been able to come together over these important conversations yesterday and today. I'm also grateful for the reach offered by technology, and want to take a moment to welcome our virtual audience as well. By way of orientation, we have around 150 people who have signed up to join us in person today, and another 130 who will be joining us via Zoom. Remote participants are joining us from across California and across the United States, including states all up and down the East Coast. I won't enumerate them all, but moving west, we have people joining us from Michigan, Illinois, and Texas, Montana, Nevada, and Hawaii. We also have registrants joining us from Algeria, Australia, Cameroon, Canada, Ecuador, Mexico, Nepal, and Russia. So we are truly an international gathering today. We will have an opportunity for all of our audiences, in person and Zoom, to be in conversation with each other and with the speakers during our discussion session, when we will be welcoming questions across both platforms. This symposium is the result of a series of collaborations that started several years ago, when we reached out to the chairs of departments at each of the 9 schools represented here today and asked if they would join us in putting together an event to showcase the work of emerging scholars from research universities across California. Each year, each of our 9 partner institutions nominates a graduate student, along with a faculty advisor, to represent some of the best emerging scholarship from their department and their school. The Getty Graduate Symposium is an important event for us all, as it allows us to deepen our commitment to graduate education by showcasing and supporting the work of emerging scholars, by providing a stage and a stepping stone in their professional careers, by connecting with art history departments across the state, and by contributing to the scholarly community that does so much to sustain us all. One of our core values when we put this event together is to create a supportive environment for our emerging scholars. We count on them to push the field in new and dynamic directions, and we both recognize and value the vision that takes and the dynamism and courage that it brings. Many thanks are always in order, as this is truly a group effort. Specifically, I would like to thank each of our partner institutions who are indicated on the program, along with the administrative staff within individual departments who help us organize our annual call for nominations. Our speakers and their advisors, along with the chairs and DGSs that joined us yesterday. Students and colleagues who are joining us from the Atlanta University Center Art History and Curatorial Studies Collective who have traveled to be here with us today. And last but definitely not least, our audience. Thanks as well to the GRI for its continuing support, and in particular to Sue Kang, Brianna Hernandez, Brisa Smith-Flores, and Lauren Artis, along with William Ramirez, Ray Riddle, Thisbe Gensler, Janani Subramanian, Adrian Cesares, and our great AV team who do so much behind the scenes to make sure everything runs smoothly. A couple of notes about our program. We will have 3 sessions made up of 2 to 3 speakers each. Within each session, we will move through the presentations without breaking for individual questions, but we do have time reserved at the end of each session for a discussion of the papers, as well as questions from the audience. For our live streaming audience, as questions occur to you, please feel free to type them into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen, and you can do this at any time. There's no need to wait until the end of the discussion to submit questions. We'll do our best to get to those as well in the Q&A session. If you haven't already, please take a moment to silence your cell phones. And also, please take a moment to stop by the reception area outside with your parking stub, if you have it, so that we can validate that and you will have free parking at the end of the event today. And I would now like to welcome our first speaker, Zane Casimir, who will be introduced by Bert Winther Tamaki, both of whom are joining us from the University of California at Irvine. Welcome, Zane and Bert.
It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Zane Casimir received a BA in Japanese and Asian Studies at Purdue University, a BFA in Sequential Art at Savannah College of Art and Design, and an MA in Art History at the University of Oregon. Zane entered the Visual Studies PhD program at UC Irvine with strong interests in video games and playground design by Isamu Noguchi. Now in his 4th year, he has parlayed these interests into an ambitious dissertation project that will reassess a wide range of 20th century Japanese art and culture according to play theory associated with Thomas Hendricks and others. Well-known art and urban phenomena take on astonishing new meanings in his innovative framework. As his advisor, I've found his work continually inspiring and rewarding. I'm sure you will too. As the title of his talk suggests, we'll now hear about how the play's the thing that avant-gardists deployed to mess with the urban environment in Tokyo. Please join me in welcoming Zane.
All right, let's get this scholarly party started. October 18th, 1962, Tokyo, Japan. A Thursday afternoon, a work week day. 17 years after Japan's World War II surrender in the wake of experiencing the world's first nuclear warfare. A decade after the American post-war occupation of Japan had ended. A mere 2 years after intense national protests against the renewal of the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security between the United States and Japan, or more commonly known as AMPO, the Japanese word for security. AMPO meant that even though the occupation had officially ended in 1952, American military presence on bases throughout Japan persisted. The Japanese government, unmoved by those intense and nationwide public protests, rammed renewal into ratification in 1960, ensuring military presence in Japan for years to come. And just as an aside, AMPO remains in effect to this day. The protests ended, people dispersed to their homes, and life in Tokyo in the 1960s became a series of economically stable, highly industrious, utterly ordinary, and mundane days. But on October 18th, 1962, between 2 and 3 p.m., something decidedly unordinary happened on the Tokyo Yamanote train line, the busiest train line of Tokyo and one of the busiest in the world, a loop that encircles the heart of Japan's capital. Passengers riding counterclockwise would have been hard-pressed to ignore a man dressed in a suit, his face painted garish white, carrying a clear plastic object the size and shape of an ostrich egg, within which were suspended a random assortment of daily objects, including wristwatches, small clocks, and discarded bits of metal. At times he would sit, his egg object hung in front of him from a train cab hanging strap. At other times, he would stand and stare into his egg object, shining a flashlight upon it. Still other times, he would drop to a crouch, licking the egg. Perhaps one might have felt so uncomfortable, one might have decided, yeah, I'm getting off at the next station. But then one might have found other peculiar things occurring on that station platform. Another man dragging a long knotted rope with objects tangled up within it. 2 men with a portable radio making noises. Others carrying things like actual eggs and a chicken foot. None of these individuals offer an explanation as to their behavior, but they are recorded by a gaggle of photographers who all seem to have known that something peculiar, not momentous or historic, but certainly out of the ordinary, was going to happen that day. This was the Yamanote Line incident, sometimes called the Yamanote Line Festival, a performance ibento, the foreign loanword from English for event, of Japanese avant-garde performance collective High Red Center as they were starting to come into being. There was an explosion of this kind of performance art in Japan throughout the 1950s, 60s, and into the 70s. Scholars have rightfully studied these as performances, with particular attention to the role of the body and politics within these performances. Kuroda Daiji, in particular, has set forth a groundbreaking study entitled Anarchy of the Body, documenting dozens of Japanese post-war avant-garde collectives. These collectives and their performances have been studied via numerous approaches and methodologies, studies that at different times employ language describing various performances as playful. But in my research thus far, these descriptive terms of playful and play tend to be only this, descriptors, means by which to characterize the performances as other dimensions of them are explored. As an art historian and visual studies scholar with a special interest in play studies and play theory, I am interested in starting with these terms, using them as our compass to explore Japanese post-war avant-garde performance art. Further, I am interested in play not just in a vacuum, but as it takes shape within designed and developed space, urban space in particular, that of the modern city. The modern metropolis as we know of it today, tangled and fast-paced, vertical and layered, noisy and oppressively, relentlessly populated, is a relatively recent development in how human cities are structured. This kind of urban space is also a specifically modern development, one that is the result of the Industrial Revolution's new materials of things like steel, new technologies of things like electricity, the result of burgeoning white-collar forms of labor, and the result of nations increasingly fashioning an image of themselves to present to both their citizens and to the world through the breakneck competitive pace of modernization. Japan at this post-war moment is also a nation that has built back from modern warfare as whole cities were carpet-bombed into ruinous wastelands, a nation experiencing the beginnings of what becomes a miraculous economic boom. Japan's cities are new, more modern than ever, shot through with economic promise. But as scholar Kato Hidetoshi argues, this is also when the city becomes monstrous and crushing. Quote, like all other kinds of monsters, the modern city, itself a creation of human hands, has become something that is beyond the control of us who made it, unquote. He is speaking to the city becoming a space of deep anxiety, cramped despite promises of comfort, inconvenient despite promises of convenience, and precarious in their utter dependencies on invisible flows of goods and services. There is a strange tension of allure and anxiety in how the modern city takes shape in this crucible of modernization, industrialization, war, and recovery. This is the moment that avant-garde performance groups in Japan begin to perform, to play socially and culturally. Play is an incredibly complex concept that has myriad, legion manifestations. But for our purposes here, I am thinking specifically in the framework of typologies of play as they are outlined by Thomas Henricks in his book, Play and the Human Condition, and even more specifically for our purposes, social play and cultural play. Concerning the latter, Henricks writes that, quote, play is a relatively direct confrontation with established cultural patterns. Play of this sort is an act of defiance or reversal, an attempt to undo what is normal, unquote. He also references play theorist Brian Sutton Smith, who in his groundbreaking research on the rhetorics of play, or the way we conceive of, talk about, and are influenced by implicit narratives of play, Sutton Smith, quote, consistently emphasizes that play is an unsettling or a pushing outward, unquote. And as Henricks asserts specifically in relation to play and the social, quote, play makes people aware of their capacities for social agency, unquote. The play's the thing then here, and while unlike Hamlet, we won't necessarily catch the conscience of a king with it, I believe we will capture some of the consciousness of Japan's post-war modernity and how the avant-garde artists played with the sociocultural norms thrust upon them post-defeat, post-occupation, and post-futile Anpo protest. Let us return to the Yamanote Line incident and to High Red Center, the performance art collective. High Red Center was made up of 3 core artists. The name of the collective derived from the meaning of the first kanji character of the family name of each of them. Takamatsu Jiro contributes the high, Akasegawa Genpei contributes the red, and Nakanishi Natsuyuki contributes the center. Nakanishi was the white-faced painted man with the egg-shaped object, or rather, objet, a word invoking the French term objet d'art, work of art. Takamatsu was the man who brought the rope with the objects and either dragged it across platforms himself or hired someone to do so. And at least one point, Nakanishi seems to have helped drag the rope object. While Akasegawa was not involved in the Yamanote Line incident, other artists were, the ones bringing actual eggs, a chicken foot, playing sounds, or else painting their own faces white. However, for our purposes here, let us focus in on the visual details we have from photography of the event. As we go, let us keep in mind firmly their status as photographic documentation of these performances. It is extremely common and correct to label these performances as ephemeral. Simultaneously, I postulate that these works still need to be seen to have full efficacy as performance and as play. Indeed, Japanese avant-garde performances arrest the gaze of the city dweller, invading it, demanding to be looked at. Ephemeral as they are, they operate as lasting visual objects, due not just to their photographic documentation, but because of how they require a viewer for the art of the performance to obtain as art and a performance, even if that viewer is one of us, some 60 years later. In fact, I would argue that a large part of how High Red Center's performing artists are pushing outward with their play here is by how they are utilizing looking within an environment that encourages its denizens to not look, to not see. The modern monstrous city is one of congestions and crowds, a profusion of people to a magnitude unexperienced pre-industrial revolution. This amount of people, all jam-packed together in a public space, begets new behaviors with which to create privacy. The wearing of nondescript clothes to blend in, for example, or our contemporary practice of obviously wearing headphones and staring down at our smart devices. The idea is to train our eyes on something else, a book, a newspaper, a smart device, and to cease to see everything around us. In this manner, some small bubble of privacy is constructed within public urban spaces. Takamatsu, who is the most visible in photographs as the person with the rope object with objects, is reported as having sat on the train reading a newspaper with holes burnt into it. Consider how reading a newspaper in a public confined space like a train car creates a flimsy but physical barrier between one's gaze and the people in the immediate vicinity. Yet the documentation of High Red Center's activities, produced in collaboration between Fluxus artists Kubota Shigeko and George Makunias, indicates that performers read newspapers with holes burnt in them. There is a photograph of Takamatsu holding a newspaper. See how he's holding another objet, looking nonchalant, as Nakanishi squats in the foreground licking. But the newspaper is too far back to discern the presence of holes. There is another photograph of Nakanishi reading a book or a magazine looking thicker than a newspaper object where we can just make out the burnt holes over his shoulder. But the thickness of the reading material seems to only preserve Nakanishi's own small bubble of constructed privacy. One might assume that the playing performer would be the invader of other commuters' privacy due to their appearance and antics. But in fact, both Nakanishi and Takamatsu carry reading material objects that enable them to enter into that small and ephemeral private space within the crowded public space. Yet the white face paint, the egg objets, and the behavior toward these objets, even as they wholly absorb the playing performer into their own private world, a magic circle if you will, encroach upon the individual privacies of everyone surrounding them by way of their sociocultural norm bending and breaking. It is not normal to see people on the train line in Tokyo in 1962 in white face paint licking plastic resin eggs. It is not normal to see people on the train platform in Tokyo in 1962 dragging rope objects containing everyday objects tangled with them across the platforms. A small battery-powered flashlight aimed into the vaguely reflective surface of a plastic resin egg might solicit a viewer's startled gaze as the orienting response of the body's nervous system kicks off. But the activity itself, performer absorbed completely within it, does nothing further to transgress the boundaries of public and private. The man in white face paint might be unavoidable within the train car, and the strangeness of his actions, combined with the brief inability to escape, enacts a steady pressure upon the privacy bubbles of everyone, even as they may work all the more determinedly to shore them up and prevent them from popping. But there is always the next train stop, which might mean he or you or both are disembarking. It is not normal, but it is also not quite a disruption, barely a disturbance, brushing up against the edges of people in public, trying their best to have a moment of privacy as they commute. There is a provocative strangeness that breaks through the banal mundanity of the workday commute, but only just. Like many of Higher Ed Center's works, this is what scholar Mark Pendleton describes as, quote, a much smaller series of interventions on the terrain of the everyday and the individual bodies of the artists themselves, unquote. Akasegawa further notes in his writing that Higher Ed Center's events are meant to be, quote, not things beyond politics, but below it, perhaps, unquote. In a post-Ampo protest Japan, one that exerted enormous effort to protest only to have those protests end in futility, performance artists set their sights on the ordinary, the mundane, the everyday as their loci of intervention. There is another layer of transgression occurring here, though, and that is of the photographers onto the art performance itself. Imaizumi Yoshiko, artist, critic, and unflagging supporter of avant-garde performance art, wrote much later concerning the Yamanote Line incident that, quote, besides, seeing so many cameras and even a film camera at the scene, even innocent passengers were not disturbed. But somebody told me that some passengers were whispering to each other that a sci-fi film or TV show was being shot. When we encounter something unusual, we have an ability to reduce it to something we can understand and return it to the everyday. Also, among those with cameras, far more were summoned by Nakanishi and Takamatsu for documentation than those who had invitation cards. They tried to agitate the consciousness of the audience, but they hampered it themselves, unquote. Henrich's treatment on the typology of play with regards to social interaction includes an outline of sociologist Irving Goffman's theories of how people organize or frame their encounters with other humans. Quote, people who come into one another's presence must answer a question. What is it that's going on here? Once they have decided what kind of situation they are in, they can make judgments about how long the event is to last, what its goals should be, what roles they should play, what words and behaviors may be appropriate, and what motives and feelings they should have. People are highly committed to produce accounts of what's going on and why it is occurring. We construct social reality by trying to fit occurrences to different models, tests, jokes, scams, practices, dramatizations, and so on. And play is an attempt to frame or culturally organize an encounter, unquote. According to Imaizumi, the visual presence and picture-taking actions of the photographers around Nakanishi, Takamatsu, and other participants provided commuters with a framing device for the performance they were witnessing that was so at odds with the everyday commute of the Yamanote Line. It must be some kind of movie or show that is being filmed. And in fitting the Yamanote Line incident into this frame, They have, to use Goffman's terminology, transformed the patterns of activity they were witnessing from incomprehensible to comprehensible. Fabrication as this transformation was, it makes the world make sense again and reabsorbs the transgressive, playful performances of Nakanishi and Takamatsu back into the ordinary everyday of modern living in Tokyo. This was not transgressive play, but in fact dramaturgy play, to later perhaps be seen upon television sets or in movie theaters as a modern, technologically inflected form of leisure, yet another typology of play. This is what the photography that we have preserving this ephemeral event ultimately indexes. Superficially, the transgressive play of Nakanishi and Takamatsu, certainly, but underneath, it also keeps the record of the modern city dwellers' reframing of that art performance play into a form that no longer disturbs modernity's everyday, but a form that in fact supports it. Here is a strange irony. The many photographers taking pictures and documenting High Red Center's Yamanote Line incident on October 18, 1962, cued commuters to see, to frame the unordinary and transgressive not as such, but to reorder everything back into the ordinary. But their photographs for us, here on February 7th, 2025, frame for us the collective's intent on performing the unordinary and transgressive. Perhaps we too are reordering the strange and the unordinary and the playful that is unsettling and pushing outward into what has become the ordinary of how art historians understand the mid-20th century Japan performance art as we look back on it from the 21st century. But then, as Brian Sutton Smith, remember him, points out that, quote, scholar Miyai Speriosu calls play amphibolous, which means it goes in two directions at once and is not clear, unquote. Or maybe we should think about this more as play going in two or more directions at once. The multivalency of these photographs places them within assemblages of fields of relationships, of which Henrichs is emphatic about regarding play. Quote, playful expressions center on different fields of relationships, namely the environment, body, psyche, society, and culture. We play in, with, and sometimes against elements of these sorts, unquote. The Yamanote Line incident was absolutely an avant-garde artistic performance of the body, the environment, the psyche, society, and culture, a radical guerrilla-style event playing in Tokyo with other artists and commuters and against megalopolis living in a post-Ampo protest Tokyo. Which brings me to my final point, stepping aside from any sorts of questions or claims as to whether or not the performance succeeded at undoing norms. Returning to Sutton Smith, he mentions another scholar's invocation of play's nature. Quote, Kenneth Burke's work suggests that play is probably what he terms a dramatistic negative, which means that for animals who do not have any way of saying no, it is a way of indicating the negative through an affirmative action that is clearly not the same as that what it represents, unquote. The Yamanote Line incident, if it is indeed meant to be a protest below politics, as Akasegawa said, may well have been a means of High Red Center finding a way to say no in a socially cultural setting where the Japanese public at large had not been allowed to say no to Ampo renewal, which in turn meant not being allowed to say no to how their everyday lives were being forced to be positioned in relation to American military presence and American 20th century global politics. The play is the thing here, the means by which these avant-garde performance artists take on myriad, contradictory, gentle, below-the-surface interventions to the Japanese post-war rebuilt, post-Anpo shaken modern metropolis. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Susan Laxton, Associate Professor of Modernism and the History of Photography at UC Riverside. I'm very pleased to introduce you today to PhD candidate Ashley McNelis, whose dissertation, Laboring for the Camera, Performances of Care in the 1970s and 80s, reframes performance practices by women artists in light of social reproduction theories developed by feminists at mid-century. Ashley has already distinguished herself at UCR as curator and co-curator of 2 exhibitions at the California Museum of Photography, and has earned numerous grants and fellowships, including the Warnico Research Award from the UCR Center for Ideas and Society. Most recently, she has landed a coveted research assistantship for expanding the study of performance in women artists' archives at the prestigious Getty Research Institute. The title of her talk today is On the Reparative Possibilities of Mother Art's Performances of Care. Ashley.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Susan, and thank you to Susan and the rest of my committee, colleagues as well who have helped shepherd this project. Thank you as well to the event organizers, moderators, and my fellow panelists. Finally, thank you to Mother Art, the collective that I'm excited to speak to you about today. It has particular resonance that I'm doing so here at the Getty, as the group is based in Los Angeles and the GRI holds their archives. My aim today will be to present an argument central to my dissertation through a discussion of Mother Art's early work. However, I'm also hopeful that my talk will introduce the collective to those who might not be familiar with them. There is a significant but not terribly large body of literature on Mother Art, yet the collective deserves to be considered as an important part of the art historical record and should be understood as fundamental to the history of feminist performance art, especially in Southern California. The artist collective Mother Art formed at the Los Angeles Women's Building in 1973, seen in the image on the top left. Active from 1973 to 1991, the legendary Women's Building program was in part catalyzed in response to the deep sexism in art schools in Southern California, and soon became a major force in the LA art community and the feminist art scene at large. An anti-motherhood sentiment within the second wave feminist movement, shared by some at the Women's Building, in part catalyzed Mother Art's formation. Within the second wave feminist movement, a general rejection of patriarchy, as well as the efforts to legalize abortion, support careers outside of the home, and achieve equality for women more generally, contributed to the proliferation of a stigma toward motherhood. 5 women involved in the Feminist Studio Workshop, the art school within the Women's Building, initially connected over their shared experiences of marginalization around beating artists as well as mothers. Jan Cook, Christine Cruz, Helen Million, Suzanne Siegel, and Laura Szilagyi. Between 1973 and 1986, these 5 women collaborated as Mother Art, a collective that would later include Gloria Hajduk, Feline Campbell, and Deborah Krall. Today, I will focus on Mother Art's early performances situated in public spaces that radically made visible, largely invisible forms of labor. The talk argues that these performances were a form of grassroots activism that, when considered alongside efforts that have only recently become historically visible as care work, can be understood as part of a larger shift in attitudes towards socially reproductive work and care work, which I'll define in a moment. This talk is a work in progress related to my dissertation. The project questions existing ideas around what constitutes labor and the dominant typology of the laboring body, thus investigating the discourse around photography and labor. Photography is haunted by labor, reflected both in a history of images of work and in the photographic process itself. The history of the medium is also bound up with ideas about working and the working body. This discourse emphasizes photographs of people performing paid labor in the public sphere, such as in a factory or field, rather than unpaid, undervalued forms of labor that contribute to the maintenance and reproduction of society, usually done in the home. With a few key exceptions, the discourse around labor and photography rarely addresses gender and domestic labor. In contrast, my dissertation centers photographs of performances of domestic labor and draws a parallel between these images and social reproduction theory, which was then being theorized contemporaneously. Social reproduction theory emerged from a feminist critique of Marxism in the 1960s and 70s. Social reproduction roughly involves, quote, the activities and attitudes, behaviors and emotions, and responsibilities and relationships directly involved in maintaining life on a daily basis and generationally. It involves various kinds of socially necessary work, mental, physical, and emotional, that support and sustain a productive workforce, making all other work possible. Social reproduction theory makes clear that an overfocus on industrial labor in classic labor theory has completely sidelined feminized labor. It promotes the idea that within capitalism, the production and support of the worker is just as important as the Marxist focus on the production of commodities. Social reproduction theory has evolved to be described as care work, which loosely involves activities that maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can continue to live in it. Today, many theorists believe that the framework extends beyond and problematizes the supposed divide between the family and the private sphere and the public one. While the framework for care still centers labor, those efforts now involve, for instance, the care of individuals, communities, society, and the environment. Especially since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, care has been theorized as potentially having a substantial political impact in its attempt to repair or even revolutionize life today. The dissertation argues that US artists emerging during feminism's second wave, including Mother Art, Blondell Cummings, and Meryl Lederman-Euclides, enacted socially reproductive labor. While the practices of the artists span various mediums, they all perform acts of labor for the camera. The photographic or filmic recordings of performances of domestic labor made visible largely invisible forms of labor, thus signaling it as a vital issue in the 1970s and 80s. Mother Art's performances emphasize the importance of labor to care and repair, especially with regards to the roles, responsibilities, and potentialities held by art and artists in relation to the public. By considering Mother Art's activities as paradigmatic of the issues and processes involved in the shift in the valuation of care work, I want to articulate the underlying stakes of my project, that labor is central to the questions surrounding the radical and reparative possibilities of care to individuals, communities, society, and the environment. In the 1960s and 70s, the phrase "the personal is political" became a rallying cry for social justice movements, including the women's liberation movement, based on the assertion that personal experiences, such as issues related to being housewives and mothers, were pervasive and inextricable from politics. Focusing on issues that many experienced at home could presumably lead to widespread solidarity and even eventually large-scale change. The 1970s International Wages for Housework campaign aimed to do this on a massive scale by calling for governments to recognize the essential value of unpaid domestic labor to the capitalist system. While it's not yet clear if Mother Art was actively aware of or involved in wages for housework, the collective centering of the importance of domestic labor in their artwork parallels larger ideas and goals concerning socially reproductive labor within the women's liberation movement. As their experiences as mothers defined their initial connection, the group decided to focus on the complex topic of motherhood in their collective work. Mother Art's first few projects focused on making space for children and mothers in the Women's Building. For their first collaborative project, Rainbow Playground from 1974, the group built a playground in the building parking lot, seen in the image on the left. In 1975, Mother Art curated an exhibition and month of events at the Women's Building called By Mothers, which featured a range of work on motherhood by 10 artists. As founding collective member Suzanne Siegel noted, Mother Art wanted to bring forth the idea that the maternal is a valid subject for art. The success of this project led to another larger exhibition a year later in 1976 that involved women artists from across the US titled the Second Annual By Mothers exhibit. In 1976, Mother Art received a $700 grant from the California Arts Council to do a series of performances at 5 laundromats across Los Angeles to address an undervalued form of labor in one of the most public extensions of the home. These performances, located in the members' own laundromats, took place in the following Los Angeles neighborhoods: Venice, Hollywood, Silver Lake, Echo Park, and Highland Park. For the duration of one wash and dry cycle, collective members Feline Campbell, Gloria Hajduk, Helen Million, Suzanne Siegel, and Laura Szilagyi transformed their local laundromats into participatory exhibition and performance spaces. According to their grant report, the events involved approximately 500 people in total. For the Laundry Works performances, Mother Art chose to highlight the importance of laundry, again, a form of socially productive labor that women are often responsible for, that often goes unpaid and unacknowledged, even though it sustains our daily lives. In their own words, quote, "We were committed to taking the private aspect of traditional female experience and making it the valid content for our public art. As Mother Art, we are beginning to make a revolution," end quote. The image on the right shows the Mother Art members at one of the Laundry Works performances. Note the fist raised by, I believe, Helen Million, which I read as a gesture of solidarity with her collective members and with women in general. In the following slides, I'll briefly show how Mother Art develops solidarity across various publics through a celebration of a form of domestic labor. Then I'll address the impact and questions surrounding Mother Art's location of the performances in public space. Throughout, I will note how photography was used as a tool for Mother Art to make visible, largely invisible forms of labor. Each Laundry Works performance varied, but they all engaged the people present in active conversations about domestic labor and involved participatory activities related to laundry. Mother Art members would enter the laundromats holding laundry baskets that held their artwork and clotheslines. They would then ask people to help them hang the clotheslines throughout the laundromats and clip the work to them. In the image on the left, through the window of the Venice laundromat, we can see a few people either participating in or watching the events. In the images on the right, we can see that some hanging pieces of cloth featured photographs of water. While the work was being installed, other Mother Art members handed out blue booklets printed in both English and Spanish that included images, poetry, information on the group, and notes on housework, art, and life. In the top center photo, we can see a few people holding those blue booklets. And here are a few pages of the English version of the booklet. A questionnaire toward the back of the booklets focused on the role of laundry in everyday life, and it included questions such as, in your life, could the different cycles of a washing machine be compared to something? If so, what? And more facetiously, do you ever have the urge to put an obnoxious child through a short rinse cycle? Mother Art's activations and the contents of these booklets drew parallels between laundry and life and encouraged participants to share experiences related to repetitive care and maintenance tasks. The centerfold here features 3 photographs of water by Laura Szilagyi and an image of a washing machine by Suzanne Siegel, which were screen printed onto cloth and clipped to the clotheslines. In a few of the performances, Mother Art members wore costumes that incorporated photography. Siegel had a cape bordered with her laundry-related Polaroid negatives and Xeroxed images of the washing machine. Helen Million printed documentary photographs of women in laundromats onto petticoats. She also wore a cape with photographs laminated onto the interior lining. And I'm so sorry, I do not have images of that. Here, photography is used to highlight connections between the importance of water to life and life-sustaining forms of labor like laundry. The photographs in the booklet, cloth artworks, and wearables also created opportunities for discussion and connection among the participants. As part of their process, Mother Art sent proposals to the laundromat owners describing themselves as 5 professional artists who hope to make art accessible to everyone, not just people who visit art galleries or museums, which can be elitist and unwelcoming cultural spaces. With the performances, Mother Art hoped to reach the community, the regular laundromat patrons, their own neighbors, and the art audience. Thanks to their grant, the events were publicized in newspapers and on the radio. Of the 500 attendees, 1/4 of the audience were customers unaware that an art event was scheduled. 1/8 were customers using the laundromat because they knew that an event was scheduled, and the remainder came specifically for the performance. As with most performance art, limited documentation prevents us from seeing the full picture. Per Mother Art and the written feedback that they collected, we do know that the responses were overwhelmingly positive and that the events had a celebratory atmosphere. However, we cannot know for certain the reactions of each and every person. We can address the fact that 1/4 of the audience was not aware of the performances in relation to the slow violence of gentrification of Los Angeles or the physical displacement of the most vulnerable. In the 1970s and still today, these diverse neighborhoods were home to low-income, often heavily Spanish-speaking communities. These neighborhoods have since experienced waves of gentrification. For instance, there is now a multi-million-dollar condo on the Venice laundromat site. As a reminder, the performances took place in the Mother Art members' own laundromats, in the communities in which they lived and worked. The Mother Art members were young, cisgendered, white, straight, and queer, middle and working class women. And in terms of my own positionality, I should be clear that I live a couple of miles from one of the laundromat locations and have directly benefited from a position of privilege in the systems within which I live and work. And this project has actually been an important part of my ongoing experience grappling with gentrification in LA and my own role within this process. To the performances, Mother Art brought along a translator, but there are scant details about any bilingual exchanges. I'm curious to know what effect these events might have had on people who were not aware that there would be a performance taking place. Was it disruptive, even alienating? To that end, did the hired event photographer ask permission to photograph the people present? Regardless of the group's positive intentions, it is necessary to consider the project through its potentially negative repercussions as well. It should be noted, too, that Mother Art did make a concerted effort to connect with and involve those present during the performances through direct participation. Per Mother Art, engagement was key to the success of the performances. The collective reportedly made sure to speak with as many people in the spaces as possible to, quote, take care of them when setting up the performance, end quote. There were at least 2 collective members assigned to do so during each event. The booklets and other take-home items also extended the engagement beyond the event itself. Indeed, the questionnaire in the booklet continues to be salient today. Mother Art's Laundry Works performances foregrounded the vital importance of typically undervalued forms of labor in our society. The documentation that remains, some of which is seen here on the screen, of people doing their laundry, talking about it, and celebrating it together, it visualizes the importance of acknowledging domestic labor as essential. Indeed, the performances were a small but meaningful effort to do so on a local level that contributed to a larger shift in the valuation of care work. After the passage of Proposition 13 in the California State Legislature in 1978, which capped property taxes, the state government attempted to reduce spending by the state government. Mother Art's Laundry Works performances became a lightning rod for discussions around arts funding cuts and were met with criticism from the press. In response to the criticisms, Mother Art chose to address the inequality of wealth distribution in their nighttime guerrilla Mother Art Cleans Up performances in 1978. In their own words, Mother Art chose to target, quote, those who make and manage large sums of money, namely financial institutions, big business, and the government. To point this out symbolically, Mother Art took dustpans, mops, brooms, and pails to 2 banks and the Los Angeles City Hall to clean up the real waste, unquote. These cleaning missions that included dusting, sweeping, and washing the windows, walls, and grounds surrounding these buildings brought housework from the domestic sphere into the public arena. By attempting to scrub clean the dirty buildings, Mother Art highlighted the governmental corruption of those spaces, as well as women's general lack of power to impact change at the institutional level. In a humorous way, the group also addressed a large-scale issue while drawing attention to the cleansing and purifying related labor done by women across the world, using photographic documentation to publicize their actions in print media and later in installations around the city. Although, as I have suggested, in engaging directly with aspects of social reproduction and gendered labor, Mother Art's work from the outside had an activist and communitarian aspect. Their projects became more overtly politicized in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Later projects became more intersectional and addressed abortion, immigration, homelessness, nuclear warfare, and other topics relevant to the political climate during the Reagan administration. Needless to say, Mother Art's work, and care work in general, continues to be relevant 50 years later. While Mother Art officially concluded their collaboration in 1986, the former members are still in touch today and agree that the work is not yet done. In a recent documentary about their work, Deborah Kroll noted that, quote, all of us are grandmothers. We've joked about changing our name to Grandmother Art, end quote. We can only hope that they do. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Maria Evangelatou, a professor of Mediterranean Studies in the University of California, Santa Cruz, History of Art and Visual Culture Department. I would like to thank the Getty for this wonderful symposium, despite recent events, and all of you for coming. It is my joy to introduce Axelle Toussaint, PhD candidate in the Visual Studies program at the University of California, Santa Cruz. And today her presentation derives directly from her PhD, so I won't tell you more about it. I will let her do the job. Axelle holds an MA in art history from the Parsons School of Design and 2 law degrees from the University of Paris and the University of California. She has published her work in various venues, including the journal Pacific Arts and Kalalu, a journal of African arts diaspora. She has earned prestigious curatorial fellowships, including at the Smithsonian Institute and currently at the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco. In addition to being a wonderful person, Axelle is also an amazing single mother of a 3-year-old daughter. Although I'm not her advisor, it is an honor for me to present here today. Thank you and welcome, Axelle.
Thank you all for coming, especially in the midst of the disaster that is currently impacting Los Angeles. I would like to thank the Getty for planning this symposium. It's a great opportunity for us to receive feedback and to learn from each other. And I want to thank Maria Evangela too, who's been an outstanding mentor. My research focuses on contemporary and historical masking practices in the former French colonies of the Western Indian Ocean. I examine how masking has been used to challenge colonialism and its legacies, but also to create some visibility around critical social issues. Today I will focus on a performance that took place in the former French colony of Reunion Island. This performance is called Lip Sync de la Pensée. It is a lip-synchronized drag performance that was created and performed by Creole Reunionese artist Brandon Gercara. In the course of this presentation, I will be using these 2 terms, Creole and Reunionese, as synonyms, and I'm happy to expand on that in the Q&A if needed. Gercara's performance has had many different iterations. It's been presented as a live performance, but also as a video recording in a variety of venues around the world. The iteration that I will explore with you today took place on a beach of Reunion Island in October 2020, and it was captured in a recording. There was no live audience. And I've been interested in this particular iteration precisely because of the choice, the meaningful choice of the beach as a stage. Performance is a particular artistic object that calls for a particular methodology. For the purposes of this paper, performance will be considered as an embodied behavior that already existed and that is being repeated with a difference without ever being exactly the same. Performance always involves a strategic activation of a repertoire of known gestures and behaviors. In this paper, I argue that Gercara's performance belongs to specific colonial repertoires that I propose to detail. Indeed, I read it as the activation of 2 pre-existing colonial performance genera, the performance of masking and the performance of mimicry, which are 2 highly colonial performances as demonstrated by Frantz Fanon and Homi Bhabha. My question here today has to do with the relevance of these performances in the post-colony, in the present moment in Reunion. Can masking and mimicry as a form of masking perform decolonial work, or are they always already embedded in the colonial structure? To answer this question, I go back to the colonial archive and I read the contemporary performance alongside a 19th century lithograph that depicts a masked performance on the beach of the colony of Reunion. This conversation between past and present allows me to argue that the contemporary performance provides a critical comment on a history of subjugation rather than a sheer reenactment of this subjugation. I argue that masking and mimicry participate in Gercara's broader attempt to articulate a certain posture of Creole subjectivity and to reformulate the relationship of the Creole subject to the world. In that sense, the performance might read as a decolonial practice. So a little bit of context is needed here. Reunion is an island that is located in the southwest Indian Ocean off the coast of the bigger island of Madagascar. The island of Reunion is positioned on the sea routes between Africa and Asia, and in the mid-17th century, Reunion, which had been uninhabited until then, became a supply base for the French East India Company. In the early 19th century, Reunion was transformed into a sugar colony, into a French colony, that was dedicated to the industrial production of coffee and sugar. This activity was made possible by the unfree labor of enslaved people from East Africa and from Madagascar, and after the abolition of slavery, it was made possible by the work of indentured Indian workers. The island is still to this day a French territory. Jarkara's performance takes place on a dark Réunionnese beach, bordered by a line of tall black trees that stand out against the fading light of the sky. A human silhouette appears to our view, its indistinct shadow covered by the loud clamor of the waves. The figure stands on a wooden structure made of pallets that seem to have been washed ashore and that resemble a theater stage. The shadow continues, becomes more intelligible as the camera moves us closer to the scene. We start realizing that this is a speech in French about Islamic feminism. As the figure of the performer comes to a clearer definition, we see that they are clad in black pants and a pink scarf. There is a slight disconnect, a small delay between the movements of the mouth and the voice. And indeed, the body belongs to Jarkara, but the voice is that of Asma Lamrabet, who is a Moroccan feminist. It appears quite clearly at that moment that the performance is lip-synchronized. After a few minutes of this speech on Islamic feminism, the camera pulls away from the stage. Lamrabet's speech draws to a close. Jarkara quickly strips off their clothes, shedding the veil, the wig, and the shirt on the floor. They swiftly turn into another character, Françoise Vergès, who's a decolonial thinker from Reunion. Jarkara is now wearing a red turban and a voluminous necklace, and that's the iconic outfit that Vergès is known for. And speech begins again, uttered by Vergès' caressing voice. After a few minutes of Vergès' speech, the performer swiftly turns into yet another character, and this time it's French philosopher Elissa Dorland. So in the course of this performance, Jarkara successively impersonates three different characters: Asma Lamrabet, Françoise Vergès, and Elissa Dorland, three female intellectuals who speak French, but who are of very different ethnic origins. Lamrabet is Moroccan, Vergès is from Reunion, and Elissa Dorland is white French. What they have in common is their interest in questions of decolonial feminism. In the speeches that Jarkara chose to lip-synchronize, the three women specifically tackle questions of gendered clothing, self-fashioning, and they speak of gender as a performance. So the first and most evident repertoire that is being activated here is the repertoire of academia and critical theory. By lip-syncing these specific speeches, the artist clearly wants to foreground the plurality of feminist and decolonial discourses coming from different locations of the French colonial world. There's a will to represent these discourses in the colonial lens, in the very matrix of the relations of racial sexual domination that these discourses denounce. The intention to bring these intersectional discourses to the fore in Reunion is on par with Jarkara's militant agenda. The artist is a well-known activist figure on the island, and they have received accolades for their commitment to the creation of spaces of safety and visibility for the local racialized LGBTQ community. The performance is, of the artist's own admission, building on a queer repertoire as well. It's informed by drag shows. The cross-dressing aspect of the performance manifestly intends to challenge dominant representations of women as a natural category. And instead, Jarkara presents womanhood as a continuous masked performance enacted through a series of masks put on and shed, replaced as our position in the world changes. So I am particularly interested in the colonial repertoires that are being activated by this performance. I read it first as a masked performance, and I adopt here a capacious understanding of masking as referring to a variety of practices that involve the creation of an illusion, the alteration of reality, sometimes of one's appearance, to achieve a political transformation, whether this transformation be personal or social. So in this paper, I do not address the material culture of masking. Rather, I follow Frantz Fanon's observation that masking emerges as a direct result of colonialist subjugation. According to Fanon, the black colonized subject wears a white mask because there is value that is perceived as residing in looking white. I also read Jarkara's performance as the activation of the colonial repertoire of mimicry. So there's much discussion of mimicry in post-colonial studies, but Omi Baba most famously theorized mimicry as the posture of the colonized, the posture that the colonized adopts when caught in relations of domination and mutual dependence with the colonizer. So the colonized imitates the colonizer, but never manages to be quite the same as the colonizer. According to Fanon and Baba, masking and mimicry are inherent to the colonial experience. So for the second part of this paper, I propose to look back at the colonial archive to support my analysis of the present. The material that I explore is a lithograph from the 19th century that depicts a masquerade of sorts that takes place on a beach of Reunion. It is my contention that Jarkara's performance directly engages with this kind of colonial racialized imagery. The lithograph was made in 1881 by French colonist Louis-Antoine Roussin. It is entitled Sega, the Dance of the Blacks, on Sunday by the seaside of Saint-Denis, Saint-Denis being the main city of Reunion. The scene is dated back to 1860, which is 12 years after the abolition of slavery, which explains the presence, on the left-hand side of the image, of a crowd of emancipated blacks playing music and dancing sega on the beach. At the center of the group, 4 blacks are playing the instruments traditionally associated with sega. Most of the performers are dressed in a Western fashion. They're wearing colored shirts, pants, and hats in their Sunday best. A bare-chested dancer with an African grass skirt and a feathery headdress stands out from the crowd. Behind them is a group of women in long dresses and head wraps. The stylistic diversity of the performers can be attributed to their various occupations in the colony, whether they were fishermen or domestic, but also to their social rank and to their different stages of integration into the French model of sociability. For the formerly enslaved, dress like language was understood as performative and was mobilized to enact the kind of identity that they aspired to. On the other side of the group of black performers, groups of passers-by in their dominical costume, complete with top hats and umbrellas, stroll around the tree-lined dirt road that parallels the sea. The seaside is represented here as an idealized form of public space in the post-abolition colony. That is, as a space of social gathering that accommodates for the rituals and the traditions of both the blacks and the whites, in what seems like a celebration of social harmony and racial reconciliation. We are also witnessing the construction through visual discourse of the beach as a space exclusively dedicated to leisure, which is a Western idea. This engraving was included in the Album de l'Île de la Réunion, which is a collection of hundreds of lithographs and articles that endeavored to promote a picturesque history of Reunion in the 19th century. Roussin, the author, was a former agent of the French government, and this could explain why the works that compose the album convey a certain celebratory vision of French Republican citizenry as an all-encompassing category. Yet there is more at play in this representation. I argue that what we're looking at is, before anything, a scene of colonial subjection, one that masquerades as a scene of racial reconciliation. So the masquerade at play here in this representation is not the spectacle of the blacks in costume, but the pretense of racial reconciliation. Indeed, segregation is operated visually by the diagonal line of the dirt road that crosses the image and that is continued by the opening between the 2 rows of trees. This line separates the crowd into 2 distinct entities, the barefooted blacks and the whites, 2 worlds that do not effectively intersect. On the right side of the path, the lady's ombrelle, which is a fashion accessory that was used to protect women against the sun to ensure the whiteness of their skin, the ombrelle circumscribed the space of the whites' difference. Leisure and poise are marked here as the pretense of the whites, in contrast with the spectacle of black frenzy. On the opposite side of the path, left of the dirt road, the bare feet of the blacks act as a visual reminder of the relation of domination into which they continue to be bound in spite of abolition. The only discernible white figures beachside are actually two police officers in uniform patrolling in the background. Their presence locates the colonial seaside as a site of surveillance. The watchman, the black agent of the colonial order that is located at the very center of the composition, is the only black figure that straddles the colonized and the colonizer spaces, the black and white spaces, as he is depicted stepping onto the road. The road itself and the rows of casuarina trees at its edges visually prefigures the capitalist developments of the colony, and they manifest the subjection of the island's landscape. The casuarina tree that is ubiquitous in visualizations of the Réunionnais seashore in both the lithograph but also Gercara's performance, this tree is not native of Réunion. It was brought by the French in the 18th century. Colonial administration actually undertook large-scale plantations of this tree on the littoral of the island to ultimately allow for the building of the coastal railroad that would transport colonial commodities, mainly sugar, from around the island's plantation to the port town to be shipped to the rest of the world. So there is nothing natural about the Réunionnais beach. Even the trees speak of displacement. We might argue that Gercara's drag performance does not simply denaturalize gender roles, it also gestures towards the unnaturalness of the topographic setting in which it takes place. Through the performance, the Réunionnais beach is revealed as a representational battleground. So in the last section of my presentation, I contend that Gercara's performance goes beyond the mere representation or recreation of the conditions of Creole subjection. I argue that it inscribes the beach with reinvented meanings. Gercara's performance strategically takes place on a makeshift stage made of wooden pallets that seem to have been washed ashore, brought by the tides. The oral and visual imprint of the waves, which pervades the video recording of the performance, evokes the broader history of the sea, of the ocean, as a historical agent of social change and becoming in the Indian Ocean world. In Réunion today, most of the essential commodities are brought from abroad by container ships, and pallets, which are used to transport merchandises, are ubiquitous on the island. Pallets function here as a symbol of the Creole culture that was built on a foundational act of displacement. Pallets also act as a visual metonymy for the foreign cargo that they carry into the island, the intersectional ideas of Lamrabet, Vergès, and Doorne. Gercara's performance recasts and reappropriates the beach as a space of transformation, of transition, of passage, rather than a space for leisure. Historically, the beach was a liminal space. Identities of the enslaved and of the white settler were transformed as they crossed the Réunionnais beach. The meaning of things that crossed the beach also changed. So the artist who is standing on pallets at the edge of this beach embodies the figure of the Creole subject as an expert of cross-cultural communication and reinvention. What this suggests in turn is that the performances of masking and mimicry may function as strategies of reinvention, constitutive of their own self-standing form of political expression. In addition, Gercara's deliberate choice to stage the performance on a black sand beach evades the stereotypical image of the tropical beach as an earthly paradise, which is an image marketed by the French tourist industry. The picture perfect is turned into its negative, a deserted, almost menacing black sand beach, which is more attuned to the reality of the island, where most of the beaches are made of black sand and rocks. Yet the performance does more than displacing the exhausted trope of the paradise beach. Indeed, within Gercara's personal mythology, the black sand beach functions as a metaphor for the formation of Creole subjectivities. Black sand beaches are created by the encounter of lava with the sea, and actually Réunion as one of the most active volcanoes in the world. White sand beaches, on the other hand, are formed by the erosion of coral reef. Lava stands here for the Creole people, new material in a state of emergence, material that transforms through its encounter with the ocean. As the territory of the island grows from this encounter, Creole consciousness too is proposed as an ongoing emergence that involves self and other, an emergence that is born out of the encounter of opposites. If there is a reconciliation at stake here, it is not the expected racial reconciliation between black and white citizens along the color line that was idealized by the lithograph. Reconciliation is a reconfiguration of the Creole subject's relation to the world, to the self, to the other, to the body, to the landscape, in a way that I would argue troubles the colonial archive of racial reconciliation. In that sense, the performance emerges as a decolonial practice. It moves away from colonial representation. Yet, and I'll finish with this performance to me appears most prescient and most valuable, not in its decolonial gesture, but rather in its enactment of the difficulty and incommensurability of moving beyond colonialism structure, be it the linguistic structure, the French, or racial structures, the black and white color line, or gender structures, the male-female dichotomy. Thank you.
Thank you, Zane, Ashley, and Axelle, for 3 rich and really thought-provoking papers. What a great start to our time together. I'd like to invite you back to the stage now, along with Miguel de Baca, who will be moderating our discussion. Miguel de Baca is Senior Program Officer at the Getty Foundation. He received his PhD from Harvard in 2009 and BA in 2002 from Stanford, and in 2017 and 18 was Terra Foundation Visiting Professor of American Art at the University of Oxford. He is active in the Mellon Mays Undergraduate Fellowship Program Network as a former fellow and advisor to the Graduate Initiatives Program at the Social Science Research Council. De Baca's publications include a 2015 monograph on minimalist sculptor Anne Truitt and the 2016 edited volume, Conflict, Identity, and Protest in American Art. He is responsible for the Foundation's Connecting Art Histories grants, among other initiatives. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much to the speakers. I want to thank you especially and congratulate you. I know there's always a little bit of, I think, a risk that's involved in researching and writing about performance. And it's not easy. It's not easy writing about people anyway, because people are complicated. So thank you and congratulations on your perseverance in these intellectual veins, which I think is really remarkable. So I want to start with that. The other thing I want to start with, maybe as an extension of this idea of risk, when I think of performance, and I know that each of your presentations thinks a little bit about play, but the way that I kind of come into performance is maybe through that idea of risk a little bit. And I always think of the really instructive example from Toni Morrison's Song of Solomon, which begins with a suicide, which she describes as a performance, and ends with another act of leaping, which is ambiguous, whether it's a suicide or whether it's a miraculous act of flying. And the flying in this case, this possibility of a return to Africa through the act of suicidal flying appears in numerous historical and literary accounts of the slave trade. Anyway, so suicide, this performance is a deeply anti-colonial gesture, a gesture of performance, and so I think that that's kind of how I think of it. I think of performances as risks that guide us to a kind of liberation. And it also helps me think about the extraordinary decisions that people face and make when placed in the face of really extraordinary political pressures. And I think that each of your papers alights on on that. So maybe that's the first question. I have a lot of particular questions, and I'm also doing that thing where I'm taking my time so that you're all thinking of questions. But maybe I'll just start with risk and thinking about what was at risk for each of the artists that are the subjects of your study. I have lots of other questions, but let's just start there. Let's go with Axelle first.
Sure. I think that Brandon Gerkara, which is the artist I was talking about, would definitely relate to this notion of risk, and it's something that they've actually mentioned to me. They were definitely taking a risk imitating these kind of prominent intellectual figures, especially Françoise Vergès, who is from Reunion and who Brandon was actually brought to know eventually in his career. So I know that they were feeling they weren't so sure about doing this, imitating Françoise Vergès and then meeting her in, public places and conferences. But it all went well, and actually Françoise Vergès really appreciated the performance. I think the risk is also that it's risking perhaps their reputation as an artist, but I think there's a risk inherent to performance because there's always an element of subversion in performance, and especially in mimicry. I think mimicry is always has this subversive charge because for a moment hierarchies are upended and there's a possibility of transgressing the established order. I would say that was mainly the risk in his performance.
Thank you.
Sure, I love that question, this idea of risk in the work of liberation. Mother art, I spoke about it a little bit, but they didn't exactly know what they would be walking into with these different performances. They'd told the laundromat owners that they were coming, asked their permission. They would know some of the people who would be present. But I've read a lot of the comment feedback, and it's really interesting to hear from people who were not necessarily aware or just didn't know what to expect. And so I think they were very nervous. There's a radio interview here at the GRI in which they talk about types of ways that they would just try to connect with people in order to make sure everyone knew what was about to happen, so as to not create concern or harm. So that's just on the immediate level. But I think for them, this project and a lot of their other projects, especially in the earlier days, were about being taken seriously. They were all quite young. They were working part-time, full-time, taking care of children on their own, usually funding this work out of pocket, and kind of broke with some of the pedagogy that they had been exploring at the Women's Building to move outside of it. And so I think, especially because this was probably their biggest first project in which they would be really connecting with the LA art community for the first time outside of that Women's Building space, the stakes were pretty high for them.
I have been sitting here trying to figure out how best to answer this question because it's one that, and I mean this in the absolute best way, it's one that I have not thought too much about in relation to the work that I've looked at. And so it is that being able to kind of shift that stance and go, okay, so what was the risk here? I've come up with a few answers, a few tentative answers. One is that in some ways there wasn't a lot of risk. That especially High Red Center and many other performance art groups, again, were looking at ways to gently intervene, to not cross lines that put them at greater risk. Some of this has to do with the inflection of Japanese culture. But I also think about the fact that there is a kind of very clever play of pushing it kind of right up to the limit of like, if we go any further, we'll get arrested. But if we just do this, they can't really do anything about it. A lot of the performances, not just of High Red Center, but of other groups like Zero Jigen, play with this line of what pushes it a little too far. Zero Jigen is a group I wish I could have talked about. They were especially known for their relationship with the body, the naked body, and their works. And there is one provocative work that I can think of where they walked naked with gas masks through Shibuya. And technically that was something that if they had been caught, they probably would have been arrested. They generally were abiding of those decorum laws. Otherwise, like I said, like I'm sitting here like the risks for Japan and for these groups in some ways seems relatively low, and I think that's part of what encouraged them to start doing it. Almost like, well, we've lost everything else. We don't have, like, what is there to lose next?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see your point. I would maybe push on that a little bit to say that my impression of Japan in the 1960s was in a moment of recovering from the Second World War. There was a lot of national concern about what type of nation Japan would be. And really, the 1964 Olympics and being on the world stage and really homing in on the idea of presentability and respectability. And so much of this urban redevelopment was that recalibration from all of the images you showed from the 1940s and early 1950s into a forward-thinking, progressive, antiseptic, hygienic, highly functional, technologically advanced metropolis, which seems to me that if you're going to put on a mask and lick a rock on the subway, seems to, I don't know, that's a risk, I think. And so, in any case, I think that it takes a great deal of courage to do that. Maybe to kind of extend that a little bit, Zane, my question, I'll just continue here. The theorists that you use to talk about play are all American, or I think there's one Australian in there, but anyway, New Zealand, okay, so Anzac. And why? I mean, are there like Japanese theories of play that might also come alongside these other theories and help you achieve a richer context for how this might have been performed or understood in the Tokyo context?
There are a few. One in particular that I'm thinking about is Nobuo Tsuji, who has written some amazing work on pre-modern Japanese art and play, especially focusing on artists that are eccentrics and who are kind of going against the grain, perhaps also risk takers. I think what is interesting about the research that I have done, in reading Nobuo's work is that there isn't a lot on the modern period. And then I think for many of us in the 21st century, there is a kind of immediate thinking about 21st. My brain is all over the place. I had 3 thoughts that just tried to all come out at once. Don't know if you've ever had that experience. One of the things that the 21st century has been called is the ludic century, where we have such advanced means and methods of play, and artists are actively engaged in that kind of exploration of technologies of play, of practices of play, of critiques of leisure, that kind of stuff. My experience of the research thus far is that modern period is relatively sparse when it comes to applications of play. It tends not to be looked at as a period of play. And that's part of what I'm still digging around for is the word in Japanese is asobi. And so there absolutely are people that are talking about it, but the applications tend to be other than the subjects that I'm looking at so far.
Oh, thank you. Lots to say, but actually I have, we're going to work our way back this way, then we'll go it this way. Actually, I was so interested in, well, I don't know, I want to ask about sort of love, which is kind of interesting. So it seems like there's kind of a lot of love in this group, and I was wondering if, part of this ethic is a love ethic, which is not about a kind of sentimental love, but rather a kind of attempt at generating a sense of agency through that, particularly for people who are marginalized or whose work is marginalized, who might feel themselves to be downtrodden. So could you just expand a little bit upon the radicality of love in this, and how do you get love out of an archive? You know what I mean? Because it's oftentimes it is that thing, the sentimental thing is the easiest thing you can read, but that deeper thing is a little bit harder. So that's my question.
Thank you, that's great. The radicality of love. I think I'd have to start by speaking about the collective nature of the group. These women did not know each other until a couple months into their program, and they all just started chatting on the side when one night a meeting went too late and everyone who their childcare was up, they had to leave immediately, and then they all just kind of continued talking from there. And that initial meeting grew into this really strong, really beautiful collective, and they speak a lot in the archive about that work. They actually created a little syllabus for a workshop that I don't think they ever did on working collectively, and they talk about the ins and the outs, but ultimately how working collectively can be productive and also fun and full of love. And the fact that they are still in touch, many of them, I think speaks to the bonds, the close bonds that they created throughout this process. And in terms of other forms of love, I mean, excuse me, the love for their children, the love for children in general, they were very careful to involve children in one way or another in most of their performances, or provide childcare at events, or involve children, like in the laundromats, for instance. They would bring specific things to give them and to talk to them about. And then I think this focus on Los Angeles, on these individual neighborhoods, is really interesting. Something that I'm hoping to learn more about from speaking with them is other forms of activism that they engaged in. And a lot of those things, a lot of their work started with their own questions and issues, but then soon started working its way out into their friends, into their neighbors, and into the larger communities, and then Los Angeles at large. So I think love shows up certainly in their actions. And then I think you can see that collectivity too. I have that one image of them all together, and the joy just radiates off of them. You can get a real sense of the playfulness and connection present.
Thank you. And Axelle, to sort of round it out, as you were speaking, I kept looking at the sort of the proscenium on the beach, the actual architecture that Jacques is performing on or in. And it's so interesting to me because when I think about architectures on the beach in these colonial places, my mind immediately goes to captivity and, you know, the architectures that exist on the shoreline specifically for trafficking bodies and other commodities. And that proscenium was just so remarkable. So, yeah, can you talk about I don't know if Jacques has his own word for this, or the design of it, or what do you think about this frame? I think it's so interesting.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think that the palettes really function as a sort of metaphor for the Creole people who were displaced and brought by the ocean onto the islands. When you speak of the architecture of the beach, I'm really thinking as well about the trees, because we can think of other shorelines in Reunion, other parts of the littoral where there are some remnants of slavery, some barracks or some cannons. But I think in a way the architecture of this particular beach also speaks of colonialism, as I mentioned, because of those trees who were not there initially, who were brought by the French and who speak of colonialism and colonialist, capitalist exploitation.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so now I will open up to the audience. There's lots of questions, so I don't know who raised their hand first, but maybe. Shannon?
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, and then we'll go to the person in front of me and in front of him. Okay, thank you. My name's Shannon Jackson. I'm from UC Berkeley. And as also a scholar of performance studies, I can't tell you how thrilled I am about this opening panel, being part of what is featured at this extraordinary event at the Getty. So thanks to all three of you, and thank you to Miguel. I have a side comment and a question. Maybe just a side comment is about the risk conversation and also the suggestion about performance being inherently subversive. I'll just say for those of us for whom performance is sort of a day job, we often think about not only its subversiveness, but its the ideologically conservative work that it does. And so it seems to me that in all three of these performances, so much of what is happening, it's the framing sometimes of the reframing of an invisible ideological performance that is getting reframed by the artist that makes it risky, about what it is to do invisible domestic labor, what it is to be a Japanese citizen who's behaving properly in the city, and that gets inverted or reframed. But my question is actually about the role of the camera in all three of these presentations. It was thematized in the second, but just to press a little bit more about the role of the camera as the documentarian, the regret about not having certain photos, staging for the camera, and then also the moment when, especially in the last presentation, the camera seems to be strategically deployed to make an art project, to make an art event, not only as documented. So just, the camera and performance, thinking about that dialectic. Thank you.
Sure, I can go. There was definitely in Jarkara's performance a very careful staging of the camera. And especially in this view, actually, Jarkara wanted to be pictured turning their back against the ocean. And it's referring to a Creole saying, Créole tourne le dos à la mer, which means Creole people turn their back to the sea, turn their back to the ocean. And this is, has historical, cultural meaning. Creole people coming from slavery, coming from the ocean, from the journey on the boat, which was a traumatic journey. There's this sense of living close to the sea, but having a very traumatic, complicated relationship to the sea. So Creole people don't really use the sea or see the ocean as a space for leisure. There's no, Creole people usually don't engage in surfing, even though Reunion is actually a big surf spot. So there's a different use of the beach and of the ocean according to one's ethnicity and ancestral background. And Jarkara wanted to refer to this. I just didn't have space to speak about all of this in my presentation, but it's definitely there, and definitely there in the framing of the camera.
I'll go next. So thank you for this question. I've been thinking a lot about it throughout this entire project, and I think specific to Laundry Works, they hired an event photographer, Hal Cohen, to come and take as much documentation as possible, and a lot of that is here at the GRI, excuse me, and reproduced in a catalog and on their website. And it's wonderful actually to have that much. Many of their other performances were not as lucky. And I think, so the title of my dissertation, the first clause, Laboring for the Camera, comes from this idea of performing for the camera, which is a very complicated idea. And, I think a lot about this idea of performance in relation to photography and labor. And I've really been struggling with those definitions. And I think that's something that will just continue to be open-ended throughout the rest of the project, especially as the artists and collectives that I'm dealing with bring photography into their work in many different ways. But I think what I've learned from Mother Art's very intentional use of bringing photographers in to record the events. Like, just think the use of the term event photographer in some of their materials really speaks to the fact that they wanted documentation to later share out. And so when I think about this kind of amplification and acknowledgement of domestic labor in their practice as a key goal, photography really plays that role. We see them taking out advertisements in high performance. For instance, the installations around Los Angeles of the Mother Art Cleans Up performances involve many different types of those original photographs, not just on the wall, but also they create like blow-ups of themselves from those performances. So you see it really, very literally recording and documenting something and then using that to reach many more audiences. And I could speak to Blondell Cummings' work and Merrill Lederman-Uckeles's work in relation to this ad nauseum, but I'm going to stop there. Maybe we can pick that up later.
One of the first things that I thought of in this question about the camera and photography is in Japan, post-war, an enormous and amazing and incredibly complex discourse starts to form around how do you take a picture, how do you capture the real in photography? And there are different sort of individuals, photographers that are interacting with that discourse. You might have heard of Doorne Ken, is known especially for his reportage and his many, sometimes contradictory writings on how do you capture the real. This moment in 1962 is coming just slightly later than some of this original discourse. However, I would be very surprised if the photographers, the people that were specifically invited to come and take photos, were not in some way aware of that. The thing that I don't know yet and be really curious to find out is how these photographers are approaching this activity of documenting an art performance, and if they are thinking about how do I, as a photographer, how do I capture the real of this? And if they're thinking in terms of specific theorists. Another one is Nakahira Takuma, who has a very different approach, an arebure bokeh, like shaken, like blurred sort of imagery that he uses, which we don't see really at all. But that question of like, where is the just kind of mere reportage or documentation, and where is that fingerprint of the photographer in this situation? And that is part of why I drew attention to the fact that like what we have now are the photographs. We're talking about the performance, but all we have left are the photographs. And in some ways, we'll never be able to step apart from those photographs. They are the things that keep the record for us. As I have been finding out, the photographs for the particular event that I talked about and the photography actually interfered with the event in a way that seemed to be working at cross purposes with it.
Thank you. Alex, I think I saw.
Thank you all for your talks. I have a question about the performance or scholarship as a performance. So, you know, your performing styles are marvelous, of course. It's more of a conceptual question. So Andrew started us off by thinking about where is art history going? So the ongoing formation of art history. I'm interested in the ongoing formation of art historians, specifically the three of you, and thinking about the unseen labor of scholarship, you know, which aspires to be visible as you're visible now, but remains quite unheralded and unseen in its very definition, and one could say in its very love, per Miguel's word. You know, it's always on an island, and it's a reunion island in the sense that it wants to unite with people like you're doing for us today, but it's always on an island, and the stage, which so marvelously in that slide on the screen kind of duplicates the wooden furniture and overall stage at which you sit on, is always provisional. It's a symposium. It's however beautiful. It's a makeshift. So my question is, you know, how have your individual studies changed, each of you, because you're performing and you're intervening and you're coming away different than who you were?
Now it's therapy.
See, I disagree. I think Miguel, my former student, more power to you. But I would just say, like, let's not partition. Like, I think, what was it, the personal is political? I mean, I don't really see a difference. The question is about your dissertations, respectively. Like, when one immerses, one becomes a different person. That's simply what it's about.
I can go. Yeah, I actually think quite directly about my own performance as a scholar and a researcher in the first chapter of my dissertation, which I kind of see as a prologue to the rest of the dissertation, and in which I actually address my positionality towards the material that I'm looking at. I'm doing research in the Colonial Archive, which is an archive of violence. Oftentimes the material that I come across represents violence against marginalized communities. So it felt needed to think of my performance in the archive and in the physical space of the archive, entering a hegemonic space in which I'm not sure I belonged in the first place. So thinking about entering the physical space, but also thinking about the sort of virtual space of the archive, looking at images, photographs of violence. And so I was looking at a set of photographs. I presented on them at a conference, and then I had realized that I was actually showing images of violence, came again to the photographs, and read all of this as my own performance as a scholar, trying to fit into academia, and sort of like neglecting to address the violence of the image. So I'm definitely thinking of my own performance, and I think this also informed the rest of my dissertation and how I addressed the material. It became clear that this was, for me, an ethical project that changed me as a person.
I think a lot about it as well. This is a very long process, one that technically starts before you even start thinking about the prospectus. So much of the work that I've done in my program and before, both as a scholar, as someone out in the world, as an art worker, as an individual, I think all contributed to the development of this project. And I, through this, feel very connected. My academic work feels very aligned with my personal and political commitment to feminism, and I think the journey into figuring out who I'll be talking about, what I'll be talking about, and how I'll be speaking about them has all coalesced, whether it's how I'm speaking about them today, or how I'm like moving through an archive, or how I'm emailing somebody, or who I'm speaking to as part of the research. And I should mention that that's not like a process that I'm doing alone. I have a really brilliant group of largely women around me who have helped support this project and continue to support this project. And I would not have been able to do it without them. And I think that just kind of realizing that that is something that is available to me on such a phenomenal scale has been overwhelming in the most wonderful way. So, not to be too embarrassing, but I guess a lot of life lessons along the way.
In addition to my scholarship, I work as a TA and as sometimes, thankfully, I get to be an instructor too at UCI. And we have an enormous body of students who are in the STEM fields. And they are all required to take some gen eds, and they come and they take art history classes. And I spend a lot of time trying to explain to them that the humanities is about studying what it means to be human. And I think that that is something that I carry into the research, and the research has carried into me, that we can endeavor and engage in a lot of things in the world, a lot of amazing different things. And at the end of the day, I'm an embodied human being. I have not just thinks, I have not just ideas, but I have feels, I have emotions, and I have needs, I have frustrations. And when I put together a presentation, when I put together scholarship, what I'm always looking for, I talk to people about it sometimes, I'm looking for some kind of spark. I call it that. And I think the way I envision that is some way to connect with the human and connect from this messy human to these messy humans. And yes, we connect via talking about the artwork of other messy humans in other times and places. But at the end of the day, if nobody walks out of my classroom or a presentation thinking, oh yeah, that's interesting, if nothing sparks, have I really succeeded in anything? And I may never know what sparks and what doesn't spark, because again, this is the only messy human that I am. I'm not any other messy human. I only know what's going on in my brain, and we do our best to communicate through that. But I guess I look at scholarship, and I look at all the activities around scholarship as an attempt to make a connection, which is one of the most human things I think we all engage in.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much for all three papers. I learned a lot from them. I think my question connects with the first comment that was made and maybe coils around the second question. I was just struck in each of the papers, perhaps most especially in the first two, that a certain construct, a certain idea, certain threshold conditions perhaps for the quote everyday were discussed. In a sense, Zane, I feel that you used the idea of the everyday to look on to a notion of the ordinary. I wondered, Ashley, if the everyday might be a cipher and perhaps even a form of delimitation or eclipse for domestic labor, because when something is routinized or made, quote, every day, that's one of the effects. And I thought in Axelle's presentation that there was so much in it that differed from, I mean, it was a sort of spectacularization of the de-everyday to a certain extent. There's an extraordinary mise en scène, there's an empty beach, a dramatic empty beach, there's a series of impersonations of intellectuals and thinkers and philosophers that is going on. But yet, there is some stakes around the everyday that you came back to through the historical analogies that you drew. So I'm just wondering if you could tease out the problematic of the everyday as it crosses through your own reflections.
Sure, thank you for your question. So I think a lot about the ways in which these, as you mentioned, the routine things that we do every day, how they have power, how we can ignore them or not, and what that means. And I mentioned a couple of times in my talk that Mother Art's focus on laundry here is an acknowledgement and a celebration of laundry. I did not get into a couple of caveats that I certainly talk about in the dissertation, where I think about what women's work is, what labor is in general. But I think with the discussion of social reproduction theory, which centers domestic labor, women's work, and this kind of division, sex-based division of labor that happens when we move from like feudalism to capitalism, that is understood as the origin point of like women's oppression. And so it is incredibly political. And I think that's something that the Wages for Housework movement in particular made people very uncomfortable with. You know, I was really shocked to find that like the New York chapter of Wages for Housework was, I think at its most 20 women, and they made a lot of noise, they made a lot of change. And I think that when you start to, you know, as you talked about a little bit, kind of get a little bit weird or like talk about things that otherwise we wouldn't necessarily be thinking about, kind of disrupt the everyday. That's when risk happens. That's when change can happen. That's when we can make connections across other groups and understand how maybe something that we take for granted actually could be the center of a massive change.
Sorry, I was listening to you and I just blanked out. I had all my thoughts ready to go, and then I was listening to you. I'm very bad at multitasking. I was thinking a lot about the fact that the modern and contemporary period are inflected so much by all of these complex systems that support and kind of create an everyday for so many of us that live. And that everyday, in some ways, eclipses the major things that are happening. I don't know about you, but we've been talking about the difficult first part of this year. And I think part of what has been one of the most difficult things about it has been that suffocating everydayness that feels like it is eclipsing these momentous events that are in desperate need of change and attention. And that I think a lot about, part of why I love to study the modern period is because it is so much of what underlies our present day contemporary experience, that so much of what we now are used to, the blocks of that, the bricks of that got put into place when modernization started picking up around the globe. And I think about these protests and avant-garde performance art in Japan in particular, and it feels like, especially given the fact that they're often set against the kind of futile sort of protests, political protests about big, important things, that these artists are turning to what in some ways is so quiet and seems so insignificant, but becomes this suffocating every day, takes off one by one. Berlant, Cruel Optimism is another scholar that I'm thinking about that talks a little bit and touches on this. Is it Lauren Berlant? Berlant, thank you. I did not want to misname her. Lauren Berlant and her talking about how much we slowly carve away pieces of ourselves to deal with the present moment in this optimistic looking towards the future, when in fact that is a mirage, that is in the future that we will never arrive at. And so that I think is part of, I think the everyday and the ordinary, I talked about it being banal and kind of boring, but I think that banality, that mundanity hides a kind of absolute horror, like a horror vacui that goes along with it. That in many ways our lives are spent much like looking at the newspaper or looking at a smartphone, not looking at. And so I think in some ways the everyday and the ordinary, as they have been constructed by modernization and are now a postmodern contemporary, experience, can be some of the most threatening things to us.
Yeah, I think of a beautiful Francis Beale quotation that, what is it? To die for the revolution is a one-shot deal, but to live the revolution is the much more difficult commitment of changing your everyday. Anyway. Yeah, Amy.
Thank you so much. Really great papers and lots of interesting ideas that I think have come up in the conversation. And I want to piggyback a little bit on this idea of the everyday and ask about the playground, which is obviously exactly the point where this morning started. And it really became clear to me when Axelle was talking about the beach and that creation of the ground. And I wanted to ask, especially Zane and Ashley, to think about the ways that ground, the playground, where, of course, your collective, Ashley, also created a playground. We think of these as set apart. In both of these cases, they are not at all. So in what way might we engage the ground in spatial terms, in terms of ambient noise, in terms of other things, as a kind of agent in the activities that are being performed by your artists? And if Axelle wants to talk about a playground as well, that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, certainly. I think you can with reference to drag shows, and how the stage is also a place of play in queer communities.
Yeah, I was also thinking when you were saying this word playground, I feel like there's a sort of reconfiguration of the playground. The beach is definitely a playground in Reunion. It's a space for leisure, for surfing, for tanning, and he's making it into a different type of playground where it's identity that is at play. So it's interesting to me to think about it in terms of that.
Yeah, I love this idea of the playground, not just as a literal playground, but as in spatial terms. I've thought a lot about this so-called division between like the public and the private, especially in relation to the laundromat, and Mother Art's work kind of continues to go out in much more like open spaces. So this is a really interesting study to think about this space that is, I don't want to call it a home away from home, but there are, I've looked at a lot of photographs of laundromats. I think a lot about Cristina Fernandez's Lavanderia series from 2002 to 2003. And one image from that series I'm thinking of now has a lot of plants in it, and there are things that like try and make it homey. So it is a place that kind of elides definition with regards to public and private, and that's something that Mother Art was definitely thinking about. It was a really opportune location for them to do this work within, but certainly not without its risks, as I mentioned before. And I think when I start thinking about the Playground Project from 1974, which was really their first collaboration, which also really involved their children, actually, I think a lot about how the Mother Art was very productive for them in terms of forming and being able to understand how this thing that set them apart from everyone else would be able to be the thing that kind of like skyrocketed them out into Los Angeles. But I think a lot about how the playground was in the parking lot of the women's building, and the photographs, again, with the children are, I'm a little terrified. You can see the traffic on Grand View, like zooming by. There's forklifts kind of like edging around these tight corners. Children are kind of like hanging off of it. And I started in that place of like danger and terror and fear for these children, but I ended up thinking about play as well, actually. In these spaces, and there is like a silliness and an openness to them that I think helped me think through some of these more like personal ways that you can act in a home that also show up in a laundromat, and that connection, that like allowance by speaking to other people in the laundromat allows you to do that. So even though like the space kind of people stay anonymous, as you were talking about in these public spaces, they're kind of breaking down of these public-private definitions helped mess with that as well.
I don't know if you saw my grin when you asked this question. So this stuff that I've presented today is coming from the second chapter of my dissertation. My first chapter is on playgrounds. And specifically on the fact that the playground, we're back to modernism, because playgrounds first started appearing in modern times, in particular in relation to the burgeoning urban spaces, and alongside this, you have people that are starting to really campaign for the health and wellness of children, and they're starting to research and develop theories about how play helps child development. And there are some amazing artists that are doing some amazing, I had no idea about Mother Earth and their playground, and I'm going to be asking you questions later about it. I look at Isamu Noguchi, for example, and his deep and abiding interest in creating playgrounds. But my second chapter is about how that boundaried space starts disintegrating, and how, especially as we look at the city, we find that play is starting to happen and invade the non-playing space, or space that is taken as kind of non-playing. And that division, that seeming binary of play space versus non-play space, first established by playgrounds in relation to that urban space, I think starts breaking down when we start looking at performances like that. I think that's part of the modus operandi is to challenge those sociocultural expectations of how a space is coded and what activities are appropriate in it. And that idea of play being a way that is subversive, inversive, doesn't destroy, but can in many ways create in these spaces. And I think that thinking about this in terms of a playground requires that sense of kind of spilling out, of like that boundary transgression and that kind of erasure or blurring of the boundary in relation to the space that is now being played in, and how play is, by its very nature, something that requires rules and then plays and bends and breaks them often.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, I'm Giancarlo Piconza. I'm a reporter for the Daily Sun-Dial at California State University Northwest Student newspaper. So I know Zane over here already covered a little for that question, but just to be cool, just for the question. So when you agreed to cover this event, what were you aiming to create an impact on the audience, not only now, but later on as you rise in your careers?
I can jump in. Just as kind of an addendum to the previous question about the unseen labor, the thing I forgot to mention is that, like, in the end, my journey is not as important as the goal of getting information about mother art and these other artists out there. So my goal here today is to talk about my own work, of course, but also to really highlight this collective that just completely blindsided me, and I've now completely fallen in love with, and I want other people to know about as well.
I think that I spend all my time, like, I don't know about the rest of you, I know that there's a lot of scholarship that happens incredibly, like, solitarily, and I have learned the hard way, and it can be very discomforting, but it is very edifying that sometimes I only am able to move forward in my thinking when I actually talk to another human being and when I actually start interacting with other human beings. It has been incredibly nerve-wracking to prepare for an event like this. There have been lots of highs and lows, but overall, part of the motivation of doing it, aside from bringing the scholarship hopefully forward, and then obviously the need to, as we move forward in our own work and in our own careers, to get something done, to get a dissertation done, to move forward, to get to become doctors, to get to then become teachers, become professors, become scholars going forward. But also, if I only ever talk to myself about my work, it's never going to go very far. And so, like I said, discomforting as it is, it's also incredibly edifying, and can be incredibly exciting to be able to talk to other people like this.
I think for me, one of the main motivation was to speak about the work of Hande and Jarkara, to speak about the work done by a brown artist at the very margin of the world, to an institutional space like the Getty was already a big achievement, in my opinion. So,
I think we have time for one last question, and I saw one in the middle here earlier. I wonder if that person is still. Hi.
Hi. Firstly, I want to say thank you for being here in community with us and sharing your research. My name is Savannah Woodson. I'm a junior honors art history major and artist at Spelman College, originally from St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I was just really intrigued about this conversation around dress and attire, and I know you all touched on it briefly. So with these performances, my question for you all were, how does this notion of dress or costuming help to educate the audience and further deconstruct ideas around decolonialism, domestication, marginalization, while informing their artistic and activist pursuits?
I can jump in briefly. So thank you for your question. Yeah, I briefly mentioned that Mother Art had a couple of wearables that they printed images of water, washing machines, things related to laundry on. I am kind of at the beginning of thinking about play in relation to their work, and that has kind of been my entry point because it is theatrical, it is silly, it is playful. They occasionally would wear like headdresses or these like masks made out of clothespins, which the children did not like in the first performance. And so I think, it was one way for them to just start to connect with people, for them to be like, why are you wearing that? Or like, what is that? Or drawing parallels between the work on the body and the work being hung on the clothesline. So I think education was definitely, and just the number one thing for them, but also just getting the conversation started. And ask me again in a couple months and I'll probably have another part of that answer, but thank you.
I don't specifically think about the material culture in this specific performance. I do relate the physical mask, the shedding of the clothes, to Frantz Fanon's idea of wearing a mask in a racialized colonial context and in the context of relations of domination. And I think Gerkara performs the decolonial work through the clothing and through the shedding of the clothing. I do think more about the relation between clothing and decolonial work in other chapters of my dissertation. I'm looking at photographs, and I'm looking at photographs of a queen of one of the islands of the Indian Ocean wearing a mask in her colonial encounter with French colonial officers, and thinking about how that sort of create visibility or invisibility, in this case visibility, around critical social issues of the time.
This performance in particular, with the face paint and everything, the clothing, it's all commuter style clothing. They look like they're the Japanese word is sarariman, from a kind of English phrase salaryman. But it makes me wish that I had been able to bring in other avant-garde performances from Japanese post-war art, because there are some that are really, really directly interacting with, engaging with, questioning these kind of things. I will give you just one, which is Yoko Ono's cut piece, if you've heard of it at all. If not, the performance was she would go to the center of a stage. There'd be a piece, there'd be a pair of scissors, and she'd sit and she would invite the audience to come and cut off fabric from her clothing. And the recipe for the performance specifically says to be wearing your favorite and best clothes. And she's done this performance several times, and I've kind of looked at that in some other research and scholarship, but in particular the questioning that she is astutely putting forward in terms of gender, in terms of and who makes these, who comes up, makes these cuts, who this idea of inviting somebody to in some ways do violence upon your clothing and yourself and the extension of who you are, and reveal your body more and more. I think that I could give you half a dozen other examples. We don't have time for it, obviously, but clothing and costuming, and I keep using clothing because so many times for these avant-garde artists, it is more clothing than costuming, but that doesn't mean that it is a non-zero amount of costuming that occurs as well. I could keep going on, but I'm going to stop right there. We can talk about it later.
Please join me in thanking our speakers. And now I believe we have a break for some refreshment. Rebecca?
Yes, thank you again to our speakers and our moderator, Miguel. I invite you to join us for lunch. It'll be set up just outside of the auditorium, and we'll reconvene for our next session at 1:30. Welcome back, everyone, to our audience here, and welcome back to our audience online as well. This is the second session of the Getty Graduate Symposium. We have just a couple of changes to the agenda for this session. Our first speaker today, Taylor Van Doorne from the University of California, Santa Barbara, was unable to join us today due to some unavoidable circumstances, but we wanted to thank her for the efforts that went into preparing for the day, and thank her advisor, Richard Whitman, as well, for joining us. And that means that our next speaker, Elizabeth Fair, will be joining us on stage, and she will be introduced by Shannon Jackson, both of whom are joining us from the University of California at Berkeley. Welcome, Elizabeth and Shannon.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Getty Research Institute. If you were looking at your programs, you saw I was supposed to be Margaretta Lovell. I am not. I'm Shannon Jackson, Chair of the History of Art Department, and it is such a privilege to get to introduce Elizabeth and to do so in Margaretta's stead. Margaretta is her dissertation advisor and had to withdraw due to illness. I have a text written by Margaretta, which, if you know her, we want to be sure that everything she wants to say gets across. She's really had to work hard to meet the 150-word limit in order to sing the praises of this really, really wonderful emerging scholar, Elizabeth Fair, who entered our program with an MA from Stanford in cultural history and a background in American foreign policy, as well as employment as an interpreter at Angel Island, the Bay Area's former detention center for trans-Pacific migrants, where she observed chiseled Chinese poems on the walls. Perhaps some of you have seen them if you visited Angel Island. A new kind of Americanist, she has broad horizons and exceptional linguistic skills. Her background includes coursework in the history of modern Turkey, Mao's China, Russia, modern Egypt, modern Iran, the geography of Africa, and the British in Afghanistan. As a classics minor, she brought advanced Greek and Latin to the study of antique art, and intermediate Arabic to her understanding of art and cultures of Eastern Mediterranean. At Berkeley, she has studied Chinese history, language, and calligraphy. Currently, Elizabeth works to record and understand the art, architecture, and landscapes of Chinese immigrants in the United States in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Her dissertation, focused on streetscapes, temples, and sites of incarceration, asks broadly how Chinese forms were replicated, changed, or hybridized in this new place. And I'll just add from my own perspective that Elizabeth has been a force in community engagement on our campus and off, including a very pivotal member of an ambitious arts-based partnership that joined the Angel Island Visitor Center with the campus of UC Berkeley. Her paper today is entitled Carving a Cultural Landscape, Inscriptions at the Angel Island Immigration Station. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for being here today. To begin, at the Angel Island Immigration Station Museum, a former detention barracks nestled into the hillside of a cove on the island, now a California state park, in the San Francisco Bay, the interior of the barracks at first appear unremarkable, the Douglas fir boards of the walls caked in layers of now flaking yellow and green lead paint. You must spend a little time in the space before you realize that the walls are covered in Chinese characters, poems that were composed, brushed, and then carefully carved into the wood. Over the years, filled with putty by government workers and painted over, they are now highlighted obliquely with museum track lighting from above, emerging from the walls as the putty contracts. The poets and carvers were migrants from China detained in this facility, the main immigrant processing center on the West Coast between 1910 and 1940, a center constructed specifically to detain and screen Chinese migrants who, as so-called paper sons, often used false documents to circumvent the discriminatory, racist 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, which barred all Chinese laborers from the United States. When I worked at the museum as a guide before graduate school, one of the poems in the second floor dormitory I read over and over again with visitors from a translation printed on a laminated card was this one, and here it is on the wall. This is my photograph, as are all the others unless noted. The English translation goes, "I used to admire the land of the flowery flag as a country of abundance. I immediately raised money and started my journey. For over a month, I have experienced enough winds and waves. Now, on an extended sojourn in jail, I am subject to the ordeals of prison life. I look up and see Oakland so close by. I wish to go back to my motherland to carry the farmer's hoe. Discontent fills my belly, and it is difficult for me to sleep. I just write these few lines to express what is on my mind." The author, a Chinese migrant writing anonymously, had had the poem carved into the walls of the long room, which housed up to 200 men in triple-tiered bunks. This is a contemporary photo, punched through with light from large barred windows with a view across the water to the cities of Richmond, Berkeley, and Oakland. On the many quiet days alone in the building, I thought often about this line and how recitation of its English translation, the Chinese characters embedded in the wall beside us, inflected our own views of the East Bay through the same windows, and how visitors responded to the juxtaposition. The place and its material presence clearly had an effect. It wasn't the words alone, though those mattered enormously. Yet why carve them into the walls when such expressions could be brushed onto a piece of paper? The content and the placement of the poems, and images as well, as we'll see, began to suggest that the poets were thinking about this as well, about the environment and its interaction with the walls and the windows and with readers. What effect did that have? How do calligraphic carving, architecture, and landscape work together? My interest is in tracing a few ways the materiality of these poems is important, to think about the possibility of materiality to intervene in history and memory, in part by seeing this entire space as a cultural landscape, one that serves as an integrated but polyphonous monument to a migration experience, then and now through the ways the poems teach us to see. To situate ourselves a bit more, here's Angel Island today. The immigration station is up at the top on the right-hand side, and it does face the East Bay, if you've ever been to the Bay Area, in that direction, kind of. Who were the detainees and poets? Mostly men. The women's facility as well has been destroyed, and there was a big disparity in education, so most of the poems that we have are by men. They're mostly from Guangdong, from the Pearl River Delta in southern coastal China, and mostly speakers of Yue dialects, or dialects of Cantonese. They're fairly young, often teenagers, as you can see, with a range of education, coming to work in whatever job they could find or could be found for them, often through family member connections. But they're likely locally taught in their home districts, at least some elementary school or middle school equivalent, and probably they memorized from a popular anthology of Tang Dynasty poems, the Tang Shi Sanbai. The Tang Dynasty of centuries previous was seen as a golden age of culture at this time, and poetry is the highest form of this. While they're at Angel Island, they have to stay within this cove and also in fenced-in areas. So here they're in the exercise yard that's attached to the barracks. Here's an aerial view of the entire facility. We have the administration building. The detention barracks are at the far right, that kind of vertical building, and there's also a hospital on view as well as employee cottages. This is where they would be for the entire time, and everything is segregated, Chinese versus non-Chinese, which is seen as mostly European, who have much shorter detention stays. There are people coming from other areas of Asia who also leave inscriptions that I won't be talking about today. As on this map, as you can see, most of the inscriptions are in the large dormitory rooms on this side, where they spent most of their time. Amidst 200 plus people, it's noisy, crowded, they're bored and overwhelmed with worry about their hearings, letting down their families, the effort and money expended on their behalf. These are all themes that come through in the poems as well. As soon as 3 months after it opened, government officials are complaining about the graffiti, including drawings, and beginning to paint over it. In 1916, they resorted to putting up signs in many languages, including in Chinese, warning it was illegal to disfigure government property. The detainees respond by carving. They're allowed knives from their luggage as a basic tool, and begin carving to look like brushstrokes with this attention to a variable depth that is visible here in one that was never filled in. The poems during the building's life, however, almost all of them are filled in with putty to smooth it over, paint it over, in places as many as 7 times. But now the putty has begun to shrink, pulling away from the edges of the carved out characters. So it's possible to see the poems as these voices are literally, in a way, emerging from the walls again as the paint contours to the characters. The immigration facility was closed in 1940, though used as a prisoner of war facility during World War II, and then abandoned, eventually scheduled to be torn down. But because of this irrepressibility, this almost failure of one material, the failure of holding together, the poems were rediscovered in 1970 and caught the crest of a wave of activism around ethnic studies in the Bay Area and engagement with Asian American and Chinese American history, a suppressed history which was often family history. The efforts of primarily Asian American activist scholars who saved it from destruction and lobbied for it to become a museum and national historic landmark. Part of this work, this preservation, the writing of history feeding back into one another, resulted in this major resource, the classic anthology of the poems that was first published, self-published initially in 1980 by these great scholars, Him Mark Lai, Jenny Lim, and Judy Young. Due to their work, the poems have been canonized in Asian American literature as a rich emotional archive of responses to migration and incarceration and as historical documents. I can't overstate how important this anthology is. I'm using all of their translations. Where I build on it, however, is to consider the poems as more material, most literally going back to the walls. I've pulled an example from a page here, but the anthology changes the lines actually from vertical to horizontal and add punctuation. There's been more recent attention to the materiality here. More recently, Charles Egan at San Francisco State has done fantastic work with others, including Wan Liu, of identifying, deciphering poems and other inscriptions on the walls. And just in the last few months, the Immigration Station Foundation is rolling out a map of each room and the poem's location actually on the walls. I build on this work to think about things like placement and scale, to ask how is the material, our bodies, relationships with space, our active making important to how we tell histories. Especially in a space like this with such power, what Lisa Lowe terms, quote, an alternative site where the palimpsest of lost memories is reinvented, histories are fractured and retraced, end quote. And the carving of the poems and the cracking of the putty might draw our attention to that refracturing and retracing and the stubbornness of material that resists smoothing over, an ambiguous history that draws attention to its own making and framing. To return to this poem, to take it as an example, this poem is inscribed in the wall of the second floor dormitory, right on the other side of that window facing across the water. It's about a view through that window, about an Oakland which he can see but can't reach. It's almost like he's writing a commentary. Our view here is changed. I see this view in part how he saw it or how he wanted me to see it. And the fact that it's carved means it's integrated into this view. The frame has become integrated into it. So I think we might see a larger, more integrated landscape of island, what we might call Ailun, as they called it, with phonetic characters, which includes the barracks and extends to and beyond the watery horizon, which the poems are showing us and actually bringing about. There's something about this view, after all, that we respond to as a complete landscape of building facilities and wire fences with lush trees and ocean, a crossing that they had made and hope to do again. The poems themselves reference the environment constantly. This one, for instance, the relevant lines, paint on the four walls is green and green is the grass that surrounds. This is a direct play on another historic poem. He uses the same words at the end of the line to refer to green. But here he's referencing actually green paint as the original color of the walls. In the original poem, it's referring to grass and moss. So there's a funny doubling happening, that the paint and the grass in this poem are combined together, the walls and the landscape, one landscape together. Ailun, as I said, Ailun is gestured to and embodied by this poem, and in fact we see here the phonetic spelling of this landscape that we're imagining. I'll also note briefly that this poem near the end talks about an army camp, which on this map you can see is Fort McDowell, the East Garrison, which was operational throughout this immigration period and was the largest military induction center in the world, and the US's only military overseas processing station, processed tens of thousands of US soldiers who were headed across the Pacific to bases there for the Spanish-American War and later and in the Philippines. So the poet is aware of their position here in a local instantiation of the US military and imperial landscape, which stretches across the ocean, but also extends quite literally into the barracks. The military was brought in to put down a 1925 hunger strike protest in the barracks against the quality of the food. This bleeding of building and landscape and imaginaries is also, I think, in images, which are carved here, which many people aren't familiar with. These are often carved less deeply. I'll do like a little tracing, but some have great verve and control of line. A cultural landscape here that brings the outside, the birds, the ships in, but also pushes a perspective out, renders the wall permeable, but also uses the wall as the means. Thinking about this as inscribing a landscape or using inscription to bring a landscape, a cultural landscape, into being, I was led by literature scholar Yunte Huang into looking at them through the traditions of poetic travel writing, Tibi Shi, poetry inscribed on the wall, an art form and memorial tool in China, kind of a vernacular version of this. So stele, as we see on the far right, were an important memorial tool put up in a particular spot because of a historic event or beautiful view, and visitors would be led to consider their own place in history and landscape, contemplating the past. Tibi Shi also embeds commemoration in the landscape. These site-specific poems are often painted with ink and brush onto walls or rock walls, but some are engraved, as we see on the far left, and function in a way similar to seals and colophons on paintings, if you're familiar. But the engravings, the carving style will mimic the brushstrokes in this much harder medium, but also highlight the depth, in this case with color. The relationship of these poems to their site is paramount, situating the reader in an embodied historical timeline, which could draw attention to the absence of the writer, for instance, to juxtaposing human lifespans, historical eras, the lasting force of nature. Authors wrote themselves and their culture, experiences, memories, and history into the landscape itself, shaping that landscape and its future affect the experiences of those who come after. So they alter the site and enhance it. It's now incorporated into a human vision, a marked experience for remembrance. Inscription is also a claim to cultural power in the ability of language to order reality and to bring marginal places within, in this case, Chinese conceptualizations of the world, as Robert Harris writes. This also relates to their use specifically of Tong poetry, using a high cultural art form as a way to push back against a criminalized status. Tibi Shi also focuses attention on material, as in the content of the poems, which point to views and paint color. The very act of carving called attention to the walls, to the part of the landscape that was theirs to access, remaking it in dialogue with the immigration facility rituals. And the medium they use is thus highly symbolically charged by this. Intervening and knitting a whole landscape together. I'll also mention landscape also turns us to the poetry's relationship with another, a related genre here, the tradition of exile poetry. This is the poem we encountered earlier that was never filled in and shows us the full talent of the carvers. This poem at the end talks of jade walls turning into a cage. This is a language of exile, of cages and prison walls. Exile poetry also often focuses on landscape and a view, a feeling, and each element in view has a significance for the plight of the poet. As in this poem, it also points us to an idea of an imagined landscape called forth through this one. The windows here, pacing back and forth, I leaned on the windowsill and gazed, take on another significance of a portal here to home, perhaps through messengers of the revolving sun and moon of the next line, or the commiserating waves at the end, the waves toss in sympathy. This cultural imaginary that both a landscape imaginary that both collapses distances and draws our attention to them. I also highlighted this fish, which is so dynamic, perhaps struggling in these tossing waves. The conversations that are happening that the permanency of the carving allows for are not just between poems and the architecture and the landscape, it's also poems and readers and poems, other inscriptions. It's important that Tibi Shi is also a form of public writing for an audience, and the Angel Island poems should be seen that way, as speaking to each other, written next to each other, but I think can be seen even more expansively as a dynamic network that interacts in many different overlapping permutations. They're connected in space, but also by the bodily performances of writing, reading, possibly speaking them. There's definitely an oral component to many of the rhyming words. And here, one poet reflects on the poems almost as direct speech acts, addressing and responding to each other across space and time in ways that will change as new audiences and poems reframe them. Over 100 poems on the walls, looking at them, they're all pining at the delayed progress. What can one sad person say to another? The poems here are envisioned as speaking to each other, offering consolation and sympathy, and their carved nature is important to this by carrying something of the physical presence of the author, the trace of his hand, but also through their endurance on the walls, able to be added to and modified by later responses. And also about how it can participate in a conversation with people coming later, who stand in the exact spot, literally and figuratively, and with people earlier, a collaborative yet temporarily unaligned community. The interaction with readers affects even bodies, reading posture, with scale. Most of the poems are similar in length and laid out in rectangular fashion like the stele, and one character per board going down. A few poems break that convention. These two are some of the most compelling examples of this, right next to each other. It's very difficult, you cannot see this, but they're in the gray right underneath on the first two, and there are actually 2 characters per board, so they're very small. It's a more intimate reading experience. You have to draw closer. It's right at eye height. Your peripheral vision is not great, and it becomes intimate and closed. And it fits actually how unusual the content of the poem is. They're actually morning poems. I'll put up the English translation in the building, and offers a compellingly different reading experience. Another example of playing with scale and kinds of memory is this carved image, the altar, which relates to an annual festival of Qingming, of caring for the graves of ancestors, which can't be cared for in the same way across the ocean. And we see another stele here, a combination of real size in the basket and the world miniaturized, a way of bridging impossibly separated landscapes, of making that soil of remembrance embodied here and in its communication with the dead. Between carving, scale, placement, I'll also mention that there seem to actually be different carving types on the walls, different styles of handwriting, if you will. There is a sense that the walls are speaking in different registers, softly or intimately or brashly or anxiously, through the visual and material as well. Cacophony, polyphony, voices responding, and further changing how we read, sometimes physically, and interpret. The fact that there are 3-dimensional carvings expands also the type of response and interaction in the material realm, inviting touch and copying. We know at least 2 detainees, Smiley Jan and Tet Yi, went around and wrote the poems down systematically. This poem is actually carved backwards, and it could be for a rubbing or an engraving, but suggests an awareness of memory and an interest in dissemination, and an awareness of it as material. Is it a reverse facing out to an audience on the other side of the wall? Its depth embeds it into the wall, sinking through it to the other side. The carving becomes a way of preserving experience, memorializing it, and how those memories should be experienced. Angel Island becomes a special, dedicated place of memory and community, a place of communal memorializing. And like Smiley Jan and Tet Yi with their notebooks, the impulse to memorialize this act of memorializing. The carved poem changes how we gaze into history, how people experience the site, and we now, of course, are participating in it in a new way, collaborating with these vibrating objects. I had one more slide, but I think I'll leave it for the Q&A to move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name's John Welchman, and I teach modern and contemporary, mostly, at the University of California, San Diego. I want to echo and acknowledge the organizers, Rebecca and the team, and the moderators, and above all, the speakers on this rather wonderful annual occasion that we all share. Hande Sever is a research-based artist, art historian and writer from Istanbul, who's part of our PhD in art practice cohort at UCSD. Hande's dissertation research examines the histories, stakes, and consequences of the negotiation of art and visual culture in Turkey with authoritarianism, military and social violence, surveillance, and censorship. Hande's talk this afternoon, Aridification as the protagonist, Kuzgun Ajar's eco-critical practice, departs from the destruction of a work made for public space by the Ethiopian-Turkish sculptor and political activist Kuzgun Ajar, who died in 1976 at the age of 47. Today's presentation follows on from Hande's article in dialogue with Nails, Kuzgun Ajar's Elegy to a Modern Man, published in World Art in 2022, which draws the striking nail-articulated work, which was actually awarded the first prize at the Second Paris Biennial in 1961, alongside questions of decentered modernisms and transnational and post-colonial identities. Hande's current research on Ajar is supported by a 2024 Arts Writers Grant from the Andy Warhol Foundation. So welcome, Hande.
Thank you, John, for the very kind introduction, and thank you for being an amazingly supporting mentor, and also to all of my committee members for supporting me through my research. My dissertation examines the destruction of public artworks by Turkish military governments as a means of erasing collective memory. By tracing the remnants of these lost works, I explore how their erasure constituted a form of place-based violence, one that not only sought to silence artists, but also to dismantle the social and political consciousness embedded in public space. At the core of my research is an inquiry into the lingering effects of such destruction and the limitations of restorative practices in the face of systemic erasure. Today, I'll turn to the work of Kuzgun Ajar, a pioneering Ethiopian Turkish artist and activist whose works were systematically targeted by the military in the wake of the 1971 and 1980 Turkish military coups. Ajar's Türkiye Reliefi, translating to Relief of Turkey, commissioned in 1961 for Emek İşhanı building in Ankara, directly engaged with the ecological and infrastructural consequences of Turkey's modernization. In 1974, the sculpture was destroyed by the military in retaliation for Ajar's active involvement in social and environmental justice movements, which challenged the legitimacy of these authoritarian coup governments. By the 1950s, Ajar had begun experimenting with unconventional sculptural techniques, merging enamel and steel through oxygen welding and incorporating industrial refuse and domestic objects, an approach that set him apart from fellow artists of the post-war period in Turkey. His innovative metal work gained international recognition, leading to his participation in international biennials, including Venice in 1957 and Paris in 1961, where he was awarded the first prize. By revisiting Türkiye Reliefi in the context of both its creation and disappearance, today I will examine the broader pattern of repression in which political dissent and environmental critique were systematically silenced. Through Ajar's work, we can trace the entanglement of artistic practice, ecological activism, and authoritarian violence, raising critical questions about the enduring consequences of cultural erasure. The Southeastern Anatolia Project stands as one of the largest and most contentious dam projects worldwide. Initiated in the 1960s and still ongoing today, this project has seen the construction of 16 dams over the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. While the Turkish Ministry of Development portrays the Southeastern Anatolia Project as a regional development endeavor aimed at enhancing the region's socioeconomic status by providing hydroelectric energy and irrigation, it has faced criticism for its adverse impacts on the natural environment, cultural heritage, and local population. The central idea of Southeastern Anatolia Project, harnessing the waters of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, dates back to the early years of the Turkish Republic. However, the project in its current form began to take shape in the 1960s. In the late 1950s, Turkish engineers were trained in US infrastructure development methods by the United States Bureau of Reclamation. They returned to Turkey in the 1960s to implement these techniques in constructing the Southeastern Anatolia Project. The project's approach was fundamentally rooted in river basin planning methods, which emphasized developing an entire river ecosystem guided by cost-benefit analysis. This method aimed to address competing demands for water resources through centralized administration and was inspired by the Tennessee Valley Authority model, whose vision and implementation significantly influenced the project. Kuzgun Acar was one of the critics of the project at the time of its inception. In 1961, right after the start of the construction of the Southeastern Anatolia project, the artist was commissioned to create a public sculpture for the entrance facade of McNelis, designed as one of the first international-style buildings in Turkey, and commonly viewed as the high-rise building that started the country's skyscraper boom. Inspired by the Lever House, a glass-block skyscraper in Midtown Manhattan, McNelis was the first high-rise building in Turkey with a glass curtain wall facade. Acar was well aware of the building's popularity and considered the commission a dream come true. It provided him with a platform to gain significant public attention, an opportunity to engage a broader audience beyond gallery walls. For this commission, Acar first chose to address the issue of aridification in Anatolia, a region increasingly affected by this pressing ecological problem due to rapid industrialization and mass construction of hydropower projects such as the Southeastern Anatolia project. Later, he based the form of the sculpture on an aridification map of Turkey and used scrap metal in its construction. Initially, he considered naming the work with a phrase closely tied to its concept, such as breath of the prairie or a breath to the desert. However, he ultimately chose a more symbolic title, Türkiye Reliefi, translating to Relief of Turkey, attributing the process of aridification to the entire country rather than a specific region. As part of his practice, Acar worked with scrap materials salvaged from refuse collectors in Istanbul, a material orientation that became a defining aspect of his artistic identity. While many of his contemporaries relied on imported art supplies to create their works, Acar's use of discarded materials, often retrieved from Istanbul's shipyards, marked a significant departure from traditional assumptions about the constitution of art at the time. He rejected the depoliticized language of modernism, not only at a theoretical level, but also through his use of industrial refuse generated by Turkey's rapid and uncontrolled development. By acknowledging environmental destruction, both representationally and materially, in his artistic production, Acar framed his use of recycled materials in explicitly eco-political terms, distinguishing himself from many of his contemporaries. Additionally, Acar's use of local language of industrial refuse to embed the work in a process of recuperation and recycling served as a critical reminder of the environmental and ecological impact of hydropower projects on Anatolia's rivers. Urban structures such as McNelis were regarded as the primary symbols of modernization and industrialization in Turkey during the 50s and 60s. It is important to note Acar's sculpture is not only a coherent ensemble of repurposed materials, but that its form and signification diverge from the dominant cultural orientation of the building. Indeed, Acar's decision to place such a conceptually and visually charged work at the center of this symbolic structure reveals the artist's deep commitment to an eco-critical program at a time when such a discourse was not only unusual and marginalized, but also jeopardized his very safety and well-being. In deliberately linking the pressing problem of aridity with the logic of Turkey's rapid industrialization, with the proliferation of skyscrapers as one of its leading manifestations, Acar implicated political and governmental policies in his ecological plea, drawing public attention to the extent to which Turkey's modernization project was being accomplished at the price of extreme environmental degradation. Thus, Türkiye Reliefi reappropriates the space created by the skyscraper to function as a public forum of sorts. It subverts the dominant symbolic form of the modernist high-rise, addressing the ways in which the power of the state operates through the conscription and administration of nature. Power generation is not only eclipses, but actively erases local history and culture, with megawatts amassed at the expense of river system degradation. Over a decade later, artists in the United States engaging with ecological concerns, such as Helen Meyer and Newton Harrison, began to center their practices on hydropolitics, focusing on estuary and river basin conservation. Meanwhile, in the mid-1960s, Hans Hake explored water cycles in works such as Condensation Cube, employing minimalist aesthetics and systems-based, process-oriented approaches to address these themes more broadly. Unfortunately, in 1974, Türkiye Reliefi was removed from its place and destroyed by the Turkish military following the coup of 1971. Acar noted that the government started debating the removal of the sculpture right after the coup. In a letter to his partner, Bige Perker, he wrote, quotes, "Think about it. They're taking down the sculpture we made for the skyscraper with copious efforts. People are infuriated by this act." End of quotes. Shortly afterwards this letter, the artist was detained by the military for being a member of the Metal Workers Union and the Workers' Party of Turkey, which had been banned during the coup. After his release, Acar suffered greatly as both he and his works were continuously targeted by the military. After removal of Türkiye Reliefi, Acar wrote again to his partner stating, quote, "I knew it, they'll leave no public sculptures made by me, but I don't think they'll be able to remove my name too." End of quotes. As if on cue, the military indeed forgot to remove the concrete plaque with Acar's signature from the facade of Emek İşhanı, while removing the entire metal sculpture, and the plaque stayed intact in its place until 2004. Acar's broader political commitments and his dedication to the specific cause of Anatolian Erdification extended past the production of Türkiye Reliefi. After finishing Türkiye Reliefi, Acar supported and paid close attention to a public-led campaign to stop the damming of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. These rivers are considered ideal for damming because of their significant drop in elevation and other unique geological characteristics favorable to the operation of hydropower plants. The original plan of Southeastern Anatolia project was immediately criticized by environmentalists and cultural preservationists and activists as a danger to the biological, ecological, and cultural diversity of the region surrounding these two rivers. Thanks to ongoing protests and activism across generations, the project has slowed down, but unfortunately their efforts failed to halt it, and no less than 16 dams have already been completed. One of these sites, Hasankeyf, an ancient settlement along the Tigris River, was in the process of being designated as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, but lost its accession due to the flooding of the town in 2020 as part of the Elissa Dam project. Water levels reached an elevation of approximately 500 meters, covering the whole town and displacing its residents as seen in the map. It is important to note that Acar was one of the only artists in his milieu to resist the tendency to conceive of only one perfect method, a single way to effect change through artistic expression. Instead, he actively sought multiple means to reach diverse audiences. He directed a documentary film about Erdification in Eastern Anatolia. He joined an experimental street theater troupe which staged plays in public calling for social and environmental justice. And he participated in community projects that sought to ameliorate failing infrastructures in Eastern Turkey. In 1969, he joined the community project Boğaza değil, Zap Suyuna Köprü, a bridge for the Zap River, not for the Bosporus, led by the socialist political organization Devrimci Gençlik, Revolutionary Youth, which opposed to the governmental plan to build the first suspension bridge to connect Istanbul's Asian side to the European part of the city across the Bosporus. Instead, they campaigned to build a bridge over the Zap River in the city of Hakkari in eastern Turkey to help the local community who were forced to cross the river in dangerous conditions to meet their daily needs related to their agricultural livelihoods and to access healthcare and education. After raising funds through one of the national newspapers named Milliyet, Acar, Devrimci Gençlik, and a group of art students from the Istanbul Fine Arts Academy traveled to Hakkari and built a bridge across the Zap River along with its community members. Named Devrimci Gençlik Köprüsü, Revolutionary Youth Bridge, by the locals, this bridge still aids the surrounding community. The legacy of Acar's multifaceted practice, similar to the remaining photographic print of Türkiye Reliefi, continues to haunt its audiences with a dilemma that is yet unresolved, as Turkey still struggles with the deleterious effects of the inequalities produced by its rapid modernizing program. A process which has been responsible not only for an equitable distribution of resources, but also for a steady and ongoing ecological devastation. Although Acar did not live to witness the catastrophic environmental disasters plaguing Turkey today, it is important to examine Türkiye Reliefi's potential as an artwork attempting to mobilize its signifying resources to activate public space. In this work, Acar not only acknowledged and allegorized the realities of environmental destruction, but also pointed the way towards a political engagement that he would follow up by other engaged means in the coming years. Indeed, the destiny of Türkiye Reliefi encapsulates Acar's eco-critical gesture not only as a work interrupted and suspended by authoritarian repression, but also as a call for a model of eco-critical practices yet to come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Hande, for your rich and thought-provoking papers. I'd like to invite you back to the stage now, along with Emily Pugh, who will be moderating our discussion. Emily Pugh is Principal Research Specialist at the Getty Research Institute, where she oversees the GRI's Digital Art History Department. Pugh is active as a specialist in digital art history and a historian of post-war architecture in the US and Germany. Her publications include the 2014 book, Architecture, Politics, and Identity in Divided Berlin, and essays for the journals Photographies and Debates in the Digital Humanities. Her work has been supported by the Center for Architecture, Theory, Criticism, and History at the University of Queensland, and by the Humboldt University in Berlin, where she served as the 2022-23 Rudolf Arnheim Visiting Professor. Welcome.
Close. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to both very much for two very lovely papers. And I always love events like these where we hear papers from sort of across the discipline, across different traditions and media, and seeing really interesting and thought-provoking and inspiring connections between papers that maybe on the surface you might not think would have so much in common. And, you know, we have a little bit more time in our Q&A session. So, and I certainly was sitting there jotting down some of the common themes I heard in your two papers. But maybe before turning to those, I could ask you to say a little bit more about how what you presented here fits in sort of with your larger projects that you're working on. Maybe starting with you, Elizabeth.
Okay. Sure, yes, great. This was the genesis of my dissertation project, which has started to shift a little bit, but began as thinking about Chinese American spaces in California and architecture and sort of architectural objects and engagement with cultural heritage and history and memory and how those are all working together. And here, it's become more landscape focused, I think, and trying to think about how architectural spaces, interventions in space, help us to see landscapes differently, and those always engage with history and memory and mapping social networks. But I have another chapter that's about temples, 19th century temples, mostly in the Sierra Nevada riverine valleys. And the objects, those were all purpose-built buildings for Chinese American communities in these towns that they built with local materials and local labor to their own designs, and then filled with objects, mostly imported, but with some local skill as well. And thinking about how that maps a different sense of what California's landscape is in relationship to lineage networks and connections to a landscape across the ocean. I'm trying to grapple with San Francisco Chinatown now, rebuilt after the earthquake. It might end up being too ambitious, but that these are all places where also architecture can be rethought. What is an architectural intervention as well?
That sounds really interesting. I'm looking forward to reading the finished result. And you, Hande.
My project originated with actually the photographic documentation of Kuzgun Acar's work. It maps more works that were destroyed by the Turkish military in the 80s and 70s, but that was kind of the originator. I still remember going to my advisor and saying, I know this work once existed, the only thing I have is this photo, and the whole project kind of took off from there. Where I mapped this generation of artists who were repressed and their legacies have been obliterated by the military. going back into archives, trying to find documentation or newspaper releases about these works. One of the first slides I had was a work by Semat Ojunar, whose work has been removed by the military because the military general, for example, called the work a thorn and asked them to remove it. So I'm also interested in mapping the motivations of the military for removing such works, which my dissertation analyzes. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Sure, and that I think leads to one of the first things I was thinking about as I was listening to your two papers, which has to do with sources and archives when we're talking about works that were either, erased, covered up, destroyed. So maybe you could talk each a little bit about what kinds of sources you've used, any challenges you've found in trying to write histories of things that maybe lack the traditional kind of archival record. You want to continue, Hande?
I'll go ahead. But I think I first started going into more art historical records and archives. Salt Archives is one of them in Istanbul. But I could only, of course, trace very few through their archives because there's very few photographic prints that remain of these works. So then I started exploring extended means. So the photograph I showed of Cruz work was taken for, I realized through the archive's metadata that it was taken for a newspaper announcement of the work. Mm-hmm. So then I started going into newspaper archives and searching for these works and trying to find the announcements, because even though these artists, their legacies have been impacted by the military coup, and they're not much known today, during their times they were considered very influential. So the newspapers generally reported their works. So that has been one means where I've been trying to gather evidence about the works. Another one that I've showed, which was from the Vekam Library in Ankara, are the postcards. So most of them, because they're public sculptures, they made it into also photographs that were not necessarily taken to document them, like photographs of general landscape of the city, etc. Right. So then I started going into those resources to be able to trace them. But also one thing that happens is as the military kind of destroyed all of this legacy, it's also kind of reading against the grain is involved too. Not everything I find or all of the information I find are correct. So I mostly end up fact-checking across sources and figuring out through that, I would say. And also, as part of my project, I also go back to the initial spaces where these works were taken away from and kind of document the empty spaces left from them now as well. Yeah, thank you.
Interesting, yeah. Elizabeth?
I think about this all the time in many different ways.
Me too.
Yeah. I think for this part of the project and some of the other chapters, I was really interested in using the material, object, space, place itself as much as possible as the source. And to use the words, to use their location and the fact of their existence as something to read as my archive, as the museum object to analyze. Angel Island in particular has been, you can supplement with things like oral histories that were done in the 1960s and 1970s, but it was a history that people did not talk about because so many people had come in with under false papers, and they were extremely afraid of being deported. And there was an amnesty program in the 1950s that also people were extremely cautious about participating in. It was the height of anti-communist feelings about China. So many people had never told their children about it or had any discussion of Angel Island as a place. The catalyst of rediscovering the site at the right time, that people are starting to, a second generation is going to college, becoming interested in these kind of histories that aren't happening, that they don't see, that would explain their own family stories, means that they go back to Angel Island as a way to bring that history out. And so they do the oral histories at that time period. So I'm also always in dialogue with him, Mark Lai, and Judy Young in their work in all the oral histories that they did. and the archival work that they did that's now in their papers. So their papers are collected in university archives, and they're really research paper collections. And so always interacting with that particular period and understanding of what they were looking for in order to kind of first tell a Chinese American history as well as this older archival object. I guess I'll also say for the project in general, I mean, I was told at some point that this was an impossible project because there weren't any archives, and I've really actually found that's not true. I mean, there are objects actually, and if we look to the material, I mean, the temples, for example, are filled with names and donated objects and extensive records. They're just not the kind of records that we might have expected, and there are papers that just didn't end up in the archives. And there is a lot of work now to try to get this paperwork into archival collections at universities and institutions, but they have been collected by Chinese American institutions since the beginning, and they've actually held on to most of these records. And the other complicating factor of it's in Chinese and handwritten Chinese. So.
Yeah, one of the reasons I think about this a lot, well, a couple, but one I think is as in our field, we're seeking to write more diverse, more representative histories of art. How can we not just think about archival sources outside of the traditional kinds of institutions, but how can we use those to even maybe like critique or critique or push against the kinds of stories that are told in formal archives. And also, the other reason I think about it a lot is due to my role here vis-a-vis sort of digital technologies of the archive. And so I can't help but asking to what extent those kinds of tools, whether it's sort of digitized materials, searching online, searching newspaper databases, how have those inflected what you do or how you, because I'm wondering too if when people said there's no archive, it's amazing what you can find on the internet. So to what extent has that, helped, or maybe even, in some ways, sometimes too much information is also a problem. So just curious how that has maybe inflected what you do or impacted it at all. Or is it so you're so used to it in a way you don't think about it maybe?
No, I think it's, in general, at least for my project, I mostly deal with scarcity of information. So that has been something that I've been trying to grapple with as part of my project, and trying to make information, also access information that's available that might be in the archive, outside of the archive. So that has been very informative, but I tried to use the internet. I couldn't find much, to be honest. And so it kind of required me to go directly also to these archives. Libraries use their finding aids in place and locate the materials, but also go outside of it and kind of also talk to people who knew the artists, who've seen the works when they once existed, or people who were also part of the same social organizing networks that, for example, Kuzgunajar, Semat Ojunar, or other artists that I look into were part of, and talk to them as well about the works, their installment. Not all of the works I'm researching have photographic documentation or anything written about them, so some of them are also, they only exist in the oral sphere as well. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I kind of wish I had, I don't know.
The problem of too much information.
Information, yes, thank you. It's a problem I aspire to. I hope one day I have it. But, yeah.
Well, and I also do want to say, as much as you can find on the internet, it is a kind of echo chamber where you can find a lot of information about things we know a lot about, and then very little information maybe sometimes about things we don't know much about.
Exactly. I once had a colleague, before I was giving a talk, she told me, oh, I wanted to introduce your project, but when I Googled, the only thing I found about this artist were your articles, and there's nothing else.
Yes, I think, I know many stories of those of us who have poisoned our own search results. We search for things, we find our own. So maybe another sort of coming out theme I saw between your papers had to do with both sort of ideas of modernity and how they play out, and particularly vis-a-vis the U.S. and working on a book about post-war U.S. critique in my own sort of exploration of the, I'm trying to critique the historiography of modernism, thinking about how the U.S. has tried to, in particular to deploy specific ideas of modernity, both here and abroad, and how that relates to questions of environment and ecology. So I don't know if either of you want to. It's kind of a huge question, I guess.
Okay. I think, at least for when we're thinking about the Turkish context, it's useful to go back and think about when the nation was being first established. The founding fathers used sculptures as a utility object to nationalize the public. So most of the sculpture existed, especially in the public sphere, as political portraits, busts, equestrian statues. This word is hard for me in English. So that was kind of the foundation of public sculpture in Turkey. And therefore, in US circles, whereas modernism is seen as very, in a stereotypical sense, depoliticized, in Turkey, it was adopted by artists to rebel against this figurative state sculpture.
I was going to ask about that, yeah.
Push against it. And also what I find especially interesting for Kuzgun Acar's work is exactly the polemic you pointed out, where he kind of utilizes the language of abstraction to critique modernization itself. And that has been very striking for me. I think that also mainly what pulled me into this work specifically, and look into ways also how he functioned as an artist in an extended sense, like going to these sites, working with the communities who were part of them, and bringing that into his daily life too, and being transformed by those experiences himself as well. But yeah, that's all from me.
Yeah.
I guess it's not modernism as we discussed, but sort of ideas of the
modernity.
Modern. I guess I'll say the immigration station facility was conceived as part of this new regime of immigration enforcement as being very hygienic, top of the line. The hospital is clean and new and will effectively screen migrants for this new regime of securing American borders. So it's part of that, a sort of new phase of US government regulation. Scholars have traced particularly the enforcement of Chinese migration to the use of photographs in immigration enforcement and these kind of modern technologies as well. The facility itself was extensively landscaped. I mean, to speak to the environmental aspect, like they had a gardener on staff. It was supposed to be a kind of full lush paradise, which is also a kind of modern appeal of California as well, of what California represents to people, what gardens are representing as part of the appeal of modern America and its abundance. I feel like I had another thought. Oh, my last one is, I didn't really mention this, but a lot of the poems are actually about also a kind of China modernity, the idea of the new China Republic, which is established in 1911, and what it means to be a nationalist in a new modern nation. And the poems are often enraged about the treatment of China during the imperialist era and after as a kind of weak nation. So they're also trying to conceive of themselves in this new modern era of nations and crossing borders as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And then maybe a last question before turning it to the audience. I couldn't help think of Miguel's question to the first our panel of speakers around risk. And you talked about it a little bit, Hande, with Acar and what he was risking and risked, but I think it was sort of implicit or slightly explicit in yours, Elizabeth, as well. I don't know if you had any thoughts in response to that question about what the folks in the detention center and Acar were risking and practicing the art in the way they did.
I think the risk factor also has to do with the conditions of living that also influence many of the artists that I talk about, because within the national framework, I mean, there's land confiscation, there's denial of genocides, and so all of them kind of, I think, informed the artists I look into to, they're aware of risk-taking, but they also see it as a fundamental part of their existence because they're against what's happening and they're affected by what's happening and they want to take a stance. So of course, there are certain risk factors associated with it. Kuzgunajar himself was detained, and after his detention, his career deteriorated significantly. And many of the other artists I discuss as part of my dissertation their legacies kind of disappeared in similar manners. So I think they were aware of the risks, but also the risk was part of their life, to put it short. Yeah, thank you.
I like that answer. I was trying to think of I think the risk is pretty literal in the sense that they're waiting on their deportation hearings or immigration hearings. They're waiting through appeals processes. They are warned not to deface a government building. They are physically marring a government facility. So the risk is pretty literal that they'll be deported. Most of the poems are unsigned, almost all of them. And so there's a very conscious anonymity that happens there. That enables different kinds of how meaning is read onto the poems and how they respond to each other. But they're conscious of this kind of risk.
It gives them an interesting dynamic that they're anonymous because of this, and then they function as you were explaining, talking to one another, the poems, and then to the people there, and then seemingly to future audience as well, perhaps, it seems like.
It really enables them to be read collectively.
Yeah. As voices.
As
I mean, not
voices.
like as, yeah.
Yeah, which has enormous activating potential. But also, you wonder about what the actual conditions of many of who are actually people composing the poems and why, which may be
are they always
unknowable.
the same? I mean, presumably they may not be the same as the people carving the poems, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So there are added relationships that we can't quite articulate in how that happens.
Thank you. Oh, all right. Well, let's get this going. Nancy was very hot came in hot. So maybe if we could down here in the front get the. Oh look. Wow. She brought her own.
Hi, I'll just start by introducing myself, Nancy from the Getty Research Institute, and thank you so much for this panel on these kind of apparitions of traces of works and material culture, and thanks to Emily for bringing us into this conversation so generously and eloquently. So I hope you don't mind. We do have a little bit more time, so I'm going to just ask one question to each of the speakers, if that's okay. And so Hande, I had the great pleasure of sitting next to you last night at dinner, and I've also heard you speak in another conference, and so I think I have a sense of how you're presenting this work. And so, you described this as a project about the destruction of art, right? And the paper that you gave, though, seemed to me to be about really the survival of the spirit that has driven this kind of artistic production, rather than, so I'm just wondering what this dissertation, or maybe just this paper, I don't know which way you want to take it, would look like if you actually were really writing and addressing the survival rather than the destruction. I feel like you do have an interpretational choice about how you're positioning this, if you kind of flip that on its head, which I see, I think that's what the paper was in many ways about the ways in which Ajar's work persisted even amidst and in spite of that erasure. I'm just wondering what that turn might do for you in terms of your work. And if I can just ask a question for Elizabeth, I really appreciated the kind of care that you took to frame the materiality of these carvings. And the question that Emily asked about archives and kind of pushing back, I kind of wanted to take that even a little bit further. You presented very clearly that there's this like monumental work by Judy Young et al. I can't remember the names of the other authors who really got into these poems and published them. It's a work that you are indebted to. It's a work that you are perhaps in deference to a bit, and it's work that you're in dialogue to, right? Dialogue with. But any kind of work, I think that plays this role of, trying to establish something for a community, and for, in this case, the Chinese American community in the face of great oppression, is trying to do a particular kind of labor, right? Is trying to articulate a presence, again, in the face of absence. And, I find that for those who come after, in later generations, and also from very different interpretational positions and traditions, we don't always want to do the same thing as those originators to whom we, again, have a great deal of, we're just really in gratitude to, right? And so I imagine that, again, for you as well, this applies to this paper, but also probably to your larger dissertation about the way in which you handle and respond to the orientations and desires of these foundational early Asian American studies, which, again, really important, did specific labor. Is that the story you're telling in 2025? And how do you then, how are you in conversation with those various voices? So, thanks.
Do you want to go first? I can go. I mean, in terms of survival, one way I like to think about survival is through thinking about the work of Zoe Sadmuzi, who is a scholar who has been very influential in the circles of scholarship on repair. Sadmuzi says, imagining a world that does not exist, but one that could be fabricated through attempts to repair historical harm and trauma is the act of repair. And I think what you're pointing out is survival, or survival of a certain work, is a condition that exists through actually my act of talking about its destruction and documenting its destruction and making it visible. So I am very invested in that survival effort and take it very seriously, so I appreciate the question. And I think through working in that grain, Zoe's scholarship has been very influential for me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question about how I orient myself to these scholars of a previous generation. It's something I grapple with constantly and don't have a complete answer to. I think they can't be avoided because they've done the definitive work on most of these. And in the case of Angel Island, entirely shaped how this space ever came to, enter any kind of public consciousness. And it was deeply personal work for them, not just in being part of the Chinese American community, but literally that Judy Young and Jenny Lim's fathers went through the immigration station. They position themselves very clearly in their introduction in the 1980s about that this is a rebuttal to ideas of what being Chinese American is, but they shift their own ideas over time as well, that their second editions are later. Part of where I've landed is that I can't do the work that they did, and I must do something else. I do one, and I'm interested also in what they did as an intellectual question, that how much of Chinese American history is filtered through this time period of particularly the 1960s, of the springing up of Chinese historical societies. There are so many Chinese historical societies and museums, this deep, deep interest in Chinese Americans in telling their own histories and what those histories will look like. And so I'm interested in engaging with that intellectually as well as thinking about that as a movement. But of course, trying to take my own position here. I have a pretty clear break from Island, which is that the poems are a product, or the collection is a product of how they collected the poetry, which is from almost like it's at removes. So they often don't know where the poems are located in the building. Some of them have never been located. They're from notebooks. They're from other recollections that have been compiled. So returning to the walls, which was a way for me to build on the work but differentiate myself. But it's a question I find very weighty, and I think you're right. I struggle to walk that line of the deference and engagement.
Thank you. Maybe Bert here in the, well, okay. Bert, you'll know. If you could say your name for the audience before asking your question, appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Bert Winter-Tamaki from UC Irvine. I really liked both of these projects, and I want to ask about how it seems that your research and your analysis is focused on the destruction of these works just as much as their creation, and maybe even more, and how those acts of destruction over time and through your work actually generate a greater sense of historical importance and even artistic value. It seems in a way that issue is provoked by looking at the way the putty in those carved characters has shrunken and then reveals them in a ghostly way that's maybe even more aesthetically extraordinary than they would have looked had that not occurred. But even in the case of the Turkish sculpture, the absence of them, it sounds like there's no material remnants whatsoever, and that kind of void seems to be very potent, and that you've explored it and you're still exploring it, and it's expanding in that void in a way that wouldn't have been possible if those sculptures still existed. Those are just some thoughts, speculative I suppose, but I'm curious to hear what you think.
Yes, absolutely. No, thank you for that. I think the putty and the shrinkage and the ruins that I kind of show on the wall, there's a deep poignancy that it adds to it that I think you're right, in a way makes it more effective, if you will, than if it had never been engaged with, never covered up. It lends itself so easily to a metaphor and a lyrical metaphor that can be employed in different ways. I struggle sometimes with how lyrical and metaphorical it can be, and whether I lean on that too much. But I do think the ruinous aspect of it and sort of the genesis of the project was how much visitors are responding to the visible signs of ruin and the visible signs of repression and resilience, and this back and forth that happens, and the way it mirrors a way of history telling, of the kind of reemergence that happens of these suppressed stories, of these family histories that are bubbling up outwards in the fractures, and the absence of the stories in the kind of ghostly sense. And I do think it's also lent itself to its preservation, this urgency, this sense of care that happens. I mean, the building's actually kind of physically preserved early on by the people who rediscover it, who do the work to kind of uncover, and this kind of physical process of engaging with the material and recovery and care is also enhances their interaction with it and its spread as a catalyst. I do also think, though, that the ruin of it feels often starker now, like you said, than it did perhaps at the time in terms of the actual material. I don't have a good ending for that, but thank you.
Well, the photos you show of it now in these spaces that are preserved, and they don't look like they did when they were used, where they would have been maybe dirtier and messier and full of people and et cetera, and they look so kind of just sort of empty and clean and but ruinous in a way, because they're sort of preserved in amber, and it kind of adds a layer to all of this, I guess, and that's what I was thinking of as you were talking.
Yes, I think that's right. This kind of suspended, ruinous, ghostly kind of place.
And then the poems are emerging from the walls in that space. Yeah.
Though it
poetic,
is,
to say the least.
though it is decaying.
Yeah.
Like it's actually not static, though it appears so.
Right.
The sea air is constantly, and the wear and tear and the visitors and just the sheer fragility of the wood means that it's collapsing more and more every day. So.
Hande?
In your question, you mentioned the concept of the void, and it is something that has really captured me as part of my project, because when one goes back to where Cruz sculpture used to stand, the whole facade where it was installed is now covered with electronic billboards, for example, that's trying to sell you, I don't know, a purse or a dress, etc., because they turned it into a shopping mall in general. So any type of clue to the existence of the work has ceased. Another one is Semat Ajunar's sculpture that I saw at the beginning. Her work was specifically made for a student activist who was killed by the police, and the work was installed at the exact place where he died. And the military first removed this work from its place and put it somewhere else. And then afterwards they came back and took the work altogether. And then now the whole square is fully remodeled and functions, again, mostly as a road and a boulevard. It used to be an entrance to a university. So all of these spaces, when one looks at the archival image or any type of descriptive oral history of the work existing, when you go to its actual place now, there's a huge void that greets you. And it's really hard to discern that void and come to, I don't know, certain research conclusions through that. So it has been...
I know we had more questions, so maybe we... Hello, Zoom people. We had an alarm here on site, and which, when the alarm was going, we couldn't use the microphone. So there was some talk of maybe going to the break, but now that the alarms have stopped and they're telling us not to evacuate, so we will maybe continue with our Q&A right now and go to break in a little bit, barring another alarm. Now, I think Jenny had a question, and then here, and then there. And please, if you can say your name.
Yes, Jenny Sorkin, professor at University of California, Santa Barbara. Thank you for these wonderful papers that are so well placed in tandem. I wanted to ask each of you to talk perhaps about, we are perhaps generationally entering a political turn in art history, in the sense that students of your current generation are more willing to be engaged politically in a more activist social justice realm than generations past. There's a real push to sort of relate to the real world and sort of pressing problems of the world and respond in a more compelling way, perhaps, than in previous generations. So I'm wondering how each of you might take on the fact that Hande, certainly Turkey has been through an authoritarian turn for a long time now, and we are in another one right now with the Trump takeover, and there's a kind of authoritarianism trope that runs through these papers in terms of about freedom or the unfree artists that are caught up in these histories not by their own design, and the fact that we are also, Elizabeth, your Angel Island is also in proximity to one of the most famous detention facilities, Alcatraz, which is also one of the the most popular tourist sites in the Bay, but a long-closed facility, and then also this new regime that we have that might detain people at Guantanamo Bay, which is a similar idea of dashing migrant hopes and jailing them. And so I guess I'm wondering, how do you feel, both of you, about taking on a kind of politicized space within your dissertation work? Like, do you feel you have this space and support to talk about or frame your work politically within a kind of contemporaneous way?
Thank you so much for the question. It's amazing to answer this after the sirens also. Yeah. Well, it was very on point. But I mean, I think at least for my personal background, so Kuzguncar was part of the Metal Workers Union and the Workers' Party of Turkey, and both of these parties were banned during the coup, but they didn't cease to exist. They continued after the coup, so we have a long tradition of activism through them, and many artists still also organize through them, so it has been a long-standing interest of mine. But definitely the eco-critical stance he took in his work really surprised me, coming from the 60s as I don't know, a mirror to the future, almost, was really striking for me. And in that way, I think, coming from my generation, it made me really connect to it in terms of the problems we're ecologically also facing on top of authoritarian repression now in Turkey. And in terms of support, by my department, I do have support through my department, but when I go back to do field research, for example, that I wouldn't be able to say that's correct. There's a new law in Turkey that forbids you to take, for example, photographs in public spaces of certain sculptures or monuments or architectural spaces, because the government is very controlling about what type of information gets out about Turkey and what gets to be documented and talked about. So last summer when I was back for field research, I had to go to my friends who are now lawyers and saying like, okay, they're saying I need to get permissions from the municipal authority to take a photo of this work. How much of my actual research do I need to disclose so I don't go to jail? And that's a very real question for us, and it still continues. So thank you for that question.
Yes, thank you for the question. The political aspect of this project was an important reason I was drawn to it. I don't really think of myself as having an activist temperament, and I think when I did practice versions of this talk, I was asked to connect more directly to contemporary events, which I'm sometimes reticent to do, because I feel that they speak for themselves in a way, and I'm always feeling like the historical context ends up being important, but I do feel that this work ends up, it's felt more urgent to me than ever, which I honestly was kind of surprised by. Sometimes I feel, is academic work too divorced from the real world, and it doesn't feel that way for some reason. I do feel a strong sense that it should be talked about more and shared more. I mean, not just me necessarily, but Angel Island in general and Chinese American history in general. I mean, there's so many connections to the migrant camps of the previous Trump administration, but all the deportations ongoing under Biden, and then the roundups and the raids today, which is just, it's part of California ethnic studies history and has been throughout. And so that history has always been political and important to commenting on the current crisis. That's an ongoing crisis. But also aspects of birthright citizenship, which is now a hot button issue again, which is a direct result of a Chinese American Supreme Court case. These are all linked and part of this history. I think I feel a stronger urge more than ever to present this work in a variety of spaces, I guess, and have these discussions here, but also in Chinese American organizations, but other like classes, undergraduate classes or other high school classes. I mean, I started out doing this work as public history at a California state park. One thing about Angel Island that I find I return to again and again is how it resists a smoothing over of an immigration narrative. Despite everyone's efforts to compare it as an Ellis Island or to talk about a progressive narrative of immigration, it is like a pebble in the shoe, like it won't be smoothed over in a kind of way, and I think returning to it again and again and with many different audiences has been one way for me to channel my frustrations and despairs about current political climates. And I've had far less pushback on it than might be expected with a variety of audiences.
Thank you. Question down in front here.
Hi, thank you both for your presentations. My name is Richard Zhang, and I have a quick comment and a question. Thank you for showing both the Chinese and the English writing. I had never seen the Angel Island poetry before, and it helped to see both languages. My question is about the Mesopotamian dams. Is that part of an anti-Kurdish policy on the Turkish government's part?
Could you expand on what you mean by the Mesopotamian dams?
The dams on the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, is that, the local population is Kurdish, aren't they?
It's mixed. It's Armenian, Kurdish, Assyrian. There's many people from many ethnic backgrounds who live there. So there's many forms of dances that are practiced in there as well.
Not dances, dams. Is that dam project, is that an anti-Kurdish policy?
Sorry, I got very confused.
Anti-indigenous, anti-Kurdish policy.
Trying to connect to you.
I'm sorry I didn't clear it up. I wasn't.
So the Mesopotamian dams, are they being constructed to push against the Kurdish population?
I always understood that the local population was mainly Kurdish in that area in southeast Turkey.
I mean, there was the Armenian genocide, so many populations who were indigenous to that region also got displaced, and now it is predominantly Kurdish. And definitely, the construction of the dams do affect the local communities there, and it is also to their detriment because they get displaced through it. And whereas the government tries to, what would you call it? Represented as, we're bringing you jobs and electricity and industrial endeavors, etc., that's a false narrative. And a lot of the people who are indigenous to the region do get displaced through it and end up also in parts of Turkey or elsewhere where they do not feel belonging to. And specifically, Hasankeyf, for example, had an community that spoke a very specific dialect of Arabic that is not spoken anywhere else. And for example, that community got fully displaced and the dialect is facing extinction, for example. Yeah. So it has very significant consequences. Yeah.
Thank you. Here in the center? No need to apologize.
Hi, my name is Natalie Zhang, and I'm going to be speaking in the next panel. I'm representing UCLA, and I have a question for Elizabeth. So it touches upon our earlier discussion of risk as well as authorship. So you mentioned that there are more anonymous poems carved on the walls in Angel Island because of the very obvious threat of being arrested. But you've also shown a slide where a detainee identifies himself, I think their last name was Gok. And I was just wondering, have you noticed any differences or shifts in tone or even subject matter, mood, in those poems where the author is named? Because just based on the examples that you have shown us, these unnamed poems generate this sense of solidarity, this collective melancholy, a lot of inner subjectivity going on. I'm curious if the authors who dared to reveal their identities, were they more like incendiary in their messages? So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say the variety of the poems is actually much greater than I really conveyed here. And I mean, truly, I think there are maybe 3 out of 200 that are, I mean, it's a very small number, and they've never—
That are signed.
That are signed, yeah. The ones that are signed, this is a good question. I would say tend to be very invested in the poetic milieu that they're, the conventions that they're drawing on, the like swimming in genre of Tang Dynasty poetry, I think. It feels to me more like a kind of show of education than explicitly political. I'll say a big outlier that's not, it's not individually signed, but it's signed by the Gigi Hui, which is, there was a group that organized of long-term detainees, a kind of self-determination association that kind of governed the detainees while they were there, and they signed a poem that was about supporting China in the 1930s against Japanese aggression. So these kind of nationalist sentiments often are more associated with, in this case, with a particular organization that has that particular bent. But the poems range very widely in talking about, I mean, these kind of nationalist questions, but also thinking about home, disappointment, the amount of money that's spent, but also quotidian problems of detention, of theft, of changing beds, and these and as well as what we saw that comment on the landscape particularly. So I don't know that I could build a whole argument around this. I mean, one thing that I do find interesting is that there's another room where someone who signed their name, and I'm forgetting the name now, but he used mostly a running script. So he uses a different script from what we saw today, which is a mostly kind of clerical style, very kind of upright and clear, for a more almost kind of cursive style. And so that's a more personal take as well that I want to think about more. So, thanks.
Thank you for elaborating.
There's a question up there, and then down to John, and then here. So in the back there.
Maria Evangelatou, University of California, Santa Cruz. Thank you both very much for really rich papers. In my mind, there is a common thread between the two of you, and that is you are undertaking restorative justice projects, in a sense, and you are collaborating with the original creators, which is really moving. And I guess it also comes with a lot of potential, responsibility, and risk on your part. So I wonder what feelings or thoughts emerge from these conditions for you while you do the research. So that's a general comment that could be taken as a question as well. And then I also have a question for Elizabeth in particular. You mentioned that the carvings of the poems were filled in with putty. Some of them, are they still covered with putty? And have there been any discussions about revealing them all? And if not, why? Like, has there been any plan to restore them all? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. To the last question about the putty, because I can answer that. There's only those 2 that I showed that haven't been filled in. So all of them were filled in with putty and painted over, many layers of paint. It's lead-based paint, and they have to do a kind of hazard special movement, or removal to do it. And it's still quite delicate. So it's too expensive, especially for California state parks. Though I think the foundation, which is a separate organization, has gotten a grant, but they're mostly used. It's like $1 million. It's nothing for a project like this. And the other aspect of it is that I didn't talk about the other inscriptions, but I did show a slide that has painted, like inked characters. They don't actually know what's under all of the layers, and they are worried about removing other inscriptions. And there are inscriptions on top of the paint as well. There are pencil markings, mostly from Japanese prisoners of war during World War II. There are other inscriptions throughout the building at different eras. So it seems like it might be a kind of impossible project to fully uncover in that kind of way. And it does, you would ask the question of what period or what are you restoring it to? Did it ever exist that way to begin with? A few of the characters have been uncovered to show more of kind of the putty and what they originally looked like. But right now, a speculative idea mainly. In terms of, responsibility and risk, thank you for the question. It's something that I think about a lot, mostly in terms of responsibility, as kind of Nancy already commented on, that to the people who created the works and the people who've continued to engage with them, and how I can do this responsibly and with gratitude, but I guess a risk of being an expert and feeling like I'm the one speaking for this is something that I also try to navigate as well. But.
I just wanted to say thank you for bringing up restorative justice. It's, I don't know, at least made me very happy to hear that my work was read in this sense by you. It's very generous of you. Thank you for bringing it up. And in terms of the risk and responsibility, I think it's still something that I'm grappling with as I continue this project, so I won't be able to give a conclusive one-sentence answer to it. But overall, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated your comment, and it will stay with me. Thank you.
John, and then...
Just a couple of quick thoughts, maybe to both of you, and I don't know if they'll be generative, use them or not. But I was thinking, Hande, first of all, I wouldn't normally ask this question, but we have a little bit more time in today's event. So I actually thought it might be quite interesting if you could just say a few words about how it is that your visual practice as an artist connects and moves through these issues in different ways, because on my reading at least it does quite profoundly. And then secondly, for Hande, I know that in order to think through some of the questions that have already arisen around social justice, responsibility, risk, and so on, you have employed the term necropolitics. And I wonder if that's something you might want to open up just a little bit. And for Elizabeth, just quickly, a really simple question, and an obvious one that I'm sure you've thought about, but I was, just naturally not knowing much about your subject area, I was just thinking and wondering how you might have thought the inscriptions in this location in relation to the history of graffiti and the discourse on graffiti. And more specifically, I was wondering, because this is something I have done a bit of research on, I was wondering how a comparative might be staged with other scenes of incarceration in California, and I'm thinking particularly of the Japanese American relocation centers, including Manzanar, which was represented so interestingly from the outside by Dorothea Lange, by Ansel Adams, by others, but represented from the inside, not actually, I think there was some graffiti, but it was mostly represented by a series of drawings and most forcefully by smuggled cameras in which Toyo Miyatake and various others produced this extraordinary repertoire of images representing the camps from the point of view of those who lived in them. And I don't know if your research has come into contact with that or if that's an interest. Anyway, just a couple of things on either side.
I'll go ahead. I mean, I should remember necropolitics have been very influential on my research, but I think specifically for my dissertation, I think about necropolitics through the scholarship of Bauno Bargo, who's also a colleague of our faculty joining from UC Santa Cruz. Bauno Bargo has published a book, Starve and Immolate, Politics of Human Weapons, which probes these questions related to necropolitics in the context of Turkey. So that has been what I've been mostly thinking through in terms of parsing out my dissertation. In terms of my perspective as a practitioner, coming into the program also, most of my practice is informed by historical inquiry, and art historical inquiry is part of it. One interesting aspect about the coup in Turkey is that the coup leader, for instance, once the coup government was gone in the 90s, he refashioned himself as a painter, for instance, and became a painter. A lot of the art institutions, larger art institutions that are owned by, I don't know, industrious conglomerates, they would own the coup leader's painting in their collections, for example. And these are kind of the subjects and the liminal spaces I explore as part of my practice that also informs my dissertation and my approaches. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I've thought somewhat about graffiti. I think there are some really instructive comparative cases, especially with other immigration sites. There are immigration detention facilities in Australia, but there are also ones in Seattle that have graffiti that it's often a different kind of writing practice, but there is a definite relationship in this idea of claiming space, of reshaping space, of pushing back against the actual kind of facility and spaces of enforcement here. One crucial difference that I see is that the detainees actually don't really see themselves in a kind of outside the law realm that might be attributed often to graffiti, and graffiti artists in particular. They are, and that's an interesting tension. It's true that a graffiti that goes explicitly against authority, many of the Chinese detainees are interested in portraying themselves as going about this the right way, as being highly cultured, as being from a nation that should be respected, and that they are actually, their detentions are so long because they are going through a formal appeals process that takes months and months and months. So they're using American law firms to appeal these cases higher and higher, So, and that is partially why I see their works as more related to a different kind of inscription in the landscape, which is interesting. In terms of Japanese American internment, I am very interested in this. There are similarities and interests in a kind of, I say adaptation, but sort of interventions in space, in taking an institutional space that's been given to you and remaking it for yourself, that I think is very pressing. I think the Chinese American activists of the time period see also the way that Japanese Americans engaged with the memory of these sites and how they used it for political ends as very instructive for them. Particularly the pilgrimage to Manzanar, which happened every year for decades before Manzanar became a National Historic Park, was very inspirational, I think, as part of a wider discourse in Asian American history, to Chinese American historians as well. So in that sense, the two spaces as both being sites of memory, they're both quote unquote sites of conscience, which is a kind of formal designation as well. That relationship is particularly interesting to me.
We had one more question over here. Yeah, that's you.
Thank you.
You could say your name.
I'm Alina Lugovska. I'm a master's student from University of California, Riverside. And I was particularly struck, I guess that was pointed out already by multiple people, but the sort of the state violence that both of your projects center. And I'm sure it probably evokes a lot of anger in you, seeing all this work destroyed or all these lives destroyed by different governments. And I was wondering, what do you do with this sort of feelings that this kind of history evokes in you? So that's kind of my question.
It's a hard one. I mean, it's also sometimes you cannot deal with them too. You know, I had a conference talk once. I fully broke down, and so it's not also always keeping yourself together and making it true, but also embracing the pain it brings to you to be able to continue the work you're doing. So I think the anger and the pain has been also very informative for me in terms of pursuing this work. Yeah.
I agree completely with that answer. For me, it's also been talking to other people who are invested in this history and having those conversations, but also finding channels to continue doing work, often beyond the academy, for what I find is important, and that is sometimes activist work, but sometimes is what might be considered a different kind of archival or activist work, but archival work or work with organizations.
Well, I really want to thank the two of you for spending so much time up here answering questions. I think it's a real testament to both how rich your projects are and how much dialogue between them there is. And for that, I want to acknowledge Rebecca in putting this panel together, because that has created this really rich conversation. But I want to finish by thanking both of you and thanking the audience. So thanks both for your papers. And now we have coffee in the...
Yes, we have a 30-minute, 40-minute coffee break. Thank you for sticking with us through the alarm. We'll meet back here at 4 o'clock for session 3. Welcome back, everyone, to our audiences here and online. We're ready to begin our third session this afternoon, starting with our first speaker, Elissa Waters, who will be introduced by Amy Ogata, both joining us from the University of Southern California. Welcome, Elissa and Amy.
Okay, thank you all for remaining here in this room with us today, and I want to thank once again the GRI staff and the Getty people who have put on this amazing day again. I'm delighted to introduce Elissa Waters, who's a PhD candidate in her 4th year at USC. Elissa is a specialist of 20th century European and US art and visual culture, especially printmaking. She graduated with a BA from Dartmouth College and received an MA from Williams College. She is currently, this month, the Rifkind Scholar in Residence at LACMA. And between 2018 and 2021, she served as the Florence B. Selden Fellow at Yale University Art Gallery. And she's created exhibitions for the Clark Art Museum, the USC Fisher Museum, the Brattleboro Art Center. And she's also, in addition to all of this, published already in Word and Image, among other museum-related venues. So her talk today derives from her dissertation on a group of German artists called the Cologne Progressives, who were active in the interwar period. And I should say that this is a project that is also directed, or mostly directed, by my colleague Megan Luke, who is now teaching in Germany at the University of Tübingen. But I am thrilled to be part of it, and I want to extend a very warm welcome to Elissa Waters.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Amy, and thank you all for staying until our last session. And thank you, I'll just reiterate, a thank you to the Getty and to the GRI for organizing this symposium. Process as politics, the collective practice behind Gerhard Arndt's photo collages. In 1934, a year after Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, cultural critic Walter Benjamin declared that no modern artists had sufficiently transformed their means of production to achieve social change. Quote, it has been one of the decisive processes of the last 10 years in Germany that a considerable proportion of its productive minds have passed through a revolutionary development in their attitudes without being able simultaneously to rethink their own work, their relation to the means of production, or their technique in a really revolutionary way, unquote. I disagree. These 4 collages, mounted to a single sheet that's about 13 by 17 inches, didn't change any large-scale production practices, but they did demonstrate the transformation of artistic practice at a local scale among a radical group of artists in the 1920s and early 30s, known as the Cologne Progressives. Taking up Michel de Certeau's distinctions between institutional strategies of organizing power and non-institutional tactics of disrupting established systems, I argue that alternative methods of print production can restructure social relations and mount political interventions. The larger stakes of my project are reconceiving the relationship between print production and political praxis, and reconceptualizing socialist print in interwar Central Europe in a way that can potentially be applied to other instances of socio-political struggle and repression. Arndt's photo collages, I argue, locate political resistance in small-scale print practice made for a limited audience. These singular photo collages hung in Arndt's home and remain with the estate to this day. Their mechanisms of production differ from those of Arndt's graphic designs for the visual education project Isotype and other visual materials produced on a large scale for a broad audience, including official political propaganda. In 1926, Casimir Hagen, a post office clerk turned art collector, hosted an exhibition titled New Art, Old Art at his newly opened Richmond Gallery in Cologne, Germany. A small catalog, little bigger than one's hand, accompanied the exhibition. It featured the portraits of 8 contemporary artists, a short statement by each, and a few illustrations of each artist's exhibited work. And here are a few of the pages on Arndt's. Shortly after the catalog's publication, Arndt's cut it up. Specifically, he cut out the catalog illustrations and reassembled select fragments to create 4 collages that he pasted down on a single paper support, framed, and hung in his house. Each collage incorporates a portrait of one of Arndt's artist friends with a partial image of 1 or 2 of their paintings. In what follows, I'll show how these photo collages upend established mechanisms of production, including distinctions between photography and painting, representation and non-representation, and creator and viewer. Let me zoom out for a moment and give you a sense of the modern history of glued photographic composites and how Arndt's photo collages fit and don't fit within this history. The most common term for photographic composite practices is photomontage. However, I borrow Lucy Lippard's term photocollage to distinguish between the inherently reproductive nature of combining negatives, photomontage, and the inherently singular nature of physical cut and paste techniques, photocollage. By these definitions, many works typically known as photomontages are in fact photocollages, even if they are then reproduced through photomechanical reproduction. Think, for example, of John Hartfield's illustrations for AIZ, or the Workers' Illustrated magazine in the late 20s and early 30s. Critics of the time located the origins of photographic composite practices in cubist pasted paper methods. Incorporating faux wood and other mass-printed materials, cubist papier-collé challenged academic values of representation, particularly illusionism. Following World War I, Dadaists such as Hannah Höch cut up existing printed images and pasted them down in new arrangements to reflect the disfiguration of post-war reality. In 1925, Bauhaus artist Laszlo Moholy-Nagy wrote that photomontage, his term, had progressed from Dada's chaotic imagery to more orderly compositions, such as his own photo sculptures, as he called them. by the mid-20s, photographic composites had also become prolific in commercial advertising and political propaganda. Arndt's singular photo collages, however, have a different aim. These objects propose the artist collective as a radical social group that distributed production among various authors, creating a transformative system of small-scale exchange. Arndt's made his photo collages around 1926, at a moment of socio-political instability following the end of World War I and the establishment of the Weimar Republic in 1918. The 1920s saw intense debate over what styles, materials, and processes of visual representation best embodied the Weimar era. Photo collage was cast as a modern medium because of its visual syntax of fragmentation, its easy reproducibility, and its hybridity between photography and painting, as art historian Kurt Glaser explained in the catalog for his 1931 exhibition, Photo Montage. Yet Arndt's photo collages integrate photography painting far more literally than Glasner intended. The illustrations Arndt used were halftone reproductions of gelatin silver prints taken by Cologne-based photographer August Zonder. The 4 artists Arndt incorporated into his collages were Franz Seivert, Heinrich Herle, Anton Rederscheidt, and Yankel Adler. Zonder reused many of the artist portraits, including this portrait of Seivert, in his monumental portfolio, People of the 20th Century. In addition, Zonder's surviving archive includes several glass plate negatives that correspond to illustrations of paintings in the 1926 catalog. Zonder regularly photographed the Cologne Progressives' works for them, often in exchange for works of art or even entirely for free. What was the relationship between photography and painting in the 20s? Zonder maintained that, quote, "Nothing seems better suited than photography to give an absolutely faithful historical picture of our time," unquote. Dadaist Wieland Herzfeld asserted that after the invention of photography, there was no place for realism in painting. Post-war scholars, including Clement Greenberg, Peter Berger, and Yves Allenbois, similarly positioned modernist collage as rejecting representation. Arndt's photo collages, however, refute any opposition between photography and painting, or representation and non-representation. By cutting up Zonder's photographs of artists and their paintings and rearranging them into picture spaces that appear visually cohesive, Arndt's undermined any distinction between photographic and painted representation. For example, to make this collaged image, Arndt's carefully cut out the catalog illustration of Seivert's painting, Quitting Time, and superimposed a cutout of Seivert's portrait. In the collage, Seivert appears to sit in front of the painting. The different scales of Seivert and the painted figures contribute to the sense of spatial depth. There's a similar sense of visual cohesion in this collage, which Arndt's composed by pasting Herle's portrait onto a composite of 2 partial paintings. In the collage with Rederscheidt, Arndt's inverted the physical order of the layers and played more strongly with the realism of the photograph. The photographic portrait and street scene lie beneath the cutout painted figure. Again, the contrasting scales contribute to the spatial depth of the collaged image, which here has a middle ground in addition to a foreground and background. Arndt's photo collage notably retains the compositional, Arndt's photo collage notably retains the compositional structure of Rederscheidt's painting, Painter and Model. Indeed, across his collages, Arndt composed the images so that the painters imitate figures depicted in their paintings. Here, Arndt has manipulated Zonder's photographic portrait of Adler so he appears to hold a rooster, much like the figure in Adler's painting, Jew with Rooster. Here again, photographic figure and painted objects integrate into a single, united picture space. Arndt aligned the painted figure's left arm with Adler's left shoulder so they appear as one entity. The visual coherence of Arndt's photo collages is not about facilitating a participatory politics or undermining photographic truth or representational illusionism, as Sabine Kriebel has argued of Hartfield's images. Rather, this visual unity is a comment on social unity. It's about the unity between photographic and painted subject, as well as between painter, photographer, and photo collager. In the collages, each artist's work remains identifiable as their own. For example, Seibert's geometric figural forms are distinct from Raderscheid's far more realistic painted figures. The individuality of each artist is apparent, even as Arndt presents them as members of a collective. Okay, I'm missing a slide, so I'm gonna go back. Looking closely again at this collage, we'll notice a disembodied finger. Here we go. We'll notice a disembodied finger. And you can see it on the table, left of that kind of candlestick-like object. There's a finger. A trace of the finger is a trace of Arndt's intervention, and the cut and paste process itself. When Arndt cut out the space between the painted figure's left arm, which holds the rooster, and the table, Arndt retained the finger, which in the collage composition no longer makes sense. Instead, the finger functions here as a reference to the source photograph and corresponding painting. Through instances of visual disjunction, such as this finger, Arndt's photo collages remind the viewer of the composite nature of the images and of the individual authors that contributed to their making. Individuality was important to the Cologne progressives. Arndt wasn't interested in centralized social and political models. He believed in a decentralized model in which power was distributed amongst soldiers and workers' councils. In their writings, the Cologne progressives positioned themselves between regional politics and the international cause. They resisted affiliation with national movements, interests, or organizations. Unlike other artist groups at the time, they didn't promote an ideal socialist style or medium. Instead, they prioritized artistic individuality. This interest in retaining individuality within the collective is apparent in Arndt's lack of inscriptions. Arndt didn't sign his individual photo collages or the sheet to which they're mounted. He didn't claim authorship. The lack of a signature re-emphasizes the shared and distributed authorship amongst the collective the collages represent. By contrast, Hartfield often signed his photo collages montage or photomontage. These inscriptions emphasize the action montieren, the German verb meaning to assemble, and they attribute authorship to the photomontager, erasing the producers of the source images. But here, in Hartfield's case, the source images were generally mass media clippings, not photographs by an artist friend of paintings by other artist friends. Created on the eve of the Cologne Progressives formation, Arndt's collages don't represent an existing collective, but rather imagine an artist collective at its conception. These images then helped constitute the group. The 1926 exhibition was foundational for the Cologne Progressives. Although many of the artist members had been involved in earlier iterations of the group, this exhibition announced a new association. As Raderscheid explained to German art critic Franz Roh in a 1926 letter held at the GRI. The Cologne Progressives had no physical membership list. Rather, the group was loosely defined by collaborations and friendships. The 1926 exhibition, however, determined the core group of artists. Arndt's imaginative exercise, then, was not utopian or didactic. Rather, it was a visual strategy through which he conceived new social relationships among peers. Although he cut up the entire catalog, Arndt represented only 4 of the 8 artists featured. Were these the 4 who most informed his practice? Were they the 4 that most appealed to Arndt aesthetically when he sat down with the cutouts? Or did Arndt intend to make collages of all 8 artists, but only got around to these 4? While Arndts might have intended to make more collages, he started with the artists most important to him, both personally and professionally. Adler was a close friend and had been Arndt's means of introduction to the Cologne artists. Of the Cologne artists, Arndts recalled informative discussions with Sever, Herle, and Riverside. In beginning with these artists, Arndts defined his primary interlocutors. Bringing their portraits together onto a single sheet, Arndts positioned the artists in close physical proximity to one another. The collages are staggered. None of their internal edges align, yet the far left and far right edges do. The collages appear entangled, deliberately arranged so that the removal of one would result in compositional imbalance. Displayed somewhere in Arndt's home, it's unclear where, the photo collages were likely viewed by a circle of friends who recognized the artists represented and maybe even the source of the cutout images. Knowledgeable viewers, including the represented painters, would have been aware of the layers of authorship evoked in these works. Arndts was certainly the collage's most frequent viewer. To Arndts and his artist friends, the images would have reflected their closest social relationships back at them, reifying the newly formed collective. When Arndts moved to Vienna in 1929, the collages might have served as a reminder of his relationship with the Cologne artists, with whom he continued to correspond and collaborate. Despite associations of photo collage with political activism, Arndts was the only member of the Cologne progressives to explore the medium. Yet Arndt's photo collages are exceptional even within his own oeuvre. The only other collages Arndts made were preparatory works for the visual education project Isotype, and this example from 1935, a pen and ink and red gouache drawing with cutout photographs of Adolf Hitler and Hermann Goering titled His Struggle, Sein Kampf. This collage, which depicts Hitler with a whip in his hand, standing on a blood-red silhouette of Germany and East Prussia, is an obvious critique of the dictator's violent regime. This work fully aligns with what we might expect of political photo collage, that is, blatant political messaging that utilizes mass media images and catches the eye with dramatic contrasts in color and scale. Regardless of whether Arndts made this image for a specific mass media outlet, it reflects an adoption of print techniques and imagery supported by communist parties internationally. Arndts made this collage shortly after he moved from Vienna to The Hague in 1934 in response to rising fascism in Austria. Arndt's earlier photo collages of 1926 were made in a very different geopolitical context in which Arndts and his peers could see potential in small-scale organization and social change. The formation of the Cologne Progressives constituted a radical reimagining of the artist collective as a political body composed of distinct individuals with distinct aesthetic tendencies. These artists adopted new mechanisms of artistic production that subverted those they associated with social inequality. Their insistence on artistic individuality defied Benjamin's assertion that the socialist artist loses his autonomy in his commitment to the class struggle. Arndts and his peers embraced an alternative definition of the socialist artist that realized writer Alfred Doblein's definition of socialism on a local, personal level. Quote, freedom, a spontaneous union of people, the rejection of all compulsion, indignation at injustice and coercion, humanity, tolerance, a peaceful disposition, unquote. Resisting dominant conceptions of socialist printmaking, Arndts helped realize the free and spontaneous union of a new artist collective that was fluid, dynamic, and heterogeneous. Arndt's private, collective, small-scale tactics, to use Desserteau's term, intervened in institutionalized systems of art making and redefined the socialist artist. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jenny Sorkin, professor and chair of at History of Art and Architecture at University of California, Santa Barbara. Before I introduce Natalie, I just want to mention that on this docket today of wonderful emerging scholars, we are having a little reunion here. There are fully 3 participants today who were members of my 2022 Winter Consortium seminar held here at the Getty on feminist historiographies. The consortium program is one of the really amazing things that the Getty does within Southern California, but is not terribly good at advertising or telling everybody about. So I'm going to take a minute to do that, if that's okay. The consortium program is intended to bring together in an on-site seminar an archivally driven course, or sort of a course that you could not teach in your home institution, that pulls from the archives, museum holdings, staff here, anything you can dream up, basically, that works with your own research interests and that fits loosely within the theme of that scholar year. One Southern California professor a year is chosen, sometimes prodded, to teach this course when they can't find somebody to do it. They're not good at advertising it. It should be a bigger place. It should have a place on the website. But that's my dig. But yes, I'm trying to help here, Nancy. It's an amazing program that is also a way for students from across the Southland to meet once a week in this winter seminar. And it is not just a normal graduate seminar. It is an intensity of experience. It runs roughly from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., all day Friday, art school hours, not history of art hours. And it builds an intensity over the course of the day because everybody is together all day long, and you eat lunch together as well, which is also on the Getty in a very generous way. And when I taught this class here, it was at the height of the second wave of COVID. In 2022, we were experiencing the Omicron wave, if you remember that term. And the only way the course could run is if we did it in N95 masks. And the only way we could be in the archives together as a group was only 6 at a time. So out of my 12-person seminar, I ran the archive section in 2 sections every course period. And we did a lot of amazing things. We spent a lot of time in outdoor spaces. But it has also been a really generative class, I think, in seeing the papers here. This is where Elissa Waters, I think, might have found Lucy Lepard, that quote. It's where Ashley McNelis found her dissertation topic on mother art, and also Blondell Cummings. And it's where Natalie Zhang decided to firmly become an Asian Americanist in her research practice. And so I'm very happy to see this work come to fruition 3 years later, because these were all first and second year students who were deeply hungry for community because they had been in school online pretty much the year prior, or during their first year of graduate school. And it was the first time they could come together in community and exchange ideas. And so it was, I would say it's actually the most rewarding graduate seminar I have ever taught, and also because I can't teach with archives in that way on my own campus. So it was amazing to be in the rich feminist holdings here at the GRI. With that, I am very pleased to introduce Natalie Zhang. I am standing in as an external member of her PhD committee. I'm standing in for her wonderful advisor, Dr. Saloni Mather, who is at a fellowship this year at the Museum of Modern Art. Natalie is a PhD candidate in art history at the University of California, Los Angeles, specializing in Asian American art history and visual culture. Her dissertation, Down at the Dragon's Den, Nodes and Networks of Asian American Art in Interwar Los Angeles, 1920 to 1940, examines the intersections of Asian American artistic production, racialization, and cultural exchange in interwar Los Angeles. Focusing on everyday spaces within Chinatown and Little Tokyo neighborhoods, it positions these sites as significant yet overlooked hubs of Asian American cultural production within an expansive transnational creative network. Beyond her dissertation, Natalie's scholarly interests extend to the visual culture of Chinatowns, particularly Chinese restaurants, which we'll hear about today, approaching Chinese restaurants as contested terrains of cultural negotiation. Natalie holds an MA in art history from UCLA and a BA in art history and Chinese studies from Willamette University, and her research has been supported by the Fowler Museum at UCLA, and I'm so pleased to welcome her here today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jenny, for the very generous introduction. Your course truly changed my life. I would also like to extend my gratitude to my UCLA faculty mentor, Saloni Mather, who is supporting from afar, the Getty, of course, for hosting us today, and all the organizers whose efforts have made this conference possible. Painted with a gestural, sweeping brush and a keen sensitivity to color harmony, delicate still lifes, minimalist ink landscapes, and whimsical studies of animals adorn sheet after sheet of frayed rattan and crumbling, sun-bleached cardstock. On one astoundingly well-preserved cover of Vermilion, a bee crouches upon the curved neck of a golden Bartlett pear. Seen collectively, these vignettes might appear to be sketchbook entries or a curious case of dismantled painting album. However, subtle clues, varying patterns of wear, the smudge of fingerprints, flecks, and stains, as well as the recurrence of two Chinese characters, offer insight into these enigmatic objects' past lives. These paintings were, in fact, menu covers of the Dragon's Den, a restaurant once located in Los Angeles' old Chinatown neighborhood. Though long defunct, the Dragon's Den, as I will argue in the following presentation, was a vital nucleus of creative activity and intercultural exchange. The idiosyncratic forms of visual expression that emerged from this restaurant not only illuminate the rich, dynamic, and complex cultural life of interwar-era Southern California, but also underscore the pivotal role of these local establishments in supporting the careers of fledgling Asian American artists whose professional careers were constrained by racial, economic, and legal obstacles. Furthermore, by reframing seemingly mundane spaces within ethnic enclaves, long perceived as culturally insular, as transformative zones of encounter, I will illustrate how the visual production arising from these overlooked spaces speaks to the volatile cultural climate of the time, one that simultaneously feared, infantilized, abhorred, and fetishized the Oriental, a fraught label that Asian Americans were compelled to navigate in all aspects of their lives. This presentation will be structured into 3 sections. I'll begin by providing an overview of the history of the Dragon's Den, its founders, and the diversity of artistic practices that flourish within its walls. The second section will further contextualize the work of Dragon's Den artists Benji Okubo and Tyrus Wong within the entangled visual and racial economies of interwar-era Los Angeles. Specifically, I will examine how the unique visual vocabularies employed by these two Asian American artists were strategies of cultural negotiation that engage with established visual tropes of Orientalness and articulated shared concerns about performing difference and enacting authenticity in divergent ways. Finally, the third section will examine the significance of spaces like the Dragon's Den in tracing early histories of Asian American art. It will underscore how the visual production nurtured by these spaces, often dismissed as ephemera, merits closer scrutiny. These objects prove crucial in refuting the long-standing myth that earlier generations of Asian Americans were too consumed with survival to engage in artistic production. On the contrary, they not only substantiate the contributions of Asian American artists to the pre-war cultural landscape, but also continuously bring forth new connections and intersections within the vast interwar creative network. The Dragon's Den opened on February 1st, 1935, amid the Great Depression and the impending demolition of Old Chinatown to make way for Union Station and the expansion of the Hollywood Freeway.
Despite these challenges, the restaurant prospered, becoming renowned as a bohemian watering hole frequented by artists and members of the Hollywood elite. Although it only operated for 7 years, the Dragon's Den proved to be far more than a dining establishment. It was a cultural and creative nexus that bridged different social milieus, which, as aptly put by art historian Karen Higa, urges one to consider the, quote, rich and labyrinthine cultural life of pre-war Los Angeles, where Asia, New York, Europe, and Hollywood converged, overlapped, and melded in a way that is only scantily understood, unquote. The name of the restaurant was a tongue-in-cheek nod to his unglamorous subterranean environment. Nestled in the drafty basement of the F-Sui-1 Company Chinese antique store, the Dragon's Den's semi-concealed location only enhanced its allure to diners. Although its drafty interior featured a maze of exposed piping and floor joints, guests embraced all of these quirks. Surrounded by art, they dined family-style, indulging in exotic dishes such as almond duck and lychee ice cream, offerings that distinguish the restaurant from the more utilitarian chop suey joints associated with Chinese cuisine. Born of Depression-era ingenuity, the Dragon's Den was the initiative of Chinese-American siblings Edward and Florence See. Facing a lull in business at their family's antique store, the Sees made the spontaneous decision to enter the restaurant industry in hopes of turning a profit during the economic downturn. Well-versed in the antique trade, the See siblings' business acumen and aesthetic sensibilities informed their decision to enlist their good friends, artists Benji Okubo and Tyrus Wong, to enliven the stark F-Sui-1 basement and transform it into a novel dining destination steeped with aesthetic intrigue. Both recent graduates from the Otis Art Institute, Wong, a Chinese immigrant, and Okubo, a Nisei, or second-generation Japanese-American, encountered starkly different realities post-graduation. While Otis had offered them relative creative freedom and peer acceptance, racial biases severely limited their opportunities for steady, fulfilling work in their chosen fields. As a result, they were forced to rely on freelance projects and various blue-collar jobs to sustain themselves. Wong designed advertising material for local businesses while also working as an in-betweener at Disney, where he handled the tedious task of sketching transitional frames between animated scenes. Meanwhile, Okubo worked as a landscape designer while selling plants, flowers, and oriental curios. Amid the scarcity of work opportunities during the Depression, the Dragon's Den offered the two artists a much-needed reprieve, allowing them to create alongside close friends who not only platformed their art, but also supplied them with free meals and supplemental income through waiting tables and bartending. Richard See, Edward See's son, once described the Dragon's Den as an informal, cooperative venture between good friends. With the Sees managing operations, Wong and Okubo worked together extensively to conceive the restaurant's aesthetic program. This spirit of collaboration was exemplified when Wong, tasked with painting the Chinese characters for Dragon's Den on the restaurant exterior, became too frightened to scale the wall to complete the uppermost character, prompting Okubo to step in and finish the job. Wong made an indelible mark on the restaurant by designing its promotional material. Matchbooks, business cards, and flyers bore his signature calligraphic fonts and flourishes, alongside Chinese cultural motifs he favored, like gibbons and dragons. Rather than incur the cost of mass printing standardized menus, Wong took it upon himself to hand-embellish improvisational menu covers crafted from construction paper and scrap materials like rattan. All 50 known examples feature a diversity of subject matter rendered with sensitive yet stylized calligraphic brushwork. Wong additionally contributed 2 murals to the dining room. His dancing dragon mural, which only survives through later reconstructions, depicts a serpentine eastern dragon descending from the clouds towards a small human figure. The other mural, a monochromatic composition featuring a family of gibbons in a tree branch, is a large-scale plywood panel that has been preserved in its original form. Together, Wong's matchbooks, menus, and murals exemplify his versatility across various artistic mediums, which was a skill often demanded of aspiring Asian American artists striving to succeed in the field. In contrast, what is known about Okubo's equally significant contributions to the Dragon's Den has been pieced together through a combination of oral history accounts, newspaper clippings, and photographic documentation across multiple archives. It is through these sources we can confirm that Okubo spearheaded an ambitious mural program depicting scenes of the 8 Taoist immortals, legendary figures originating from Chinese folklore, each possessing a unique superpower and aspect of Taoist wisdom. Okubo, who rendered the figures and meticulously selected the colors, was assisted by Wang and another Otis classmate, Marion Blanchard, who carried out the detail work. Their surviving materials from the Dragon's Den are not just remnants of a bygone era. They stand as testaments to a resilient creative community that thrived beyond institutional frameworks. Through the seas and their restaurant, Okubo and Wang found creative sustenance that deepened their personal and professional relationships with each other. Okubo and Wang's contributions to the Dragon's Den must also be understood in the context of their evolving position as Orientals within the mercurial visual and racial economies of the interwar period. Their work was created against the backdrop of contradictory cultural politics, where a growing mainstream fascination with Chinese culture coexisted with pervasive systems of anti-Asian discrimination, including anti-miscegenation laws and the Chinese Exclusion Act. During the interwar period, Okubo and Wang first-handedly experienced the rapid touristification of American Chinatowns, a phenomenon that led to the brief coexistence of 3 Chinatowns in Los Angeles. To the west, in a short distance from the Dragon's Den, in Old Chinatown was China City, a Hollywood-style attraction financed by booster Christine Sterling that capitalized on Orientalizing stereotypes. Less than a mile to the north stood New Chinatown, a competing residential and commercial district, which, despite being Chinese-American owned, also leveraged some of these stereotypes for commercial appeal. Sympathetic portrayals of the Chinese in blockbuster films such as The Good Earth, combined with the rising popularity of Chinese-American cuisine, drew an increasing number of the white middle-class visitors to Los Angeles' Chinatowns. Seeking an exotic yet familiar encounter with the other, they projected their expectations of authenticity onto those who lived and worked in these communities. Recognizing the financial advantage of selling an Orientalized fantasy, Chinatown business owners, especially restaurateurs, strategically heightened sensationalized aspects of their otherness in promotional material. Many saw this as a survival strategy, capitalizing on the rare positive visibility Chinese culture was receiving in an economy that often marginalized them. Cartoonish coolies, cheongsam-clad women, and the sinister Fu Manchu character, among others, became recurring visual tropes, shaping popular conceptions of Chineseness and Orientals at large. Amid these shifting geographies, the Dragon's Den was where Wang and Okubo navigated, contested, and reworked these hyper-visible Orientalizing caricatures, offering an alternative engagement with white Americans' expectations of difference and demands for authenticity. Wang forged a distinct artistic identity through his work at the Dragon's Den by actively negotiating Orientalist expectations and cultivating a hybrid visual language of Chinese Americanness instead of reproducing visual tropes of Orientalness that proliferated throughout American media. His menus, for instance, drew on classical Chinese painting archetypes and treatises that guided the depiction of animals, landscapes, and still lifes, while also incorporating expressive brushwork techniques, such as the loose, calligraphic splashed ink traditions associated with Zen Buddhist masters of the Song dynasty. Across Wang's murals and matchbook designs, his thorough knowledge of the iconographic significance of gibbons and dragons in Chinese culture, both auspicious symbols, is evident. These motifs, which became recurring elements throughout his repertoire, function not only as a signature of sorts, but also countered generalizing Orientalist imagery through culturally specific signifiers. Repeating these symbols, Wang would reinforce their connection to Chinese culture, thereby further delineating Chineseness from the broader Oriental visual lexicon. And yet, while Wang may have sought to honor aesthetic traditions from his heritage to distinguish Chineseness from Orientalist caricature, it would be reductive to label his work as more authentic, as if it reaffirmed a pure, unmediated tradition. In borrowing from classical Chinese painting, Wang was not simply replicating tradition, but adapting it, intertwining it with modernist sensibilities and his own understandings and experiences of Chineseness. These tensions are especially evident in his menu covers featuring the stylized face of a smoking woman and a red tricycle. They challenge the rigid cultural categories often imposed on Chinese American identity and emphasize that authenticity is never fixed, but always constructed, contestant, and historically contingent. On the other hand, Okubo, as a Japanese American artist, navigated the complexities of racialization and cultural identity during a time when the term Oriental was inconsistently, yet frequently made synonymous with Chinese culture. Archival evidence suggests that in choosing to depict the 8 Taoist immortals, he deliberately sought to engage with shared Chinese and Japanese cultural and visual traditions. Upon closer examination of the few photographic postcards that partially document Okubo's mural program, it becomes clear that he carefully rendered the distinctive attributes of the immortals as depicted in both Chinese and Japanese art. In the blurred images, one can discern a figure with a double gourd, another in profile with a basket slung over his shoulder, and a shadowy, smaller figure with a fan, symbols associated with Li Tieguai, Lan Caihe, and Zhong Liquan, respectively. A 1934 article from the Rafu Shimpo, the LA Japanese Daily News, covering Okubo's mural program, cites his use of the Japanese name for each immortal. This granule of information strongly indicates that the artist was not merely replicating Chinese iconography. By drawing upon Taoism, a socio-religious system shared by Chinese and Japanese cultures, Okubo asserted his own Japaneseness while strengthening interethnic solidarities between himself and his Dragon's Den partners of Chinese heritage. Although the 8 Taoist Immortals mural program survives only in black and white documentation, contemporaneous works such as The Kiss, a self-portrait, and a portrait of Florence C. attest to Okubo's skill and experimentation as a colorist, offering a sense of the visual impact these murals may have had in the restaurant space. These artistic sensibilities were nurtured by artist Stanton McDonald Wright, his mentor at the Los Angeles Art Students League, an informal modernist painting school where Okubo both studied and taught while working at the Dragon's Den. McDonald Wright's advocacy for a syncretic modernism that valorized Oriental aesthetics surely influenced and may even have empowered Okubo. However, his murals and other interwar output do not simply concede to modernist tastes for the exotic. Rather, Okubo asserted his agency by reinterpreting these aesthetic traditions, forging a modernist idiom capable of visualizing both Japanese and Japanese American identity. Together, Okubo and Wang's work for the Dragon's Den demonstrates an astute awareness of racialized expectations, strategically engaging with them, at times reinforcing, at times subverting, but always negotiating their position within the complicated interwar iconosphere. As aptly put by scholars Z. Serena Cho and Grace Yasamura, the art historical discipline's propensity to, quote, police the epistemic horizons of art and history, unquote, has carried major ramifications upon our collective material record and knowledge of marginalized peoples. When relegated to the category of ephemera, objects like Wang's menu covers and postcards bearing the last traces of Okubo's murals are ontologically burdened with connotations of temporariness and disposability. These problematic categorizations have posed significant challenges to the growing field of Asian American art history by obscuring the socio-political realities that forced many earlier generations of artists to balance their artistic aspirations with industry demands, contributing to a dispersed and precarious archival formation, and perhaps most damagingly, reinforcing the falsehood that their work held little import in pre-war America. However, the Dragon's Den and its unique archival footprint, one that traverses multiple collections, continues to illuminate new connections and artistic convergences. The restaurant's guest book, currently in the care of Lisa C., granddaughter of Edward C., corroborates the overlapping social circles of Okubo and Wong with notable Hollywood figures, including Chinese-American actress Anna May Wong, who was a childhood friend of the C.'s and a frequent patron of the restaurant. While Tyrus Wong's pre-war career and ties to Hollywood, such as his concept art for Disney's Bambi, are well documented across corporate, community, and institutional archives, the same cannot be said for Okubo. A previously unidentified sketch from his papers, bearing a striking resemblance to the actress and stylistically consistent with his portrait series of named female acquaintances, suggests a plausible collaboration and a relationship beyond a fleeting encounter. This observation offers a potential lead in tracing Okubo's illustrious yet unevenly documented pre-war career, enriching our understanding of his artistic practice before his forced internment. Furthermore, dragons and flyers and invitations, particularly those bearing postmarks and addresses, offer tangible traces of the friendships and artistic collaborations forged within the restaurant and the antique store above it. One such collaboration, which extended well beyond the restaurant's walls, was the Los Angeles Oriental Artists Group, an interwar Asian American art collective founded by Okubo, Wong, and their friends Hideo Date and Gilbert Liang. The collective regularly exhibited together throughout the 1930s, both locally and across California, and occasionally within a larger group of Asian American artists called the California Oriental Painters. The ongoing endeavor to locate, identify, and investigate visual production arising from quotidian spaces like the Dragon's Den, particularly the objects that evade narrow classifications of fine art, wields the transformative power to dimensionalize the murkier early histories of Asian American art. Beyond the confines of institutional collections, objects from community archives, family holdings, and even those painstakingly recovered from thrift stores and e-commerce platforms illuminate one another, revealing the constellation-like networks connecting Los Angeles' Asian American artists to each other, their peers across the country, and the broader interwar creative ecosystem, both within and beyond the United States. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alexander Nemerov. I'm a teacher of art history at Stanford University. It's my pleasure to welcome the last speaker of today's wonderful event, which is Emily Chun, who is a third-year student in the PhD program at Stanford in art history. And Emily came to Stanford from Wellesley, where she got her BA in art history, and then from Tufts, where she got her MA in art history, and she has curatorial experience, having co-curated a show at the Museum of Fine Arts Boston in 2019, as well as done curation at Tufts, at the University Art Galleries there, and also in Seoul, and she's published her art writing in Art in America and the Brooklyn Rail, among other places. Emily is, preparing a dissertation on a topic dear to my heart, which broadly understood could be said to be the art of the 1980s. And her talk today is called Solid Objects in an Age of Liquidity, American Sculpture in the 1980s. Please welcome Emily Chun.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you to the whole Getty team for making this possible. It's an honor to be able to share this research with you all. So this talk is about the artist Ala McCollum and how his working class background informs his aesthetics of abundance and the mass-produced uniqueness of a series called Over 10,000 Individual Works, begun in 1987. When Alan McCollum arrived in New York in 1975 upon his inclusion in that year's Whitney Biennial, he was gobsmacked at the ways in which art was, as he put it, treated as a kind of spiritual reward for being wealthy. Beginning in the late 1970s and throughout the 80s, McCollum's practice focused on the place of the artwork in a system of exchange and valuation. He wasn't alone by any means in registering how the increasing financialization under Reagan's new economy transformed art into an investment, a so-called asset class. In a decade marked by what came to be known as the magic of the marketplace, or people's belief in the powers of transactional liquidity over long-term commitment, numerous writers of that decade, from Tom Wolfe to Louis Lapham, lampooned the ways in which art objects were used by corporate America to legitimize its wealth. Quote, "There's a kind of bewilderment over what sources can be drawn upon to provide money with purpose or value," the critic Hilton Kramer said in 1988. He continues, "In this whole materialist explosion, an interest in art represents an interest in spirit." It is against this backdrop that my talk examines Alan McCollum's sculptural series called Over 10,000 Individual Works, which I will henceforth refer to as simply individual works. In 1988, McCollum presented the first iteration, the first 10,000 of his individual work series at John Weber Gallery in New York. Placed cheek by jowl on a broad velvet-lined pedestal measuring 66 feet by 7 feet, the 10,000 turquoise works were presented all at once, a visual assault on anyone attempting to verify the object's putatively individual unique status. "Their mass is a rebuke," wrote artist Andrea Fraser in the accompanying exhibition catalog. McCollum himself described his physical reaction at looking at these 10,000 objects as queasy. As with McCollum's other sculptural series, individual works is marked by an almost infinite permutation, a seriality run amok. Because all the objects are rendered in the same hue, set apart only by small differences, they invoke a feeling of repetitive sameness, a sense of endless multiplication, always different, but always the same. The objects of individual works achieve the peculiar condition of being both specific and generic. At first glance, it may seem that 10,000 as a number dramatizes the logic of absurd, wasteful overproduction of late capitalism, but to McCollum, it is the smallest number that fully conveys the notion of mass production. In opposition to critic Craig Owens's well-known analysis of McCollum's work through the lens of Deleuzian repetition and difference, McCollum has always maintained that his interest in creating his works has stemmed from a desire for quantity and plenitude rather than repetition. "I'm thrilled by the beauty of replaceable parts and by the whole process of assembly line production," he once explained. Discerning, for example, how industrial production pantomimes nature in its logic of reproduction and fecundity, McCollum has attempted to use mass quantity to remedy the alienation from canonical high artworks by basing the value of his work on a new kind of model centered on abundance and availability, not exclusivity. Quote, "It's as if art wants to deny abundance," he noted in 1988. And ironically, artworks in their denial of abundance and insistence on exclusivity often seemed all alike to him, reduced to interchangeable, generic signs of status and cultural capital. As he said in a 1986 interview, quote, "My producing of the same artworks over and over again alludes to this feeling of mine to some extent. I work out my own class anger, I think, by trying to produce more artworks than most museums have in their inventory," end quote. Born in Los Angeles in 1944, McCollum grew up in a working-class family in Redondo Beach, California, where he lived until he was 22. His parents, who divorced and remarried each other multiple times, at one point worked together in the assembly line of an aircraft factory. McCollum came from a highly artistic family. His parents were active in local theater groups. Throughout their lives, and his uncle John Nagy was a self-taught artist known for hosting the popular television show You Are an Artist, which ran from 1946 to 1970. Like his parents, McCollum did not attend college, choosing instead to go to restaurant management school. He spent 2 years working the night shift, organizing meals for plane passengers and crews at the Los Angeles airport. As a child, McCollum was fascinated with molds used for jello and pastries and loved spending time in the kitchen talking to his mother as she cooked, as that was the only time he had with her. Returning to McCollum's 1988 installation of individual works, the critic Roberta Smith, reviewing it for the New York Times, likened the display to a gigantic banquet table. The gastronomic metaphor is apt not only given McCollum's culinary training, but also because the process of creating these individual works required something like a heavy-duty kitchen with hundreds of baking trays. The process began with collecting tchotchkes, parts of doorknobs, cat toys, plumbing fittings, spray can caps, plastic Easter eggs, 150 kinds of lids, salt shakers, measuring spoons, earrings, push buttons, garden hose connectors, cake decorating implements, and so on. But not all the found parts in the project were detritus salvaged from the streets. Many of the found parts held personal meaning for the artist. One of the shapes came from his friend's childhood toy, another shape from his own flashlight. There was a ridged bolt from Casper Koenig's front yard and a part of an electric razor given to him by his girlfriend when he was 24 years old. Laid out on trays, these small found parts, detached from their bodies and decontextualized into color and shape, take on an unexpectedly candied or perhaps jewel-like look. From these found parts, McCollum then made about 300 rubber molds. Working with a team of assistants, he produced casts from these molds using plaster, a material associated above all with an archaic artisanal form of sculptural reproduction. These white cast parts were then glued together in various ways to create half parts, which yielded their own molds. Finally, the casts of half parts were attached to one another in a dazzling number of possibilities. They could go together in over 45,000 ways to produce over 30,000 unique objects, each one approximately 2 inches in diameter and anywhere between 2 to 5 inches in length. Using various numerical systems during the production process to ensure that no two finished objects would be alike, McCollum created an alphabet of various shapes which he could scramble to create new and unique sculptural compositions. Each object was painted with enamel for a plastic-like finish before being packed to go. Numerous worksheets from McCollum's archives, two of which are shown here, convey the behind-the-scenes painstaking efforts he took to avoid making the same combination of parts twice. It is the hyper-rational numerical systems that guarantee the uniqueness of each object and thus imbue the 10,000 objects with ritualistic aura to save them from becoming mere mass-produced objects. But even here you can see hints of the non-functionality or irrationality creeping through. The notes scribbled on the lower corner of the sheet on the right say accurate but probably useless. The madness of the hundreds of archival worksheets like this and of the final installation reflects what McCollum calls the maniacally proliferate nature of mass quantity itself. He has often spoken of the sublime spiritual power of mass quantity, the way that industrial production seems almost idealistic and transcendent in its wish for abundance. Its wish to heal the sick and feed the hungry, as in the New Testament parable of Jesus multiplying 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish to feed thousands of people. But in his individual works, such egalitarian promises of mass production, the satisfying feelings of safe abundance that there is enough for everyone, mysteriously and suddenly dips into the ominous sensation of this is too much. It calls to mind the question posed by Rosalind Krauss in a 1981 essay, what would it look like not to repress the concept of the copy? In not repressing the copy, what erupts in McCollum's work is a dysfunctional, gigantic banquet table of unique, vengeful objects. Just before creating his individual works series, McCollum worked as a registration technician at the Cooper Hewitt Museum, writing condition reports on the elaborately jeweled Tsarist-era Fabergé eggs. He was amazed at how these eggs seemed to function almost exclusively as an expression of wealth and status, and the way objects possess almost a spiritual power in organizing and reinscribing socioeconomic distinctions. Like the Fabergé eggs, McCollum's individual works are intimate, domestically scaled, and functionless. In an interview with the artist Thomas Lawson in 1992, McCollum explained, quote, "I had this continuum in my mind. I had the feces of the toddler at one end of the spectrum, which might be the first valued object, and the Fabergé egg at the other end," end quote. But McCollum's objects are Fabergé eggs gone seriously awry, resembling vaguely eroticized body parts like nipples or croissants before they're put into the oven, or little grenades, despite the fact that McCollum employed industrial design hacks to make the objects appeal to the viewer's consumeristic desire. It is striking how many reviews of the 1988 exhibition allude to the objects as machine parts or grenades or childlike versions of malign weapons, no doubt drawing from the still fresh collective memory of the Vietnam War. At stake for McCollum are the often conflicting moral desires that we project onto mass quantity. We don't really like mass quantity, as there's something abject about it. Many things loved in the singular are loved less in the collective. But sometimes we find it morally convenient to see things in mass quantity, he says. For example, when a general sends out soldiers into battle, or when an executive lays off hundreds of people at once. Seeing the soldiers or workers as masses eases the mental pain and guilt. Or from another angle, we want the security of the herd, we want the mass-produced object so as to not feel left out, but we also long to feel irreplaceable, set apart, possessing some unique aura. As Kennedy Fraser observed in 1981, mass-produced objects were increasingly being used as an expression of one's inner self and subjectivity. You chose a mass-produced object that exemplified your uniqueness, that spoke to you and helped solidify your sense of individuality. We all imagine there to be two different kinds of objects, artworks and mass-produced consumer goods, from which we expect different types of fulfillment. But it seems that the magical qualities we look for in art objects are the same ones increasingly offered in consumer objects as well. The fact that the conflation and therefore emptying out of both the art object and the consumer object in the global market during the 1980s go hand in hand, as Brian Wallace noted, is salient in McCollum's work. Individual works captures this ambiguity and tension by virtue of shuttling between the mechanistic and the handcrafted, between the handmade and the mass-produced. McCollum treats the gallery space explicitly as a place of commerce, and at the same time acknowledges, though not without some irony, that it is also a hollowed space for the art object. The individual objects fit cozily in your hand, but placed all together, they turn on you, per Melanie Klein's object relations theory, in which the nurturing object turns into the persecuting object. This ambivalence and Janus-faced nature of mass production reflects one of McCollum's formative memories, which I think underwrites many of his works. As a child, he visited the large aircraft factory in Southern California, where his parents both worked on the assembly line. On Christmas, the company invited the employees to bring their children for presents. Surrounded by giant stacks upon stacks of gifts, all identical in size and shape and wrapping paper, McCollum stood in line for half an hour to receive a football, the boy's gift, from Santa Claus. He later recalled this strange, nightmarish atmosphere that nonetheless contained an object of his desire, the Christmas present, an environment which telegraphed the company's totalizing power, cloaked in spiritual largesse and generosity. In his past series called Actual Photos, which directly inspired the individual work series, McCollum collaborated with the artist Laurie Simmons in the mid-1980s to take individual portraits of tiny mass-produced figures in model train layouts. They used a microscope at a hospital pathology lab to do so. Always interested in the small, despite coming of age in the late 1960s when, as he put it, large scale was pretty much an assumed thing, McCollum created portraits of individual objects in individual works that allowed the viewer to attend to the intricacies of each one. In these tasteful close-ups, resembling something like yearbook photos, the individual objects are dramatically spotlit. It is in these photographs that the differences between the individual objects and the relational sculptural composition of each object comes into clearer view. Differences between the objects registered in this mode do not feel like a burden or a punishment, as is true when seen in mass with the thousands of others, but rather function as a compliant verification of their uniqueness. At the end of the 1970s, McCollum became interested in how this dichotomy between the unique and the not unique describes a picture of how we are at this historical moment. Individual works embodies his desire to produce an object that was at the same time a mass-produced thing as well as an art object, and reconcile these seemingly contradictory economies of the object. Even at a time when the utter failure of Reagan's promised manufacturing revival shuttered industrial factories like the one where his parents worked, McCollum doesn't quite exalt the mass-produced object over the unique artwork in a compensatory move, nor does the mass uniqueness of the objects in individual works simply point out the art world's condescension towards the working class, towards mass-produced objects. Through the absurd deployment of very small contrasts, knife-edge differences, individual works stages a strange alchemical equivalence between the art object and the mass-produced object, mixing up all their emotional politics to urge us to be more honest about what it is that we look for in an object, art or not. If, as Andrea Fraser says, cultural monopoly of a class is not simply a monopoly of objects, a piling up of things, but the exclusive prerogative of its members who represent their differences as individuals through their unique objects, then individual works relieves difference of this compulsory duty and allows it to proliferate into something much weirder, where each difference is different and unique. Thank you.
Thank you, Elissa, Natalie, and Emily, for 3 really engaging and persuasive papers. I'd like to invite you all back to the stage now, along with Maisie Harris, who will be moderating our next discussion. Maisie Harris is an associate curator in the Department of Photographs at the Getty Museum, where she specializes in American photography. She received her PhD from Brown University, and her scholarship has been supported by the Winter Her Library, American Antiquarian Society, Smithsonian, and the Terra Foundation. In just over a week, on February 18th, Maria Magdalena Campos Pons, Behold, an exhibition Maisie co-organized with the Brooklyn Museum, will open in the Getty's photography galleries. We hope you'll have the chance to return to see it before it closes on May 4th. Her next project is a publication focused on the art and activism of Los Angeles photographer Roland Charles. Please welcome Maisie Harris.
Hello. Oh, this is so lovely to all be together. I really want to echo everyone who commented on how special it feels to get to be in community and to get to celebrate this really remarkable cohort. I love that we started with an egg and we ended with a Fabergé egg. We're really hatching so many ideas and conversations here. It's great to be together. It's great to exchange ideas. And I particularly love the weird power of juxtaposition that comes from conferences such as this. As Emily mentioned, it's just so interesting, the questions and the conversations that come from putting things together. I think of that old art history model of the 2 slides and what happens when you just mix papers together. So I'm really looking forward to your questions about the ways we're learning about how these different communities, individuals are navigating the constraints, the conditions of their particular economic moments, their time, their place. But of course, I can't help but think of our time and place. So I really want to honor, before we start, the Gabrielina, Tongva, and Chumash communities who have shepherded this land on this beautiful LA day. I think it's important to remember that. And I also want to acknowledge the hardship of those who are currently displaced from their homes, as well as those who are being forced and taken from their homes and forced from this country or denied gender-affirming care. I think it just really, as Jenny noted, it gives particular force to listening to these projects, to think about recording, preserving history. So thank you all for this important work. So let's talk about these interesting reconfigurations that were brought to our attention. These kind of local politics that you each talk about and the economics of these periods, such different economics, the 1930s and the 1980s. So I hope we can dig into that a little bit, the relationship between the hand-wrought and mass-produced that came out on these talks. My first question is actually on color. I was just so intrigued by the different colors that we saw or didn't see in these artworks. I'm so interested in the lack of addition of color in the montages that you showed, especially when you showed that really striking example where the red carries such weight. So I'd love to hear about how he is thinking about color in his work. Was he thinking about this as a reproduction? What's the 50% in the left? Where's the place of color in Arndt's thinking? For Natalie, these beautiful colors that you showed, this incredible soft palette, is that a result of aging or those choices based on these kind of classical models that you were talking about? Again, it particularly comes out when you juxtaposed it with those Stanton McDonald Wright that have such bright colors, or the ephemera that you showed that have such bright colors. And then Emily, talk about this turquoise choice. The hand painting is interesting to me as well, like why not spray them? That particularly comes out in these beautiful end photos that you showed where they're so brightly lit. So let's talk a little bit about color. You want to start?
Yeah, I can definitely start first. Thank you for that question. There definitely is, and as you can tell by my journey across multiple archives, is there's a lot of uncertainty, especially with Okubo's murals. We literally only have these 4 black and white, very poor quality postcards that really are just the last remaining traces of what probably was this very visually striking mural program that was like basically a full immersive experience. And there's also a lot of uncertainties surrounding those menu covers as well. I've noticed because Tyrus Wong was very improvisational with his materials, a lot of the ones you may have seen with like the colored backgrounds, they're at the Huntington Library and they're in the Si Leong family papers. They're very, very fragile, and I believe that they are likely just construction paper. There is a lot of fallout with the paint, and I think it's quite powdery. It's likely tempera. And then you also have other mediums like the rattan. There's also more like coarse paper that looks more fibrous, where it looks like he was really using Chinese ink. So yeah, just going back to the colors though, again, there's a lot of uncertainty and
descriptions that help at all. Are there any sort of talking about like what a vivid place, or I don't know?
Not really, and especially for Okubo's mural program, you only really get accounts from Wang, who said, wow, like, I was so impressed by my friend. He was so meticulous about the colors. We spent so much money buying gallons and gallons of this like industrial grade, like DuPont paint. But I can, and like I was saying, I can only kind of surmise what they looked like just based on his creative output that he made alongside working there.
And how would he have seen the classical, like the images that you were showing? Would those have been reproduced in black and white? And I don't know, how would you have like known those classical models?
Yeah, so with Wang, actually, he, like many young Chinese men were trained in calligraphy. He actually passed through Angel Island, and when he was a young boy, he first landed on American soil. His father made him practice calligraphy, and I believe that when he was at Otis, and also I believe his middle high school years, he had access to resources that acquainted him with these Chinese painting traditions and painting archetypes.
Interesting. So, like with Emily, the relationship between your parents and what they pass on. So,
Right.
Emily, what do you think? Do you use turquoise? What color do you call those objects?
Yeah, I think it's a turquoise blue, and I mean the photographs, some of them look more green, some of them look more blue. But, so he did 3 iterations of this. So the first iteration, which I talked about, was turquoise. The second was, I think, salmon. And then the third was yellow. I only know his kind of explicit reason for using one of the colors is, I know I used the salmon. I don't know why he used turquoise and yellow. He used salmon for the second iteration because he wanted the objects to look kind of like intestines or something, like just laid out on the table to make it look even more disturbing than it already is. But the turquoise, I don't know why exactly he chose that. I'm guessing, you know, they're all artificial looking colors. And I think that sort of artifice is, you know, in contrast with the painstaking kind of hand-painted nature of it all. Yeah, and the spray paint question is interesting because I think they hand painted it, one, because to, you know, make it to reproduce the process of creating a unique artwork, but also I think logistically, a lot of the objects would just kind of fall off the table if you don't hold on to it. So, I mean, he tried to make them truly functionless, so you couldn't even use it as a paperweight or something. It would just fall off. So you can't spray paint that. So I think there's probably multiple reasons for painting it by hand.
I love this. You always come into your dissertation with these big theoretical ideas, and then it always comes down to just like basic pragmatics and really practical concerns. Yeah, so speaking of practical concerns, he's constrained by these August Sander photographs. Talk a little about how he played with color or didn't play with color in his work.
Yeah, he mostly didn't. I think in this case, part of it's about authorship. If he were to color them, then he would kind of be asserting his own authorship, and I think it would take away from the authorship of Sander. And even the photomechanical reproduction quality of it, and that's something I'm still trying to figure out. I haven't figured out yet who turned the photographs into halftone reproductions. I'm not sure I'll be able to figure out who did it. I'm doubtful. But I think, you know, Arndts is really careful about not asserting his hand in a hyper-visible way in these works, and so I think coloring would have taken away from that. But the other part of it is he's kind of working a little bit before you end up getting that whole conversation about photomontage being this practice that's all about juxtaposition. A lot of that writing is really coming in like the later 20s, right around 1930 into the early 30s. I'm thinking of like Sergei Eisenstein in the USSR, for example, thinking about, you know, the dialectical aspects of the photo montage. And so I think contrast in color and what you get in that later image, that stark red and then the black, I think part of that is just, he's probably responding in part to that conversation around political, you know, Soviet, or not Soviet, but socialist photo montage, Communist Party photo montage, and that part, you know, being all about contrast and color that catch the eye, and, you know, part of that is the kind of propaganda and advertising aspects of it. So this is an earlier moment, and I just think that's not what these images are. They're made for a totally different purpose, so he doesn't need the color.
How are they thinking about color, the paintings themselves? What palette do they use? Is it vivid? Is it muted?
It depends on the moment and depends on the artist. A lot of
paintings that you showed here.
Yeah, they're mostly muted, but I'm trying to think. The Adler is pretty muted. The Raderscheid's pretty muted. They're using pretty muted colors in this time period. A little bit later, in the late 20s and 30s, these artists started using a little more vibrant colors, at least Sever.
And is there a sense that this might have been for reproduction? Why isn't it centered? It looked to me like it said 50% in the lower left. I wondered if that was some kind of like preparatory for reproduction.
I think the 50% is for these works were never exhibited. As far as I know, never, like to this day. They've never been exhibited, but they were reproduced in a book that I want to say was published in 1988. It was either the 76 book or the 78, but I forget. But it was in the 70s or 80s was the first time they were reproduced. So I'm guessing the 50% was for that publication. Yeah, so it was much later.
So interesting. I particularly love how you each show these great sort of archive shots. I just love that feeling that you get when you're in the archive and you find something special, like this note that you had on the lower right. Tell me about, I think here, I have this moment all the time in the GRI when I kind of yelp with excitement, and then, you know, everyone kind of looks at you angrily like you're disrupting their research. But tell us now, what are some of the yelps of excitement that you've had? What's like one piece of archival evidence that you found that got you particularly thrilled? I love getting to see some glimpses of that here. Is there anything that's really jumped out at you as special? I love you showed like the pieces of the collage in the folders. Like it must have been such a thrill to get to see that.
Yeah, that was definitely a Yelp moment. And I think the coolest part for me, I don't know why, was he actually, the estate has 2 copies of that catalog. So they have one copy that's fully intact and one that's entirely cut up. And to me, it's just, I find it really cool because he moved around so much. He moved to Vienna in 29, and then Arndt's was in Moscow in 1930-31, and he went a couple times actually. And then in 34, he moved to the Netherlands. So it's kind of incredible to me that he brought the cutout catalog with him as he moved around.
Yeah, the grad students know you move around all the time, so you have to really be careful about what you're taking with you. So that does signal something. And how about for the McCollum? Was there been something?
Yeah, so Alan had shared with me those archival materials of the worksheets that he used in the production process. And so it was good because they were already digitized and very clearly kind of viewable. That being said, I mean, so much of it was kind of incomprehensible to me on a different level because of all of the equations and the formulas. And I'm still going through them. I mean, I showed just a few examples, but really just like, it's just like an endless PDF of them. So I need to go through them.
When you're starting research, you come across things that you might not understand until so much later when you're more immersed in it.
Yeah. And the other piece of the other major source of archives was actually my interviews with him, and that was, you know, tremendously helpful, and a lot of Yelp or a lot of like eureka moments during that too, because I mean, he's done so many interviews throughout his life, and I feel like I've read most of them at this point. And so I think the little revelatory moments when we would be talking is less about the actual works or the projects or, you know, his life practice, and actually it was more like little moments that had to do with his childhood or just little kind of buried memories that he had that then would kind of clue me in to his practice much better. I mean, he talked one time about he would make cookies with his grandmother when he was really young, and the cookies would all come out, and he would kind of discern these very small differences between them. And he just loved kind of looking at them and seeing what these little, like, razor sharp little differences are. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, that cookie sheet image that you showed. Yeah. How about you?
I have had many a Yelp moment throughout this process.
That's great.
I actually happened on the Dragon's Den, just pure accident, pure coincidence. I entered graduate school during COVID, and after my first academic year during the summer, I held a position within UCLA Special Collections, and because I wasn't able to work on site, I was just working with the digitized collections, and I found this wealth of information about Los Angeles's multiple Chinatowns. And so when I was able to visit archives and do on-site archival work, I visited the Chinese American Museum, the Chinese Historical Society of Southern California, and because I'm very invested in community history, I was able to chat with many of the volunteers and board members, and between multiple of these institutions, I kept on hearing about this restaurant from the 30s that was shrouded in lore, and I think the only thing people really knew about it was that Tyrus Wong got his start there. Of course, Tyrus Wong of Bambi fame, Anna May Wong frequented the restaurant. Also, people like Fanny Brice, the Marx Brothers, Walt Disney were all there. But as I was kind of traversing all of these different archives, like Lisa C. was very kind enough to show me all of the objects that she had amassed, and also just kind of going in between institutional archives, family collections. I had so many like Yelp moments where I could see this restaurant as this creative ecosystem and not just this restaurant shrouded in lore. And a more recent Yelp moment is that because I am like coming across, all of these artists are interconnected. Many of their papers have duplicate objects like newspaper clippings and photocopies of those newspaper clippings and photocopies of those photocopies. And so as I've been really trying to find better quality images of Okubo's murals, I looked in like the Stanford special collections. Like I was met with all of these really poor quality photocopies, but finally I spent some time at the Japanese American National Museum, and an actual original clipping of the Rafu Shimpo that introduces Okubo's mural program. They had that, and that's the clearest photograph I've had of one of his immortals.
So hard when you write your dissertation not to just spend so much time on these things that take so long to uncover. So it's really wonderful to get to hear about that. I'll stop being selfish and see what sorts of questions we have in the audience. Yeah, in the center here. You just state your name for us. Thanks.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Robin Simpson. I'm a senior art history major from Spelman College. Thank you all for your presentations today. I really enjoyed them. And something I really liked about them was the specificity of each of your presentations. And so I really wanted to ask, what was it about the topics that made you really interested in pursuing an entire dissertation about it? And what was it that, really resonated with you personally?
It's a hard one. You have to really commit to your topic. It's a long-term relationship. How are you feeling about your long-term relationship? You're nodding, so let's hear it.
I feel great about it. You know, it was a process figuring out what to write about. But how did I land on it? I mean, I've always been interested in print, and I mean, that goes back to college. And so I'm interested in print. I knew I was interested with intersections of politics. I thought it was going to go in more of a gender direction, but the two women artists in the Cologne Progressives, there's no archive. One of them died at age 23 and was estranged from her family, and so there was basically nothing there. And the other one, her archive was lost in a flood a couple of years ago. So I kind of landed in this place where I kind of had to redirect, and Arndt's I thought was super fascinating, both because of his graphic work. He's primarily actually a woodcut artist. He primarily works in woodcut. These collages are really an exception. And I was fascinated by his kind of graphics in woodcut and the history of woodcut in Germany and how he was doing differently. He was kind of working differently, and also his relationship to graphic design. And he is very adamant about his graphic design for the visual education project Isotype as being very separate from his kind of quote unquote free artistic practice. And I thought that his emphatic separation of his artistic, fine, in a way, like fine art and and design. I mean, that's not the way the scholarship has read his work, and I think there's something. I wonder if there's more at stake there than just a question of art and craft. I wonder if there's a politics there too, because the graphic design work is mass-produced, it is reproduced. It's a quote-unquote universalist project. They're trying to universalize, and his kind of free art practice is very much about singular works. And so I just found that contrast really interesting from kind of a political standpoint when you're thinking about socialist printmaking in Germany or Central Europe in this time period. And I think that's ultimately what drew me to this project.
And Emily, what's the place of this presentation within your larger dissertation? Is it about McCollum? Is it about 1980s, Reagan era?
Well, I haven't quite started my dissertation yet, so this is
still dating.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a little test, dipping my toes in the water. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in the 80s, the art, but also kind of the cultural history of America at that time is really interesting to me, and all the different massive shifts that it was going through. And but I guess to answer your question, I think what drew me to McCollum's work is, and this is true not just for the work that I showed, but for a lot of his projects and his works. I think I'm probably drawn to the extremity of it, and I think the wisdom of his works for me is that there's always it always kind of contains like the two extremes. And for this one, I was talking about the kind of like abjectly mass-produced, and then like the very, very precious, unique handmade artwork, and that kind of like conflicting desire schema. I feel like that, all the time. I don't know, I feel like I always have competing kind of desires and thoughts, and it just feels like a true kind of representation of maybe what I'm like. And yeah, I like that his work is able to kind of like really like stomach all of these like weird extremities, and kind of contain it, all in one. I think there's something about that really appeals to me.
Thank you for that question. It really got me reflecting, and it's making me a little bit emotional. I am in a very devoted relationship with this project because I love how the topic is community, and the research process entails community-based practices. I would have not gone this far without the generosity of family members of these artists, the C's, and it's been a very rewarding and sometimes like tricky and challenging process building trust with these stakeholders. But I'm very grateful for the relationships that I have built along the way, and not just with the stakeholders in my project, the people that I'm directly working with, accessing their archives, but also just like this greater like intellectual community. Like within these last 2 days, like I have had a lot of really meaningful conversations and exchanges with people here.
Great question, thank you. That really worked out. Andrew.
Thanks for, excuse me. Thanks for 3 wonderful talks. My questions for Emily, I enjoyed your talk very much. I was wondering both how McCollum and in retrospect you would position his work against or in comparison to other artists in the 80s who were also interested in mass production, seriality, artificiality, artists like Meyer Weissman, Chaim Steinbach, Ashley Bickerton, and of course Jeff Koons, who became the sort of market darlings of that era, very much unlike Alan McCollum.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's an interview from 1986 by Flash Art, and it's with Jeff Koons and Alan McCollum. It's a funny interview because, you know, since 86 they've kind of diverged so much, but I think at that time, you know, you could plausibly do an interview with both of them. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, Steinbach and Jeff Koons and kind of that Bickerton, they all, I guess in my mind, I think they elevate the consumeristic object probably much more than McCollum does. And not to say that they might be more acquiescent to the market in the 80s, but they probably were kind of much more unconflicted about it than Alan, to be sure. But I think the reason why I am interested in McCollum is because, I mean, he seems to kind of have more ambiguous like ethics around the object, much more than someone like, you know, Bickerton or Jeff Koons. But yeah, and I would say, you know, within the 80s, one of the reasons why I like Alan or McCollum's work is because he seems to kind of like slip through the cracks of, you know, we have on the one hand this group of the artists in the 80s that were kind of critiqued for being too commercial and compliant with the market, with the emerging market at that time, because that's when it was really emerging. And then on the other hand, you have the appropriation artists like Richard Prince and Sherry Levine and the October critics, you know, kind of their group. And I think McCollum just kind of doesn't quite, he was always associated with the pictures generation for sure, but in my mind, he kind of is neither, and he's kind of it's hard to place him, I think, within the kind of reductive duality we have now of the art of the 80s. Yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, but.
Okay, I can look beyond the front row. Look at me, looking into the middle distance. Yeah, here in the, yes, that's great, thank you. All right, I didn't go that much further back, but. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ivania Rodriguez. I'm a student gallery guide alumni here at the Getty, and I'm also an art history major. I wanted to thank you, all of you guys, for your projects and presentations. They were very lovely and very informative. I had a question for Elissa specifically. I love photo collages and collages as well. And you mentioned the use of spatial depth and contrast scale in regards to unity between the artist and the artwork. And I was just curious as if to how you, what you believe the negative space in the collage kind of represents, whether it be political, social, or purely for aesthetic purposes. And I know you mentioned later that he might have not added more artists, or his choice to not add or include more artists to the collage besides the 4 main ones that he had on there. But yeah, that was my question.
Thank you so much for the question. I think, so I'll start with a process-related answer. I believe that he made the collages off of the support and then pasted them onto the support. And one of the reasons I say that is because of the composition and the way they're so carefully laid down. And also, if you look at the back of the sheet, it's a very kind of flat, uniform back, and I wonder if he had been applying glue at different moments, if it would not be as flat. So this is my hunch, but I haven't, I'm not 100% sure yet. And if that's the case, then I think it does something different to the negative space if we're thinking of the negative space as that support around the objects. If I'll refer to them as 4 objects, even though it's kind of 4 and kind of 1 at the same time. So I think there's something that happens differently if there's a temporal lapse and he's pasting the collages down to that support. And that changes the way the negative space becomes a little more secondary in my mind. It becomes more of a support, whereas if he's laying it down directly on, if he's laying the collages, he's making them on the support, then I think the support is like a little more active in that whole making process in my mind. But I'm still kind of working through it, and I think part of my kind of question, I'm kind of staying away from negative space at the moment because I kind of want to stay away from a negative aesthetics. I'm leaning more towards thinking of like presence, and these collages as kind of active things, and I hesitate to get into the whole conversation that exists around collage and absence, and collage as an obfuscation of the support or what's underneath or what's being covered up, because I don't really think that's the point of these collages. I think it's about the objects as these kind of present objects, and they present the artists. So I'm trying to lean more on the presence than on the absence, but there's something compositionally that's really important about the negative space, just in the way that it's part of the whole composition, and the different compositions, the 4 collages, are really entangled on that support page. So I guess that's more of kind of my musings at the moment than a clear answer. But thank you for the question.
Yeah, it makes me think. I want a good question that I don't have. So if someone has a question along these lines, I'd love to hear it. Something about the accumulation that you're all dealing with, right? With McCollum, with the gathering of people in the lion's den, dragon's den. Oh yeah, we got a good hand raise here.
Hi. Yeah, great papers. But I wonder if we could take the term intimacy and not immediately go to scale, but really try to dig into what that means for each of these artists and their objects.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. I mean, I'll kill some time while they're thinking by saying it really came to me with the McCollum because they're so great. I mean, they look, at first glance, they just look so mass-produced, and then they're cradled and put together and painted, and it's such a different, just such a different experience than they appear. Like, you've made that work much more rich and warm for me than I've felt it to be previously. So thank you. You've helped me think about that differently. Yeah, touch. I don't know, other ideas about intimacy?
I kind of have, I don't know if that, like, this engages with your idea very profoundly, but I was just thinking about Tyrus Wong's relationships to his menus, and because he was working, like supporting himself, doing commercial design, much of it is kind of an anonymous affair. You're kind of shrouded in anonymity, and I think there is this true intimacy between him and much of his work produced at the Dragon's Den, because it was this like intervention of singularity And in a way, it kind of like really just blurs the boundary between commercial design and like fine arts.
Yeah, I guess in McCollum's work, it's hard to think about intimacy without thinking about the scale. But I think maybe one way to think about it is in the production process itself, which I was kind of belaboring to explain with, you know, how it starts, and it starts with all of these little found parts that some of which are intimately from his life and from his friends, but then how that gets mixed in with all of the random parts. And I think there's a sort of intimacy in that, and the way that they all kind of commingle and then end up as all of the kind of, they all kind of mesh together and then end up in those objects. So yeah, maybe intimacy in the production process rather than, like the process being kind of one of intimacy rather than, yeah, what it looks like at the end.
Yeah, and it definitely, when you experience them, you don't feel that because they're, you know, they're sort of, as you said, this long expanse that you can't sort of take in or touch. Yeah.
I think in the case of Arndt's, these works are intimate in the sense that they're literally representing his friends and his closest friends at that moment. I mean, that's kind of the most obvious form of intimacy going on here, other than the scale. I think also the fact that they never circulate, he makes them in probably in a workshop that was in his home, or for all I know at the kitchen table, I have no idea. And then he hung them somewhere in his home, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the living room because there are some extant photographs of the living room, and the collages aren't in those photographs. His grandson has told me that maybe it was in the workroom or his bedroom. We have no proof of that, but it seems like it was in kind of a pretty intimate space within the home. So these are really, if we're thinking about like everyday objects in a way, these are not everyday objects in like the objects you wear or the objects you use, but they are everyday in the sense that like everyday Arndts would have looked at them and seen them and been reminded of his friends.
So great, the intimacy that you all have with the, I mean, getting to work with the artists themselves or the family members. It's really extraordinary to have history so close. All right, I would love to hear from someone we haven't heard from. Yes, here. Oh, wait, sorry.
Thank you for the thought-provoking papers. My question was inspired initially, Elissa, by your paper, but I think it speaks to all three of them. And it concerns the way that the artist both reflects themselves in their work or sees themselves reflected in what they create or represent, but also wants to draw a distinction or even disavow some of that recognition. And I felt like that came out in your paper at the moment where you mentioned how Arndt takes his friend's photograph of the artist who painted the rooster, and when he makes the photo collage, he makes the arm of, or like the shoulder of the artist contiguous with the arm of the man in the painting, so that there's this kind of radical contiguity, and it's kind of a mise on a beam of artist representing artist representing, you know, an artwork. But in the photo collage immediately below that, you have, I think it was Adler, who is dressed, even overdressed in a hat and a coat and a suit, very dark, and behind him a naked, pale woman, where it wasn't the same kind of radical continuity, but rather this kind of distantiation in this work. And so that's where my question is coming from, this stake for the artist of seeing themselves reflected in what they either represent or make or not. But then I felt that also came out, Natalie, in your paper, when you were talking about this kind of moment of perhaps a sense of a self-orientalizing and yet a resistance to that. And also in the moment where you were talking about being constrained to work with matchbook covers and things like that because you couldn't, so there was this mass-produced, and then, of course, it almost gets thematized, I think, by the time, Emily, we arrive at your paper, where you have this artist who watched his parents working in a factory and is making these mass-produced, occasionally resembling human body parts, but, also, mass-produced objects and masked people, that kind of parallel and the tension that you brought out between like the individual and then this kind of overwhelming massness. So I just wanted you to reflect, on that sense.
That was really nicely said. Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, thank you so much for your insights. And this actually relates to this kind of tension paradox that I had observed with Wang's work, and you see this very clear effort, I think, to distinguish his work from these orientalizing tropes, but at the same time, for these white middle-class Americans who were coming into Chinatown, these iconographies that he was employing, they're also like, they're referred to as like Oriental, and he was trying to sing like make himself singular, but at the same time, these intertwining forces of like aesthetic production and also racialization still kind of put this umbrella, and you see in a lot of like newspaper art criticisms, just reviews of Wang's work, Okubo's work, and the term Oriental is deployed very, very inconsistently. Like, oh, Tyrus Wang like draws in like a fine Oriental manner, and then you see with Okubo's like he uses this garish color that is too Oriental, and it's just I hope that kind of articulates that sort of contradiction and tension there.
Thank you so much for that question. I've actually been thinking about that a lot this week, because I think what's happening is I think Arntz is trying to present these artists as they identify themselves. And I've been trying to figure out why he's incorporating certain aspects of the image in certain ways. And to me, the four collages, in some ways, they're very similar, but in some ways, they're very different. And I think he's really trying to represent or to present each artist as they identify themselves. So, for example, Sever and Hurla really identified with the worker. And they didn't necessarily see themselves as workers. It's a complicated relationship, but they certainly see themselves in solidarity with the worker. Adler was actually Jewish, and he very much identified with that heritage. And so I think there's something really deliberate in what Arntz is doing to combine his figure in a painting that he literally calls Jew with Rooster, at least that's how it is in the Catalogue Raisonné on Adler, with Adler himself as a figure. And then when it comes to Raderscheid's entire practice in this period was all representations of him and his wife, who's actually the woman in the collage and in that painting, painter and model. And Marta Hegemann was an artist in her own right. She's the artist whose archive was destroyed in a flood a few years ago. But almost all of the representations he does of Hegemann, who's his wife at the time, are her nude. And so there's a lot of literature there's not a lot, but there's some literature that's been written on that dynamic and the gender dynamics of that. But I think that what Arntz is interested in here is presenting Raderscheid, that artist, the way he presents himself at the time, the way he sees himself at the time, which is very much all about his relationship with Hegemann, both a working relationship and then also a deeply personal relationship. And just one more thing, when you mentioned mirror, and this isn't to say that it's only about presenting each artist, it's also, of course, putting them in relation to each other, and Zonder's presence there, and then Arntz as the photo collager. But when you mentioned the kind of mirroring or self-reflection, my mind immediately went to print, and I do think the way that mirroring is so kind of fundamental to print as a practice, whether that's photography or woodcut or whatever, I think there is something, and you see this in a lot of Arntz's other work, and this is going to come in more in a different chapter, but I think he really plays with the kind of mirroring effect that print takes on. And yeah, I haven't quite figured out like exactly what that means, but it's definitely present in other aspects of his work as well.
Thank you, Carla. I think what you said reminded me of, I think to think about what you said in a slightly different way. I feel like so much of what art historians do, and I felt it especially when I was working on this paper, is how to kind of see the work as being inflected by the biography and the details of that artist's life without, but then still preserve that tension that exists between the artist's life and the work, because you don't want to do like a one-on-one kind of overlap onto it. And so I think this is probably more salient for people who work on contemporary artists who are still alive, and there's so much information about their biographical lives. And yeah, I don't know. I think I'm always kind of asking as a method question, like how closely or faithfully, or like how kind of faithfully should we hew to the details of the artist's life and their biography when thinking about a work that they made. Because, I mean, and this is something that my advisor, Alex, said, is that an artist's life kind of idiosyncratically comes out in the work, always. But then how to kind of, how to accept that and then write from that place, but then also maintain the kind of irresolvable tension between the work and then the artist's biography, or, the specificities of their life.
I personally love a one-on-one overlap, but I think you'll find generationally we all have probably very different perspectives on that, so it's a great thing for us to all think about in our own work. Okay, I think they're warmed up and ready for some hard-hitting questions, but we've hit the end of our time together, so you can save those for the cocktail reception, or is it a cocktail? The reception of whatever sort that it might be. We'll leave Rebecca to tell us the good or bad news about that. Thank you all so much for being here.
Yes, a big thank you to our speakers and our moderator, and congratulations to all of our speakers for a very successful Getty Graduate Symposium number 7. We're looking forward to seeing you back here next year for Getty Graduate Symposium number 8. And in the meantime, invite you to join us for a celebratory reception outside. Thank you.